It's been a horrible last few days. Horrible. With sound problems and all sorts of shit. I'm so over it, y'all. Chat, chat, chat. Hello. Look at us with a working camera. What's up, guys? Daddy's back. Tap the screen. Let's get to like 10K likes. Let's get some fucking debates going tonight, guys. It's been a couple days. We're out here. We're thirsty for it. What do you think about UFC fight that is going to happen at the White House? I think it's stupid. Is it fixed now? I think so. Did I get that name? No, not from the Adult Swim show. We have multi-guest back too, guys. We are back. We are back. Did the flotilla have any aid? How's the ink healing? It's good. It's totally healed now, y'all. Totally healed. Trump supporters, let's debate. If you want, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, come tell me why you like Trump. Didn't the flotilla at least get... I saw that they were enjoying the reaps of getting like fishing nets. I saw a bunch of Palestinians fishing with the fishing nets they gave them. There's another flotilla fleet. Yeah, there's a second one now, right? Eleven more boats. 11 more boats. Not sure how many left. What's up, Fly Girl? Was the second flotilla have aid? Seems like they do. What are you trying to say? Where are my glasses from? They're from Temu. I don't know what to research, what to search to get them again, but they're from Temu, guys. I got them for like $4. I had no idea they would be such a hit. They're actually really decent quality too for $4. I would almost say nice. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 10K really quick. It's Monday night. We know you're just sitting there, guys. We know you're just sitting there on a Monday night. You need some pickles debates. Send this out. Send it out. Let it be free. Let's see the U.S. manufacturer glasses for $4, right? That'll never happen. Not these babies. Not these bad boys. What's up, Kenneth? What's up, y'all? Thank y'all for the hearts. Hello.
What up?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
What do you like about Trump?
A whole bunch of stuff. I think a conversation we don't have a lot is how strong AI is about to take over, especially in companies like cultivation, with companies like Terracote that have contracts with the government, that have AI companies that can absolutely do these jobs of these immigrants that pick watermelons and all these things where the AI can recognize it just like they can, if not better. We have AI systems that laser shoot little bugs out of the ground now. So what I mean is we're about to implement this across our country, and they are not going to have jobs available. So that's why we have to be a little bit more aggressive this time with our immigration, because you have to admit, and the same with manufacturing, I agree. I don't think anyone's going back into the manufacturing things and going to go bust their ass. I think America is way too, prima donna to be those kind of workers anymore. Once again, AI will do that and will make the glasses cheaper than anyone.
So you're admitting that Trump is lying and saying that we need to bring jobs back?
Well, we can go through the companies that are already coming back.
And we can go through the ones that are going out of business too?
Well, we have billions coming back as far as Hyundai and Apple and GE and
And
so many
last time
companies
this happened, we saw like 75,000 jobs lost for every 1,000 created. So for all of these tariffs that are in the way, creating companies to be in like a hard position to make moves like you're talking about, people of course have to go through financial hardship, and that's absolutely going on.
A lot of people debate that it was Biden's chip. Oh, sorry, I had a phone call. I had to delete that. A lot of people say it was Biden's chip act that caused a lot of these companies to come back, when really it was causing a lot of the companies to stay where they were. With our tariffs, this puts a pressure on them to come back to our country, and it is.
We already had tariffs too. We had the tariffs too.
Nothing like we're seeing today.
He only added a 30% blanket tariff. We already had tariffs on microchips.
I understand, but when you add 100% tariffs on certain countries, and you forcefully tariff these countries, in a ridiculous number, you are telling them that we are not going to play ball anymore. Especially when we could talk about medications and things like that. Do you know how much money they were making, off hand and foot to support these cartels off of the pills that we were buying from them? Is in the trillions of dollars.
Wait, what?
So we just put 100% tariffs on, like all the medications and pills that we buy from other countries.
I know that, and it'll be a few years until those pop up again. So we're just going to pay through those tariffs, right, for a while. Same thing with all the things you're claiming to industrialize and be AI and so on. Or in 10 years, probably we're going to be paying through those tariffs until that, right?
Well, I think what he wants to do is crash the dollar and go more digital, so we can track the money a little bit more. So I think that's why you are watching our dollar slowly crash.
So he's just doing that, not openly, but the smart people know that's what he's doing.
Once again, don't think Donald Trump is the all knowing. He listens to analysts, and he gets into a boardroom of smart people, and they say this is
that's
the best.
Debatable. He gets in a room of people that glaze him and maybe trick him into doing things that they want him to do, but he fires any sort of dissent. He does not shop for opinions. I promise you that.
Well, all I'm seeing is a restructure to our military, a strengthening of our borders without policies or laws. Things are getting done quicker than any.
So things that could be quickly undone because they're not policies and laws, right?
Yeah, but they won't be because they're working. Why would we undo
they definitely will
working?
be. We definitely won't be spending $140 billion on ICE when a new president comes in. We're definitely not going to do that. We're definitely not going to be sending people to CCOT. When another president hops into office, there will be more people coming to the border. This is not a permanent solution. This is just like iron fist fear tactics. And we're America. We should frown upon this. But we're also, this is what blows my mind. Since the 90s, crime is down like fucking 60%. And we're meeting crime today with the most force and authoritarian shit I have ever heard of. Yet historically, it's way down. You're like, we've got to do this.
Crime is still higher than pre-pandemic levels. And I promise.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Excuse
me? Absolutely. It's still higher than pre-pandemic levels. Absolutely.
In Chicago?
In Portland? In Washington?
Why are you naming all these weird cities? Chicago's like 26th.
Well, I'm just speaking some numbers here for you to let you know that you and I could
Have you heard of Memphis or St. Louis? Why isn't he there?
You and I could never. Well, I'm going to explain why. You and I could never walk through Southside Jamaica, Queens at 2 a.m. Let's just keep it real, man. There is a system out there in our country right now. I don't know if you ever go to Instagram and type in gang shootings, but I watch these kids unalive each other like it's a fucking war zone out there. All right,
Uh-huh.
they have no care for each other.
And
They
and you're
think
strictly just watching those, right?
I'm watching what's going on
Nice.
in my country.
I live in downtown Dallas. The crime here is way worse than DC. And I walk around at 2 a.m. almost every night.
Well,
Walking
you're
my
just
dog.
playing
I
this-
live in downtown, baby.
Dude, the cities aren't where it's dangerous. It's outside of the cities. It's the neighborhoods. Yeah, it's the
That's-
gang neighborhoods. If you don't
Okay.
think Bloods and Crips and Rugs run the streets, then that's okay. But you live in a false world. If you
I
don't
live
think
in a
these
false world.
kids-
You just need this to be true so that you can justify Trump's authoritative, like, military takeovers of cities. Arbitrary military take. He's literally just pushing for civil unrest. He's pushing for
It's
even a
already
judge
civil
said it.
unrest. You can't go through any of these cities.
Yes,
I
you
watched the
can.
Black-
You're catastrophizing
you
it.
look at
Yes, you
Washington and
absolutely
they say-
can.
If you look at Washington and they say the crime is down 27%, they're speaking of violent crime. If you look at the theft, it is at 9,500 problems that happen in their area. So once again, that's only down 5%. It's the theft that is a problem in Washington. In other places,
Okay.
it's violent crime. But
Okay.
right now, so once again, you act like it's safe, buddy. It's not safe.
It is safe if you're not a retail store who is insured, by the way. And the reason theft is up is because of this thing in place called the law. And if you're a retail store and you have loss prevention and you don't like being sued, you tell them not to chase these people. And it's created a pattern of crime. And no matter what we do,
safe crime, though, right? Safe crime.
Sure, whatever. No matter what we do with the law or enforcement, it just makes no sense. It makes no sense. We could over police it.
Difference. Yeah.
What would red state do is what I want to. You want a military guy standing there?
Well, I want to let you know the big difference between this president and other presidents and how we're going to lock it down a little bit differently this time. We already know that it's going to cost us a ton of money to keep the National Guard in these cities. We're only getting them there to set up a specialized unit. In Trump's executive order, you can see that we wrote a specialized militarized unit we'll be training to drop off in every city when we pull out the National Guard that will take care of these gangs and some of these hardcore things. We're also running a trilateral with ICE that when police pull these people over and they don't have documentation, we're going to snatch their ass right there off the streets. So we're trying to keep up with Obama's numbers. It's a different manner of doing it, but we're also going to set curfews and we're going to stop this crime, man.
Set
and
curfews.
Country,
Love it.
You're damn right. And the
Love
country
it.
will thank us. The country will thank us.
The country will
The
thank us.
numbers-
We'll
the
do it for
numbers will
national
speak for
security.
themselves.
We'll do
Yeah,
it for national
because-
security. The freest country in the world now has military in all of the
You already
cities.
watched what happened when
Love
two
it.
white kids walked into an educated college. If the police weren't there, those kids would have decimated those two white boys.
What are you
can
talking
already-
about?
Did you not see those two white kids go try to have a conversation with HBCU college kids?
No, what happened?
Well,
Were they
these two-
Yahtzees?
No, they didn't. They were two white kids who walked in and tried to do a Charlie Kirk. They put a table down and tried to have a conversation with some black
Is it the
people.
kids who? What were the messages on there? One of them said, "Not all cultures are equal."
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah,
Let's have
they
it-
can get
oh,
out.
oh. Yeah, they can. Oh, they did. They almost fucking got beat to hell probably if
Oops.
the police weren't there. So once again, that's our educated. I saw a video of a black kid who graduated college, and under his text, he said, "I wasn't here for 258 days, got all Fs, and still graduated." We are passing kids constantly who are not graduating.
You
who
guys are
supposed
now
to
the party of
graduate.
anti-intellectualism and anti-higher education, and
Yeah.
this happens every time in authoritative states. But go for it.
I mean, you are the party for open borders and trans ideology in school.
No,
and
we're
you
not.
can't admit it.
Okay,
Yeah, and that's
I
why-
want you to tell me one time where we've legislated trans ideology in school.
Exactly. I love that
Tell
you
me.
just said that. That's the greatest thing you could have ever said. I debate that the Democratic Party stands for things they don't promote. So during the Kamala and Trump administration fight, we spent $29 million against transgender commercials. Do you know how much money you spent promoting it?
No,
Zero.
you guys spent $217 million actually against trans ideology.
Well, what I mean is you've never heard Kamala or Biden say we need trans ideology.
Exactly.
In school.
Exactly. You guys are gaslighting us.
But
Yes.
if I were to ask you, is it happening across hundreds of schools? You would
Yeah.
say yes or no.
I would say no. This is what I would say. I would say
Wow,
that
that's
organically,
cultism.
organically, society has become more open to these ideas. And what you guys do is you perverse these ideas, you fetishize these ideas. And the second we talk about like a man and a man in a child's book, you guys go, oh, that's sexual. And you guys can go on and on and on with this for days, but none of this has actually ever been shoved into classrooms because of our legislation, because of leftist policies. They're naturally arising. And these are things that we can talk about now as a society. And you guys can just be Christian and conservative or whatever and be the like anti-gay people that you have been historically. And that's what's happening.
If I were to ask 1,000 people, is LGBTQ and trans ideology a part of the Republican Party or the Democratic Party? What do you think out of 1,000 people would say?
They would definitely not say the right because you guys have demonized them. That's your minority group this generation. That is y'all's minority group that you're attacking this generation.
And listen, I can show you videos of an entire middle class that is completely transgender and non-binary, and they're all purpled hair. The entire class, the whole fucking school, pretty much. And you can ask why that's a bad thing, because when you do that, come 18, you get the gay vote, and we find it to be a disgusting way to get votes.
Okay, sorry, we're not trying to get the gay vote. You guys would get the gay vote too if you didn't bash them all the time. It just so happens that we have to. We're the side that we say, hey, you're welcome here, since the Republicans hate you. That's all that
you're
is.
the side that says, Johnny, you might be in the wrong body. Let's get you some gender affirming care, get you on some HRT medicines. Go ahead.
You can strawman that all you want, but this is just science.
Well, it's not science.
It absolutely is.
Are you kidding me? Are you joking?
I'm not joking.
Yeah. So when you can look at the father who's staring at his little girl standing on second place podium as A.B. Hernandez just decimated her in track and field, and she looks up and she goes, "This isn't fair," and you go, "That's science, bitch."
That's right. It's science.
Fuck you on that one, buddy. Fuck you for letting those little girls cry their eyes out and have
this is just a plea to emotion.
Take their fucking
this is just a plea to emotion. This is you crying. This is your facts over feelings, bub. It's just science, man. I'm sorry. Yeah. Gender dysphoria is a real thing. The way you treat it is with gender affirming care. You guys refuse to do that. You refuse to do the thing that makes them stop unaliving themselves. And then you pretend to care about the little children that just got second place. And you want to clutch pearls about that. Go get fucked, bud.
Yeah, and then it goes into college. It goes into college with Leah Thomas, who wins an NCAA division and absolutely decimates all the women in college. Actually, when you're trying to do a career is when you go into college. It's not like high school.
Leah Thomas hasn't won shit since, and there are literally 10 transgender people in that entire league. Out of 500,000, 10 people. This is what you guys are focusing on. You're saving the 10 people. Heavens to Betsy, guys. I'm glad all 10 of those people had people vote for them.
It starts with 10, and then it's in every fucking school, and then it's 100,000, and then it's just men and women's sports.
There you go. It's a slippery slope. We're just letting people exist. It's real bad. It's a pandemic. It's an epidemic.
It's cool, man. You want men in women's sports.
None of us even voted for this, right? This is something naturally occurring, and you guys are handling the least graceful. Excuse me. You guys are handling the least. You guys are handling the least graceful way I could possibly think of. You don't give a fuck about anybody here.
And
you don't care about anybody's
feelings. Because your leaders never fucking spoke about this, and it's naturally happening under your fucking party's movement.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
no. We're letting people, we're accepting people. Oh, no.
Listen, out of all the gay letters, LGBTQ, trans is the only one that requires hardcore drugs to fucking change your entire life. Even people who do drag don't do hardcore drugs. Gay people don't take hardcore drugs.
What do you consider hardcore drugs?
Listen, I don't know.
What are you talking about?
How old you are, but I started taking testosterone at 40 years old, and it made me 18 years old again. I was fucking super adrenalized. It changed my mind. I felt young again. So HRT
I've been on T as well. And guess what?
HRT
I didn't feel like this animal or this world-class assassin that you claim, or I didn't feel like a pedo either. It just made me feel good, right?
Well, what I'm saying is it changed your mind a little bit. So don't think giving a boy HRT medicine doesn't feminize the fuck out of him.
Nobody gives boys this medicine. What we do to people, what we do to adolescents is we usually give puberty blockers, if anything. And that's a very few number of people. I think in the last 6 years, it's 900 people. Out of a nation of 350 million people, these are the minority groups that you guys choose to care about. even though you guys have people on your side circumcising people for all of since the Dark Ages. Where's your cry for that?
Your party's fucked, bro.
Where's your why aren't you crying about that? You guys are touching little kids too. On your side, it's 65% of the people in the news that are touching little kids. It's y'all.
It's y'all. Well,
and 12% of them are religious. None of them are trans. None of them are gay. None of them are drag queens.
Well, out of the trans, there's been quite a lot of shooters, actually. So those numbers are starting to fucking rise a little bit.
Well, that's also misleading, too, because the last trans shooter was far right, very far right. They cited far right people and assassins and killers that happened overseas. They celebrated them. That was yours. They were detransitioning, too, by the way.
I know we're not talking about Tyler.
The one that shot up the church?
Oh, that guy. Yeah, he was a fucking redneck. That happened.
That was a right winger. Yeah, that's you.
Absolutely. Yeah. But once again, their numbers are rising. All right. As far as their movement, their numbers are not.
They went from 3 to 4. Oh, man.
As far as the shooters.
You guys are like 700 and they went from 3 to 4.
We're the majority of the country. We're going to have all the numbers.
The trans people should be 1% of these numbers, and they're not even close. You can stop, dude.
Let those numbers keep rising, man.
We will? You will.
Yeah. Well, first of all, you're not going to win ever again because you couldn't tell me right now who you're going to vote for next. You have no
Gavin
fucking
Newsom,
leaders.
baby.
Oh, Gavin Newsom. So have you ever looked into his career or what he ran on for governor?
Is it worse than Trump, who essayed somebody who's historically been a con man and a fraud, and he's got 34 felonies? Is it worse than that?
Get into that. Do you know what Gavin has? He's only run on 2 things his entire career. Do you know what the 2 things are?
What are those?
He ran on ending homelessness and a high-speed rail for California. Mm-hmm. First of all, we already know how homeless is doing. This is since 2008, by the way.
Okay.
We already know how homelessness is doing. And let me tell you how much money's been invested into that fucking high-speed rail. I'd have to look it up, but it could be in the billions. Please look it up. Because what's amazing about it is however much it is, only about 36 miles have been built, and there's about 150 miles left since 2008. He's ran on this. Even last year he ran on it. That we got to get this high-speed rail, and we're going to get it. It's gonna
I think high-speed rail is a no-brainer, and whatever red tape or whatever he's facing. Listen, I get it. You guys can come and tell us how to do economies when y'all figure it out. When you guys figure out how to balance a budget, you can come tell us how to do that. When you guys figure out homelessness, you can do that. But if you guys were to ever take over California or any like blue city, you guys would explode with problems. You guys have never tested your politics at a large scale in this country. When you do, it's a fucking disaster economically, socially, everything. So it's crime. You got to be joking, right?
I love it, man. You're the party for illegals and trans ideology in schools.
There's a pivot.
You're never going to win.
You're telling on yourself with that pivot, bud. You're telling on yourself.
You're also in California. You're the party to give free needles and drugs out to people.
It's called harm reduction.
Drug use.
It's called harm reduction. It's called, you can probably correlate something, but it's called harm reduction. No, it's called harm reduction. It's called harm reduction.
That's increasing harm, my friend. That's
it's
tripling the numbers.
The numbers speak for themselves. There's plenty of studies that back this up. Harm reduction is harm reduction. And it reduced deaths. It reduces deaths and it reduces pathogen and virus spreading.
It was more deaths.
No.
When you add more drugs in the streets, more people die.
False. They're not adding more drugs. They have safe injection sites, and they let you use clean needles, so you're not sharing a fucking needle.
Dude, our country's having a complete different conversation than what you people are having. And that's what I mean. We are going to start having some hard conversations that are going to hurt you guys.
I know. You guys are going to have to start looking at data. And when you just look at these for the shock value and not actually look into the data, I know it's going to be real bad. And what I have to do is I sit up here and I have to show you guys the data all day and day out. And you guys look at it and you hate it. You hate the data
all day. First of all, you already know Gavin couldn't win anything against our people. And then you
have our people. Who's your people?
Against any Republican.
Okay.
Right, first of all. And then number 2, your biggest leaders disappear on you. Kamala just disappeared, never fought for anything, came back with a book. And then your biggest voice, Michelle Obama, says she doesn't do politics. You have no fucking leaders for your party. Your
guy paints his face orange, and his sidekick is a guy who said he was Hitler.
Okay. It's over, dude. I mean, once again, there's no chance of winning from here.
The
When you
whole
run on
world
these
hates
things.
Trump. The whole world. We have all the polling
I
from
think if
Pew
we ran
Research.
another vote, we
The
would have
whole.
more votes this time.
I don't think so. I can't get people to come up here and debate me to save my life. I can't get people to come up here. The first thing they say is like, well, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I voted for him. I have people so scared to admit that they like Trump. It's embarrassing.
It's so weird.
It's embarrassing, dude.
Yeah. I mean, I've never watched one. I'm 42 years old. I've never watched one man be attacked more, and not just him. Anyone who shook the guy's hand,
I don't know. Maybe he shouldn't have made fun of a disabled reporter and then called Obama Kenyan in the leader of ISIS. Maybe that's how you don't get made fun of and targeted.
But they just proved he's not born in America.
I haven't looked it up. They just that just came out. When?
That fucking just came out.
Yeah?
They proved he is not born in America.
I want to see it. Let's see
American
it.
Citizen. I don't know. I can pull that up, or you can pull that up. When I just saw it, I was blown the fuck away. That report just came out. He is not an American citizen. He himself, within 2 occasions, live said he was from Kenya. And
There's
born
nothing.
in Kenya.
There's nothing on the front page of Google about this. Where can I find this?
Fuck, dude. Hold on. Proof Obama was born in Kenya.
Tell this guy to start responding to the points instead of steamrolling or us in another 30 from Gerald. I have made quite a few good points, and you did just pivot like for the 15th time. And then you just keep saying like, "Oh, Democrats will never win." That's the battle cry of all of y'all when you start losing these conversations.
I've been speaking my own truth here. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. All right. I can't find that either, so we'll just say bullshit on that.
Holy fuck, dude.
Holy
fucking shit.
I saw a video that said they fucking proved the guy was not from Kenya, but I can't find it right now. And I'm not going to go through it.
All right. This is what Trump has done to y'all. This is why he gets attacked, because these are dangerous conspiracies.
Dude, you got to admit,
and these are horrible.
We can't find the guy's birth certificate.
We absolutely can. We had it. We found it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, once again, everything seems kind of strange.
And you still say that this came out of nowhere, that Trump was just attacked out of nowhere. Well, even though he called Ted Cruz's wife a dog, that was the first thing in presidential history we've seen. He's the worst. You championed him being an asshole to his opponents,
like the E. Jean Carroll, or if you want to get into the real stuff where 20 women come out of nowhere and start saying the guy touched him 20 years ago. If he was such a habitual offender,
when you run for president, people see that as go, oh, okay, well, this guy he grabbed me by the pussy 20 years ago. I need to speak up.
Yeah,
and it turns out he is a habitual liar.
Why didn't anything come out with any video in the past 10 years, 15 years, where we could actually get some video of the guy being a piece of shit, rather than video of Hunter Biden?
We have videos of Trump being a piece of shit over the last 10 years. It's everywhere.
Where? When do I?
He called immigrants vermin. He said that they're poisoning the blood of the country. Yeah. He's lied. He's lied completely. His character. This is what you're saying. Why can't we see him on TV? Okay, because Trump probably knows at the age of 80 not to do anything on camera.
Yeah, sure. It's been 20 years since anything like that. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. And once again, I don't know if you've ever watched the E-Gene with Anderson Cooper, but that guy is literally trying to exit the interview because he knows that I'm talking to a crazy person right now. That this is not a credible person at all.
And Trump's not crazy for talking about, I don't know, how windmills give fucking whales cancer and how magnets could poof underwater. He's not crazy. And he said that she's not his type, and he pointed to her and said that that's Marla, my ex-wife. No, that's not Marla. That's the woman we're accusing you of raping.
That's the hardest working 76-year-old man you've ever seen in your life.
That's a pivot.
That man did more speeches and rallies in hot sun and fucking stood outside and took more interviews than any man I've ever seen.
He is a narcissist. He's a malignant narcissist, and that is just a symptom of being a narcissist. You loved being on camera, but he also was the hardest golfer we've ever seen in the White House. He golfed 166 times in 4 years. When he made fun of Barack,
is fucking closed.
When you made fun of, he didn't do a damn thing. He promised to build a wall and have Mexico pay for it. Didn't do it. it. Promised to pass the infrastructure, didn't do it. Promised to replace the ACA. That was coming out in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Never came. It's been 8 years. He hasn't done anything besides make fun of his opponents
so
and cry about his poor being a billionaire and being targeted all the time. It's all he's cried about. You guys need to save America because they're coming after me. And he had so many felonies. You bailed him out.
They're coming after us. He's just in the way.
He's a billionaire. He's not us. Yeah. He's a billionaire who commits crimes all the time.
They want to silence the people. Yeah.
Okay, Trump, who is literally talking about the FCC taking away, he said it today in a tweet that he wants to take away the licenses of certain media groups with the FCC.
You think it's normal before Trump, like Jimmy Fallon, Stephen Colbert, The View, they all talked about national events and stuff. We would all come home from work and watch the shows, and then all of a sudden they just started talking about one guy, and all of a sudden it started kind of getting political, and then that politicalness started turning to, this is the most dangerous fucking man in America, and if you voted for him, you're a fucking Nazi.
No, you're a fascist, but not a Nazi.
There you go. You might as well grab a gun and start taking them out, because these are fascist people. These are dangerous.
Grabbing a gun. Trump has labeled an entire group of people here rapists and killers and have bad genetics and are poisoning the blood of the country. He's cited great replacement theory.
Do you know how much fucking cartels stream over to our lands?
There you go.
Dude,
so
you don't think
do you know how many? Do you know where they get their guns? Where do they get their guns?
Oh yeah, American gives them all the guns.
There you go. We should keep our shit together. What's deadlier, guns? What's deadlier?
What country has the most oil?
America?
Venezuela. What country has the most gold?
I don't know.
Venezuela. And yet they're in a humanitarian crisis. They're in a humanitarian crisis because their fucking cartel ran, and they stream their fentanyl over here like it's Christmas every day. And you guys think it's cool. You don't see the real hardcore shit. You don't watch. No,
we don't catastrophize this, and we also just know the truth in the context, and that Trump gave Venezuelans TPS 4 hours before he left office, so that they flooded to our borders, so you can get fucked with your fucking bullshit, dude.
We have boots on the ground right now in fucking war with them, and I hope you know that's happening.
Arbitrarily killing boats, people, fishermen.
Oh,
good job.
You're fucking lost, man.
Yeah,
I
trust the Trump administration, who just, instead of facing the fact that they wrongfully deported Abrego Garcia, they just slandered him. You don't think they're just going to slander everybody that they do bad?
He's a citizen of El Salvador.
So
he's not an American citizen.
We had a protective order for him to not be deported to El Salvador.
Protecting a gang member.
Oh, he was never adjudicated to be a gang member.
Gang members. We fight for cartel members.
So instead of fighting, this is what you're doing. This is what Trump did. Instead of admitting that he fucked up and he's deporting people without due process, or he made an administrative error like he initially came out and said, he slanders him. And then he says Democrats want these types of people in the country. This is the worst leader I've ever heard of. Is the most divisive, disgusting rhetoric ever.
Do you think Obama gave due process to 8 million people?
It's called extradited removal. And if you're here under 2 years, that's the law. You can get removed. But Abrego Garcia was here longer than 2 years.
Yeah, he was past his 1 year check-in with what he was supposed to do.
Yes, with asylum. I get that.
Exactly.
But also, if you want to look at all the laws, you have to follow all of them.
We don't give a shit about him. We've deported so many people. He's just one person.
I know. 60% of them have no criminal record in either country, and that's the biggest cope ever, is that they're all like Abrego Garcia, and they're not.
Well, dude, the only thing illegal they did was break Section Code 1352 of stepping onto our lands without going through the port of entry.
Oh, no. And what's the punishment for that? It's $250?
It's bye-bye is what it is.
They owe me $250?
In any other country, it's bye-bye.
Okay, and but you guys obsess over this. You guys obsess over this. And the thing is, there's no bad outcomes. It's not worth spending so much money on. And this is the nativism. This is why you guys are considered very far right. This is why you guys are considered disgusting fascists, because you guys obsess over this. This is now life or death. You don't care if it's dividing families. You don't care if it's costing a fortune. You don't care if it's looking like a humanitarian crisis on the world stage. You want them gone. And it can turn into something worse. You don't want them to have due process because they're all criminals. They're all gangsters like Abrego Garcia. They're bad people. That's what you're saying. Barbaric. He probably had a Nazi meeting. I don't know. Chat, tap the screen if you want to get to 50K before our next guest. And if you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. Hello.
Howdy, howdy. How's it going?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. I think I accidentally requested up, so you can drop me.
Okay. Much love. Much love. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump
How are you doing
supporter?
today? No, but I'm an immigrant. I just wanted to say real quick, it's weird how MAGA has an obsession with us. It's like a weird little kink to these people. And no judgment of kinks, but y'all are weird, MAGA. Like, if you guys are obsessed with us, just say it out loud. It will make you guys feel so much better to get it off your chest. Just saying. Anyway, thank you for being awesome. You're one of my favorite creators that I've seen on here. So thank you for sticking up for us. Thank you for being awesome, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you. I love you. Forehead kisses. Hello? Hello, are you a Trump supporter? CMB? I don't know if they meant to come up. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, come tell me why you like Trump. We fixed my camera. Also, I have a Cash App and Venmo in the bio. If you guys are trying to support me, it's one of the best ways to do it. Or become a subscriber. It's a little pricier than it used to be, but it's just for the especially cool people. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
I voted Trump so he would like implode everything and capitalism and the world financial system.
So you're just a accelerationist?
Yeah. I'm surprised you know what that word is. But yeah. So when was socialism the biggest in America? It was when, the 1910s, 1920s, when capitalism was so oppressive and absurd that it forced the working class to unite, and we almost had a socialist movement.
Listen, I love my lefties. I don't feel like infighting today. I don't feel like doing absurd. Like, I think it's true that things are going to get really bad, but I don't think it's going to just magically end up the way you think it will. Like, I think it's going to be like absurdly bad for a long time. Like the accelerationism is just a gamble. You're like rolling dice here. Hello?
Howdy.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Absolutely.
All right, what do you like about Trump?
I like that he's not on the left, and we should keep all leftists out of power.
Why do you say that?
Because the left has proven itself to be like a evil, dystopian, horrible, no good, very bad party.
Why do you say that?
Because they're just going down the path of what other countries have, like Pol Pot's Cambodia or whatever, and it's just going to end up the same. And
What'd you say?
I said we're going to end up exactly how like Pol Pot's Cambodia did, and that's the path that the left wants to go
Cambodia?
down. Yep.
Why can't you point to like Norway, Denmark? Why can't you point to one of those countries?
Because that's the point you guys want to go down.
But what about Denmark? What about like the happiest country on earth?
They're capitalist, but that's okay.
Yeah, we're capitalists. Almost the entire left, every politician on our side in government is a capitalist.
Except you want to replace them all with democratic socialist, end quote.
That's still capitalism. That is.
Okay, sure, yeah. Until this is the slope it's going to go down, guys, ladies and gentlemen. We just want the means of production. We just want to give back to the poor.
Trump just bought 10% stake in Intel, dude.
That's why I'm against it. That's the slope that we're going down.
This is the slope Trump is going down, and you're saying the left is doing it.
Under Obama, we have Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac still federally owned. banks and insurance companies that are still federally owned. So like it's happened under both people, and he only did it to save.
What would you prefer? You prefer that to be like you prefer to people to have such unstable markets, people making insane risky investments in such a way that would make our entire economy crumble?
No, we shouldn't have bailed out 2008. We should have let the system
Holy shit.
go.
All right. Well, then we already know we would
rebuilt by now.
we would not have.
Yes,
we would look like Cambodia. We would look like we would look like
a farmer peasant socialist dictatorship.
I'm sorry. We would be poor. We would be poor, and we would not be a world power. The reason we have a fiat currency is to bail ourselves out in this situation. And I think it is totally absurd for you to be like, oh damn, I hate the fact that they're state owned. I would much rather just face insane consequences just because of the fact.
Why to this day do we still own Fannie and Freddie? Like, please explain that to me.
So, I don't know. So just like what I said, so that we don't make absurd moves in the economy that are so big and disastrous that it makes our economy collapse.
So in 17 years, the government has been unable to undo the damage Fannie and Freddie have made?
We've had to regulate it. Since Trump has deregulated things, since he's made revisions to the Dodd-Frank Act, they've gone around and bought all the fucking houses, all of them.
What percentage of houses are owned by institutions?
Investors, it's going to be 20% of single-family homes.
No, it's 2.8%.
It's investors, 2.8. It's 20%.
2.8% of all single-family homes in this country is owned by investors.
Investors, 20.
No.
Amount of single-family homes owned by investors.
Mom and pop people that own one extra home as an investment as rental property, that's not the problem in America.
Well, largest students, 3% of family owners, their holdings much higher specific local locations. So Atlanta, it's like 25%.
You said the number to start off. What was the number?
It was 20. Hold on. I got this.
No,
total national holdings, total investor ownership as of Q1 2025. They purchased nearly 27% of all homes sold in the U.S.
Yeah, all homes sold.
Yeah, so they've bought 20. That's the number I'm talking about. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Yeah. They've bought up 20% since Trump has become president, the first time.
It was 40% last year.
Okay.
It was 40%.
Yeah, when the economy does really bad, which is what Trump is trying to do, the investors go up and buy up all the shit. That's what he loves to do.
But how was the percentage higher under Biden when the economy was great?
The economy was growing. It wasn't great. It was recovering.
It was the envy of the world, I was told.
It was. It is. It doesn't mean that it's the best at post-COVID, pre-COVID.
So how is the percentage of homeowners being investors higher under a good economy under Biden than it was today? Like, make that sense for me as well.
Again, I'm just pointing towards the fact that this is the outcome. This is the outcome of Trump's changes in legislation, not Biden's.
They bought more homes last year.
Mm-hmm. Did Biden do a thing to make that more possible? Because I can name two things that Trump did to make it more possible.
Okay, yeah, you're going to say 2019. I don't know what the other one is.
He did another executive order for deregulation of housing.
Okay, what was the EO? Yeah, I'm genuinely interested.
During his first term, he signed Executive Order 13878, created a White House Council eliminating regulatory barriers to affordable housing. The order did not target the housing first policy regarding homelessness, which Trump instead targeted with Executive Order 14321. And that's this time around.
There's like essentially nothing that the federal government can do for housing affordability. Like literally exactly zero, because housing is such a state and local thing. Like, let's take Utah's example. Utah has done an exemplary job with affordable housing because they will subsidize house builders if they can build their like $400,000+ homes if they're also building 130, 150, 180 to the $100,000 homes as well. And they're subsidizing that. They're forcing the builders to build affordable house. There's nothing that the federal government can do to help.
Why can't we do that federally?
Because how is the feds going to go to a state to say, hey, this is what your zoning needs to be. This is how much you need to put towards affordable housing. This
It
is
could
how
just
much
go
money
through
you
that
put
pipeline. It can
towards-
just go through the state will apply for it and say this is how the zoning will happen.
I mean, yeah, but like that's an extra step. We need to pressure our states to do it.
I mean, we got to take money from like areas that collect money, like California and all the blue areas. Like 70% of those areas are all blue actually, and we've got to send it to those poor red areas that need that.
No, I don't see the Fed doing anything to help.
That's
the crisis.
that's
The
what they
Fed
got to
does
do.
nothing.
That's what she had a plan. Build 3 million homes, subsidize it, give incentives to first-time home builders, first-time home buyers. That would have done it, right? Freddie Mac, it said it themselves that we have. Fannie Mae said it themselves that we have a housing shortage to the tune of 3 million houses. That's what she had a plan to build.
So we're going to take the side of the bank that that held like
Now it's bad.
like 60% of the bad loans. Like we're going to take their word for it.
I mean,
That are
when they've got a pretty good idea of what the market needs, and so did Kamala, and so did a bunch of other billionaires that helped build this
They're
plan,
literally
and
owned by the Fed.
yeah, and so
By
did
that
a bunch of other billionaires came together. I think Mark Cuban came and helped with this plan. It
The
sounded like a
housing
good
is not
plan.
gonna get solved by federal. Like you're just not going to be able to convince anybody of that. Nobody believes that because I
Well,
mean, what are we
I
going
don't
to
know.
do?
That's it seemed like a good plan to all those people.
No, giving 20 or 25,000, whatever it was, is for first-time home buyers. Absolutely not.
What do you mean
It would just
absolutely not?
drive because there's a study. Oh my god, I cannot remember the name of the study. It took like 7 or 8 different countries that did very similar legislation where it had just cash money for a down payment. It was a tax credit like what Kamala Harris was proposing, and then just like subsidizing housing. They had 3 different ways that these countries did
You
it.
just admitted that that's good, and you just cited Utah.
No. They're subsidizing the building of affordable housing.
And then Kamala did that too. She was going to subsidize the builders.
Never heard that. Never heard her say that ever.
Yeah, it was on both sides.
Both sides of what?
She was going to subsidize the builder and the buyer.
Well, that's just going to push up the price of housing, like it's done in every.
I mean,
other
that's what
country.
you say, but we have corporations with like infinite number of money, and then we have people who have a little more cushion and bargaining power now versus those corporations.
No, I mean, what would be even better for first-time home buyers is having like a reduced interest rate for young people. That would be way more beneficial. Forcing banks to give lower interest rates to young people and first-time home buyers, like that'd be way better because then you actually can compete.
I mean, we already
with the
have
bank.
FDA loans.
Okay, FDA. What do you have to do to qualify for that?
You have to have first-time home buyer.
Yeah, there's very specific requirements for FDA.
You have to have
loans.
like a 640 credit score and something else.
Okay. So if you have a good credit score like me, you're fucked. Got it.
Wait, if you have a good credit score?
Yeah, 640 and
Yeah,
below?
640 and
Or
up.
just above.
And
Oh, my
up,
bad, my bad,
yeah.
my bad. Yeah, if you have a bad credit score. As well.
If you have a
shouldn't be
bankruptcy?
owning a home, actually. You shouldn't be owning a home if we learned our lesson with that.
You just I mean, think about all these kids taking college like student loans and all those predatory loans. You want those same students signing up for
No.
houses?
No. There needs to be income. I never said anything about income requirements. I never said anything about. Never mind.
I don't think young kids getting
It's
homes is a
straightforward.
good idea.
You don't think? Okay, well, how about people under 30?
Sure. FHA, thank you,
I'm
not
not talking about,
FDA.
like, 17,
Kara
18.
sent me $2. Thank you so much. Please ask this dude how Trump will help any of this. His buddies are investment firms. It's not Fannie and Freddie. I am a risk expert in the banking industry. Carrot, you're welcome to come up and talk about this if you know about this.
He's not. If Fannie and Freddie is not a problem for what? I mean, they're like a big part of 2008.
Kara, are you still here? He's asked us to Chaos Coordinator, is that you? Hello? Hello, is this you? Hello? Kara?
Strange.
Hello, hello? Maybe an accident. Okay.
But yeah, there's nothing that the feds can do to help housing. There's never been a thing that the feds have got their hands on and made better. Nothing.
This is so nihilist and pessimist. What do you mean?
Not.
Like Trump is sitting here building a gold dome. He's doing all sorts of stuff federally, and you guys are cool with that. He's got his hands directly on just about everything he wants to. Yet you want the Fed to not touch housing.
With the federal government, I mean, not the federal. I think we should abolish the Federal Reserve. Wait, what do you not think that? Why not? Why do you think we should have a Federal Reserve?
I honestly, I am not smart enough to have that conversation. Are you just somebody that likes the gold standard?
I mean, it's too unaffordable now. Like it'd be impossible now.
Yeah.
But the Federal Reserve, their target rate is 2% inflation, which is disgusting. Like that is just.
Why is that disgusting?
That's theft.
What?
That is. So
do you know why we need inflation?
It's a sign of a growing economy.
No, it also helps you pay back your debts.
The only thing that grows continuously is a cancer cell. Their economy shouldn't grow 2% because it only benefits the rich people. It only benefits.
No, that helps you pay back your debts. 2% growth is good. It's healthy.
Oh my God. It's not growth. It's inflation. Inflation is growth.
It helps you pay back your debts. So if you owe $8,000 and inflation happens 2% over the next few years, $8,000 is very easy to pay back.
Oh my God. I would really encourage you, because you said you're not educated. I just look at the Fed. They're a disgusting organization. They're run by bankers, and they're only serving themselves. They're not serving the people. They are only serving themselves. They don't care if the normal people suffers. They say if they have a dual mandate of lower inflation and making sure that the job market is fine. They don't give a fuck. The Fed is a disgusting organization. They were created in 1911. They're disgusting, and they should be abolished. And
I think Trump has just done a lot of anti-government propaganda, anti-Fed propaganda. And he's said things he himself has tried to manipulate the Fed, which is a line that nobody has crossed. He's out here tweeting and saying things to threaten Powell. It's fucking weird, man. And I absolutely think we should have at least that until we have something else in place. We shouldn't be fucking harassing them and threatening them with the federal government.
Who's your favorite president of all time? I'm gonna hope you say one name.
Who's my favorite person?
President.
Of all time?
Who do you think is the best? The best job, help everybody. I want you to say one name.
I don't know. I don't even have a favorite president. I could say FDR. Recently. FDR?
Yeah. You think FDR was good?
Sure.
Okay. No, he wasn't. So his first he took office in January. In April, he put out an EO, taking everybody's gold, and then gave it, and it was specifically going to the Fed. So to say that he was manipulating for the Fed, he literally stole every American's wealth, gave it to the Federal Reserve to then lend out to themselves, borrow against it, and sell it, and stole the wealth of America. In 1970, they did the same thing. Nixon removed the gold standard, sold all the gold from under us. This is every president fucks with the Fed. Just to act like this is a Trump exclusive thing is a naive thing to believe. The Fed is a disgusting organization and it should be abolished. But no president is ever going to say that because they all benefit from that system because they're all fucking rich and they're all Like, I sound like a leftist. I sound like a fucking socialist loser, but I'm not.
Okay. I don't know. I think that everybody, the majority of the people that you're voting against, they're not looking to do anything crazy like that. Like, we simply just want to continue social safety nets, and we don't want to harass the world. We look like assholes. We don't want to win elections punching down on minorities. We're tired of being gaslit into defending trans people and immigrants when you guys mistreat them. We're simply, every time we have control of the economy, we do better. Every single time. Every time. There's no reason not to vote Democrat. There just really isn't.
Because they're going to take us down the slippery slope of Pol Pot's Cambodia. I'm telling you. Like, I'm telling you, if they had the option to unalive 25% of Americans, they will. Because look at the...
Excuse me?
70% of all Democrats right now believe it's okay for political violence.
That's not true. 70% of all political violence is done by the right.
No, that's such a lie. Go to the study. Let's pull it up. Let's do it.
Well, Trump deleted one of them, but
they
sure.
do not include a vast majority of political targeted violence on the right. They include any anti-government protest or
anti-government is right-wing. Trump has perpetuated a lot of that, actually.
Is ICE government?
Sure.
Is anti-ICE typically associated with the right?
This would probably be, that would be considered left.
Yes.
If you're against anti-immigration.
Yes. So that absolutely
that would be human rights. That would fall under human rights. That would be left. That would be leftist domestic teism.
Against government officials.
Mm-hmm.
Government officials.
You can read the actual, I think it's CDC hotspots for domestic terrorism. We can actually see the actual incidents in, no, not, that's the hotline. National Inmate Partner. Is it not the CDC hotspots?
I don't remember the name of it.
It's the ADL maybe, domestic abuse
one of those
hotspots.
groups. I think the ADL worked on it. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's a bullshit study by an NGO.
It's not an NGO.
And oh my god, it's such bullshit. And you can open.
Do you have an alternate study? Do you have an alternate study?
I don't have it on the top of my head, but you can look at just how they aggregated the data.
Yeah,
it's just not good.
It's not good. Come on, dude. Okay. The left wants to feed and house everybody. The right is full of Nazis. They have religious zealots. They're anti-abortion. Like, they bomb abortion clinics. They have actual Nazis. Yes, there are Nazis on the right. Yes.
How many Nazis do you think are on Earth?
I don't know.
I would say in this country.
In this country, I don't know. 10,000.
10,000. Let's say 10,000. What are they going to do?
I don't know. What are the radical? What are the communists going to do? Who are the communists? How many communists do you think are in our country?
More than Nazis.
Okay, and they just want to feed and house everyone, right?
Oh my god. North Korea was just going to give everybody houses, guys. They were going to give you your food. They were going to give you housing and a guaranteed job. That's all they wanted to do. Why didn't you vote for the Kims?
Really we don't have anybody in the government that's doing that, though. But here's like the list. Here's the list. We can go white supremacists. We can go. We can also do anti-government. Do we have that here? Sure, we don't even have that. This is just hate speech. I'll just do extremist murders. We'll go back to the map. We'll look at all of the extremist murders that happened. Is this 2025? What is this?
Looks pretty empty, man. And the ADL.
Oh, it's in Colorado. Okay, there we go. We'll go extremist murders list. Right wing on August 29th, 2024. Corey Cobb Bay, a sovereign citizen who's against the government, who thinks the government, if you know, pulled his vehicle near a parked police cruiser and then got out and approached the officer sitting in the cruiser. After a brief discussion, Cobb Bay pulled out a gun and shot them point blank, unaliving them, removed a shotgun from the police officer cruiser, then waited for the other officers to respond to the killing, engaged them in gunfire, and arrived in wounding 2 officers, one of whom was shot in the face, permanently blinded by their injuries. Cobb Bay fled his own vehicle. After a 20-mile chase, he stopped, exiting his vehicle and shotgun. He hoisted at officers exiting the vehicle. He died after multiple officers fired at him. Police have characterized the incident as an ambush and execution. Right-wing, anti-government.
How the hell have we never heard about this? That's crazy.
Yeah, and when Trump, I believe in his first presidency, he has like 400 different tweets where he spouted anti-government rhetoric. And when you do this with the biggest microphone on earth, there's absolutely going to be violence. It's called stochastic terrorism.
So I agree with you. So calling the right Nazis and saying there were Nazis and saying there's a few, maybe I guarantee there's less than 10,000. Let's just say 10,000 to be generous. To say we need to hunt these 10,000. You're going to falsely accuse somebody.
There's literally a trend right now of girls sig heiling on Twitter. It's a trend.
Okay, what does that have to do with literally?
It's literally cute right now.
I'm so confused. What does this mean for anything?
So the Aryan Freedom Network has 1,500 members.
Wow, that is an expensive network, man.
Neo-Nazi white supremacist, ADL 282. I mean, Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist. He's not a Nazi, but he's like bigger than ever now. He's
Did you
the
ever
new Charlie
watch
Kirk.
one thing he said?
Yes.
Other than
Do you like him? You like Nick Fuentes?
I don't like him. I mean, I think I agree with some of the things he say.
Man.
I think a lot of it is just nonsense, but I think some of it, it's just true what he says. Some of it.
All right, type. A lot of shit that Hitler said, I'm sure was true too.
Okay, so I agree with a lot of the stuff Kamala Harris said. I agree with some of the stuff Trump said. I agree with some of the stuff everybody says. Everybody can be knowledgeable and
if we do not squash things at the source, if we don't nip things at the bud, if we don't just say, okay, Nick Fuentes has crossed a line we should not as a society, that he is causing problems and violence, that we should not give him a single instance of what violence?
Yeah, that has
do you think that white supremacy causes violence?
No, I'm saying what can be linked to Nick Fuentes.
Do you think that white supremacist beliefs in general do not lead to violence? Because we have tons of that in America. We have tons of people coming through supermarkets and stuff with the N-word painted on their gun. Mm-hmm. They absolutely do this. And it's not because people like Nick Fuentes don't exist.
But we've also had 5 anti-IS BOMBINGS this year, or shootings.
Okay.
So there's more, that violence than there are anti or pro-white supremacist shit going on.
That's not true. Not even close.
Really? There's been more than 5?
Yeah. Here's the map of it.
This year.
That is 2024 to 2024. That's in the last year.
Well, that's Biden's white supremacist country.
Man. Okay, then Trump was. Then we talk about Trump when we talk about the 2020 riots, right?
Let's see 2020. Let's see how extensive it was. Oh, it's Trump. Whoa!
That's still a lot, bud.
Whoa! Hold on. Let's go. Let's put him right.
That's more than 5. That's way more than 5.
That shrunk a fuck ton.
Okay, yeah, because we're. What do you mean that shrunk?
Go back past 2020.
No, this is 2025. This is only 2025.
I thought you went to 2020. My bad.
No, this is only 2025.
I just.
This is white supremacist violence.
Okay, but we don't calculate the leftist violence. We just don't, because we don't want to know. That's what the left does not want to know.
Isn't Trump in charge? Can't he track it now?
Sure. You're not even on a government website. You're on the ADL, which is
okay.
Disgusting.
We'll let Trump. You think the ADL is disgusting?
Yeah. Go to the what's his name? the founder.
Dude, never in my life would I ever have to worry about what hate speech website is accurate. Never in my life. I don't think I have to worry about these things. You find yourself on a side where you have to figure out what data sides with your ideas. You're sitting here. We are shopping data right now for you to feel good about the right wing and their violence in America.
Absolutely not. Well, I don't care about their data. The data can be absolutely fine. I don't care. But the ADL, the CEO of it right now, currently, he went on an interview a month ago and said that interracial marriage is a terrible thing and it's ripping the Jewish community apart and we need to stop it at all costs. But on their website, they say any discrimination of marriage is a horrible thing. We need to stop it out globally. And blah, 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 blah. It says it on their website. You can go look it up right now.
Okay, and Nick Fuentes says the same stuff. So that he's a piece of shit too, right? We should disregard everything he says.
That's exactly what I said. I didn't say I stand by Nick every.
We should not listen to anything he says now, right? Now that we're talking about the CEO of this company, we should disregard everything and every person working with this company.
That's not. I literally never said that. I said the ADL is a horrible organization. They actually were found. Look at how they were founded in 1921. Because the CEO can be a piece of shit, but I still think that this is useful. Okay, it is useful.
I think Trump is a piece of shit. Does make our federal government completely worthless.
Sure, I agree with you. But I'm just saying the ADL is a horrible organization. They were founded on horribleness. They're still horrible to this day, but their data can be used.
Okay. So this data still works for my point.
Sure.
All right. Well, this is still more than 5.
Well, let's think of other elections other than anti-ICE. They assault right-wingers all the time when they go to campuses. If you have a MAGA hat, you'll be lucky to get out alive. Just kidding. Obviously, I'm being facetious. Like, they're just more violent. They're more prone to violence.
I think that people on the left, if you are in college, you're more educated to know the history of fascism and dictatorships and probably Nazi Germany, and you're seeing all of the very obvious parallels. And yes, it should be stomped out, maybe not with violence, but if chasing people off of campus is one way to do it, I think that's fine.
But shouldn't you win, like, ideologically? You didn't even do that with the youth.
You can't win You can't win ideologically with loud racism, like hate and racism. Like building 3 million houses isn't as sexy as saying that Democrats want this nation less white.
The 3 million has nothing. Well, dude, oh my God, I'm just done. Kamala Harris is a horrible politician. She would have done nothing for this country. People just didn't want to vote for her, not because she's black, but because she's a horrible politician.
Because she didn't say anything as loud and obnoxious as they're eating the cats and the dogs. She's sitting there arguing with Trump. She's debating with him about politics, and he's losing the debate. What does he do? He screams, "They're eating the cats and the dogs." This is what your guy is going to do on the world stage when things get rough. When Putin says something, he's going to balk and he's going to scream something like this is unfair. He's going to press the red button. He's going to act like a fucking fool.
I don't know. No, this is what I meant to say. But Kamala Harris, her only thing on her resume was being second in command in California, fighting homelessness, where it went up 3x under her watch as second in command in that horrible state.
Yeah. You guys don't like doing anything for homeless people. Let's talk about that. Can you tell me a thing that Republicans do for homeless people?
Hopefully I don't know. They don't do anything for homeless people.
Yeah, so it would probably get like 70 times worse. Yeah.
So if a Republican, would you think if a Republican was governor and
yeah, it'd be 100 times worse. Yeah, he would cut social safety nets, hospitals be filled, jails be filled. It would probably cost the state way more money than the safety nets themselves. It's just an ideological thing where they teach you to hate safety nets, but you don't actually want to know the checks and balances or the profit and loss. You don't care about any of that.
You think there would be 5 million unhoused people in California?
Probably more, probably triple. Yeah, you guys do nothing but create more wealth disparity, wealth gaps. You guys specialize in that. You don't care about safety nets.
Well, that's what I hope with Trump is that God, I don't like him, but like I hope it gets the discussion going on the right that we can't continue with the GOP, and the right is more perceptive of getting rid of the established party that we have than the left is, because they ran.
We are
Kamala Harris
progressives. We just want something new.
You ran
Conservatism
Kamala Harris
is
in
not
24.
sufficient.
Everybody was calling for a more radical person to run in 24, and you chose Kamala Harris. Please don't tell me anything about that.
More radical? Who was screaming for a more radical person?
Not, I mean, more farther left that has more leftist policies. A Democrat socialist, as you like to call it.
Yeah, a social democrat. It's just pretty much like all of those other nations that you don't want to acknowledge that exist, that are ahead of us in healthcare and technology and safety nets. They have more social mobility. They have more economic freedom. They have more freedoms. We have 25% of the world's fucking population in jail. We're the least free country on Earth. Like this is silly, dude. This is silly. You guys, you catastrophize the left going somewhere like Cambodia when you guys have the obvious horrible things in existence today. You guys have Russia. You guys have all the theocratic nations we get to worry about. We are so much closer to that. We are 2 points away from a perfect score from extreme right-wing fascism from Grok. Grok would look at you and he would say you are a 98 out of 100 in extreme right-wing.
Because I want to get rid of the Fed, and I think that the government can do more for like affordable housing, and we should fight for a better party and not allow the GOP to continue on as is.
Yeah, that's just a word salad.
How's that word salad?
You're just like, we're a new party. We're not the GOP anymore just because I can't defend us being conservative and doing things Trump is doing. And
no, I don't want to do what Trump is doing. That's the exact opposite of what I want to do. I want to, as a party, be like, hey, this GOP still doesn't work. We got rid of in 2016, like the boring, and we got Trump, and Trump still doesn't work. We need to be more radical, whatever word you want to use.
You guys are all the way to the right already. How much further right should you go?
No, you're not.
Yeah, you are.
No, we're not.
What is more right wing than what you're doing right now?
Lesser immigration, not allowing 600,000 Chinese students to come
Lesser.
over.
Trump is kicking out 500,000 people, and he's changed the list of people who were giving temporary protective status to mainly. I think he's allowing white immigrants from Africa. Africans.
He brought 2 months ago. He brought 600,000 Chinese students on student visas into this country.
Brought, or did he just like raise the ban on them because he banned them temporarily?
No, was him. How is that far right? I'm confused. Like, I don't think you know what far right is. Like, that's
Trump
not
protectionism, isolationism, everything that Trump is doing, kicking everybody out, having a huge police force larger than every country on Earth's military besides China, going around and collecting people based legally allowed to racially discriminate per the Supreme Court.
Well, I mean, his deportation numbers are lesser than Biden's, and
right, and he's still making it. He's doing it for political theater. Yes,
he needs to do more.
He's having Dr. Phil chase him around. He's doing everything he can, loud and obnoxious as possible. He's cutting through human rights. He's cutting through legal standards. He's invoking wartime and invasion law. He's doing insane shit.
What would you call hundreds of thousands of people a month under Biden coming into our country? Would you not call that an invasion?
No, it's they are 3% of our population, and Trump has misled every one of y'all to think that millions and millions and millions of people came over unchecked when Biden had a better rate at expelling them at the border. He had a higher rate. He was more stringent with the same amount of people at the border in a higher volume. He was more stringent, and also what you guys always cite is the illegal crossings, but that happens before encounter. And then when an encounter happens, that also could end up in expel. So Trump showed you only the illegal crossings all the time at all of his rallies. It didn't tell you how many people were kicked out immediately because of Biden. And the undocumented population went from 11.7 million people to roughly 13.
the Biden-controlled Border Patrol put out numbers and said how many people. In 1 month, he allowed 215,000 people into our country.
What? Show me the data on that.
It was December of 23 or 4.
And were they all legally allowed to come in?
Yep.
Okay, then they were legal migrants.
Or, well, they came in through the border. I mean
Yeah,
that's
so
not,
they were legally migrant. They were put in the immigration system.
That's not good.
That's not good?
That's not good.
Why?
Really?
Yeah, why?
We shouldn't have 200,000 people a month coming into our country. Period.
Why? We're in population decline.
So then we flood it with people that aren't our.
When there's naturally migration like there was during COVID, which is what you're pointing to, that's what happens. We should take advantage of it. We are in population decline. Yeah.
Hold on. So what if the natives were like, "Hey guys, our population's on the decline. These Europeans want in. Why don't we just let them in?" Do you think that would have been like an okay argument if one chief went to the other chief?
We're in a much more developed society, and we can just look at the numbers. We have a federal government that gives us these numbers, and we're watching Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid becoming insolvent, and you guys are cutting those things from people, millions of people, and you can't draw the fucking line that more people here equals more people paying into the system. We don't have to fucking cut people anymore.
If I was the president, day second 0, I would be like, hey guys, you should be able to not be able to pay into Social Security, and you should be able to sign this line, and you're just giving away your right to claim Social Security. You just don't have to pay Social Security tax.
No, why don't we just give them Social Security? They pay into it and they don't collect. That's the way it is right now. They pay into it. You just want to give away millions and $97 billion a year?
They're not paying $97 billion.
Yes, they are.
Social Security.
No, they're paying $37 billion into federal programs like Social Security, and the rest is local and state.
Okay, but they're also receiving benefits as well.
They're not really receiving much at all.
Much.
What
zero.
programs are undocumented migrants eligible for?
Medicaid.
You said Medicaid?
Yeah.
In California?
In other states too. Chicago.
That's a state thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but that's because they've done the math and that these migrants are paying into it in a way that is beneficial and they can pay for it.
This is why I think we need to go further right, because people like that, you have this ideology that thinks this is okay because it's financially makes sense.
Care
about ourselves. We should be
a
selfish country, and then with our excess,
this is why you're so far right.
Everybody else.
You're isolationist, you're nativist, you're trying to kick everyone out. You think that these people are taking something from you when they're actually helping you. It's sad.
I don't think we should be fighting in every country. I don't think we should be the world's police. I don't think we should sacrifice our young people's future for the betterment of some anything.
What are you alluding to when you say that?
So you don't think that the federal government borrowing $36 trillion isn't stealing from the future of young people?
I think Trump's responsible for like a quarter of that. If you voted for Trump, you're part of that problem.
Yeah, he is. What does it have to do with the thing I said?
You're preaching about something your party's doing way worse than us.
That's why we need to get rid of the modern GOP.
Okay, but that's what's left is Trump. So far, the furthest you've got is the guy that's the absolute worst.
He's not far right. I don't know. He was a Democrat his whole life. He said that if I ever run for president, I would do it as a Republican because they're stupid enough to vote.
Did you know that what's his name? The fascist from Italy.
Franco?
No.
Or,
Mussolini. He was far left and then became far right.
Okay.
Started mocking it.
It's interesting. Trump is left. He wouldn't if he was.
He's
far
not
right,
left anything. He's not free market. He is pro-deportation. He's anti-abortion rights. What makes him left?
Hold on. I thought he was going to ban abortion actually, and he wouldn't allow 600,000 Chinese students into our country if he was far right. I'm telling you, that's just
If
not
it's
how
part
that
of as a
works.
trade deal, that really has nothing to do with his stance on immigration.
It had to do with the trade deal. There's no excuse that would make that okay.
What do you mean? There absolutely is. We are doing this thing called a fucking brain drain. Where Trump quickly found out after throwing a fit and trying to make sure that Harvard couldn't have their 20% of their migrant students who pay into the system, who make American domestic school students their fare for going to college. They reduce it ×3. That's why it's a good idea. It's not because Trump loves Chinese people or diversity. It's because he probably made a deal and realized that we were telling all of our international students to go to China. And this was probably him striking China back, like, look, we're here to steal some of your students.
Then we would have opened it up to every other country other than China. If we
did
were
both.
mad, no, we didn't. It was 600,000 specific Chinese people. What are you talking about?
We're not just only letting Chinese people in, right?
Yes. I agree with you. What does that have? There was, oh my God. I don't know if you're like actively not listening or just choosing to act like that.
Dude, this does not make Trump pro-immigration. It doesn't.
I'm not saying it does. What I'm saying is he's not far right because he allowed that to happen.
That doesn't make him not far right. Just because Hitler liked the arts doesn't make him not fascist.
That's not like even comparable. There's nothing that he does that's far
Yes, there is.
right.
He hits
He's
every
not.
single 14 tenets of far-right fascism.
So does every other modern politician. Oh, let's go through them, and I'll do it for whatever politician you want me to.
Sure, do it for Biden. Do it for Biden. Powerful and continuing nationalism. So when I talk about this, I talk about like you guys wrapping your trucks, dressing head to toe in U.S. flags. Like talking about how we don't do the national anthem anymore, and all that shit. Disdain for recognition of human rights. We're talking about Abrego Garcia or everybody that he sent to CCOT without any sort of due process.
I said I was going to do it for a leftist politician.
Go for it.
So for Biden, it was his little gay speech. I'll call it that. That's what it is. We are America. We are the finish line. We are the best. We are the this. That speech.
He gave a speech.
Sure. Yeah. So yeah.
But listen, it says continuing nationalism. So powerful and continuing. So when Biden funds Ukraine and you guys are on the other side chanting America first, fuck Ukraine, fuck Israel, America first. That's what I'm talking about.
The chips and sign tax is a good example. Is we need to offshore from China and Taiwan and bring jobs to America because we need to protect American jobs and American.
But it wasn't blind continuing national. It wasn't blind like cut off your nose to spite your face. He was doing things for the betterment of the country, and Trump is like he has put up a fucking ice wall around the United States in isolationism. He is fucking.
Can I say that Trump is more nationalistic than Biden? Absolutely, Biden doesn't care about that country.
Biden's like a 1 out of 10. Trump is like a 13 out of 10.
No, he's like a 4 out of 10. Trump is not a 10 out of 10, by the way. Trump maybe
absolutely is a 10 out of 10. America first.
5. If Biden's a 4, Trump's like a 5.
Trump kissing a flag, selling American flags, selling shoes with a flag on it.
What is wrong with the American
signing
flag?
An American flag? He signed it.
Okay, yeah, like that's tasteless, but like okay. So point 2, what was that again?
Disdain for recognition of human rights. So women, abortion rights, and then Abrego Garcia.
He wanted to erase the American way of life. He wanted to flood the country with illegal work, with an illegal workforce.
What action did he do to flood the country?
He allowed the Border Patrol to allow that many people in.
He didn't. You can't substantiate that because he actually he tried to pass a law that limited. It gave him the power to actually shut it down. He doesn't have the power to shut it down when there's a certain amount of encounters.
Gotcha. So what law or policy did Trump pass in his first 6 months in office that addressed immigration?
So he did unethical things that nobody else would do. He started sending people to prison for the rest of their lives with no due process.
Are you talking about CCOT?
Yep.
That's not people. I'm talking about what policy did Trump
That's the policy that he did.
To stop migrants from crossing over at the border.
Yeah. When you disappear people to foreign countries for the rest of your life with no due process into a terrorist prison, people won't come to your country. Even tourism is down because of that.
So your answer is he has passed no legislation for
It
border
doesn't have to be
protection.
legislation. These are the stances. These are the policies that he's doing that is
So why did Biden
causing
say-
even and Biden reduced the border encounters by 70% over the course of a year from 2023 to 2024. How do you do that without?
Yeah, 70% from like that month of 200K, and there was another month of 200K, and a month of 180K, 190K. Yeah, 70% decrease isn't that much when you're talking about that.
That is a lot. It's a huge amount, right? It went down to 10K,
Yes.
which is around where Trump left it.
Sure. Yeah, I think.
So he's pretty much he did the same thing Trump did without doing humanitarian
Yeah,
crisis.
So why did he say the only thing he needed to do, the only thing he could have done is pass a law to fix it? He didn't need to pass a law. He didn't want to. He
tried to. He got people on both sides to write a bipartisan legislation. James Lankford, the second most conservative senator in the Senate from Oklahoma.
He did not.
I'm sorry.
He didn't need that. He didn't need the.
This would have been a permanent answer, right? Trump wouldn't have to come in and do all this crazy theater. It would have solved all these problems. Judges would have absolutely solved these problems because
we don't need more judges.
That absolutely would have.
We need less. We need less.
That's a bad idea, and let me tell you why. So right now, the wait time to be adjudicated for an asylum claim is 6 years. So you can come in hopes that you get into the asylum system for a 3 or 6 year vacation. And if we dwindle that down to 6 months, people will not trek 300 miles through the desert to come here for a 6-month stay to only get kicked out. It's a deterrent. It's a permanent deterrent.
That is like proving a falsehood. Like I'm unable to like argue against that because there's no way to. I don't care if these people sit here for 6 months or 6 years. Don't come here in the first place. That is my stance, and that's what the stance of the president.
Why is it so close-minded? All right, like this, the reason we have this, right, is because of Nazi Germany, the thing you guys hate teaching your kids about now. But the reason we have this is because we turned away so many Jewish people and they fucking died. And so we did this in 1950.
In the 1930s, the mustache man was doing what with Jewish people?
Locking them up like Trump?
No. He was paying other countries to then send their Russian Jews that were running from Russia to Germany, to Poland, to the countries that he allied with, because he wasn't supposed to invade Poland, because he was allied with Poland, and they didn't expect it. So he was paying these other countries to ship Jews to his country and neighboring countries. And then he did what he did. And then
he was shipping to Auschwitz, which was not in Germany, right?
Exactly.
Which is not in Germany, right?
Importing them. So it's not.
And then like, deporting them, right?
No, deporting them from Earth.
Well, to Auschwitz is not in Germany.
Yeah, it was in Poland, but there was camps in Germany.
Okay.
And Poland, and a bunch of other countries.
We have Alligator Alcatraz, and then we have CCOT. Those are parallels.
No,
what is
people in CCOT?
Like 250?
There's 200. Yeah. What is we talking about? Alligator Alcatraz. Oh my God, 100 or 1,500 people are missing. No, they're not. Oh my God.
Okay. Still, you guys are going around tackling people at birthday parties out front of courthouses. People who are trying to be here legally. Trump is even undoing people's legal status to kick them out very arbitrarily.
Get them out.
Right? For what? For why?
Because we learned our lesson.
From
if we haven't
what?
learned our lesson in...
What'd you learn your lesson from? What happened?
Let's just go through it. 600 years ago in this country, what the whites did. In Europe, today, they are being overrun. Their social services are degrading, and their crime is shooting through the roof because of their immigrant crisis. And we have uprisings in Germany, France, UK, England.
You have far-right groups in all those places, yeah.
Hold on. So there was 3 million people out marching. What day was that? September 14th in England. Was that 3 million Nazis, or was that 3 million?
All right.
Yeah.
Just far-right people.
Okay. Well, that shows how unintelligent you are. You know, It's that you don't care to like look into the issue, that it wasn't a partisan issue. It wasn't a far right thing.
You're just pointing to other countries and people's feelings who are also fooled into thinking this nativist rhetoric was good for politics. That's all you're doing. When I point to the actual crime rates here, you guys are blown away. It's literally nothing. It's so sad.
We're 3 times more likely to be victimized by a citizen. Who cares? We should have 100 times more likelihood. Absolutely should.
No, I don't care. That's a weird standard, right? When they start exceeding what citizens do, that's when you should start looking at them and say, hey, these people are inherently dangerous, but they're not. So this is just proof of like racism, I guess, right?
Are there 3 times more citizens in this country than there are?
I guess you don't understand math, but it's 1 to 1. So if you're an undocumented migrant, if you're one of the 13 million people here that are undocumented, you only committed 29 murders last year. You committed about 1,400 assaults. You committed like 1,000 DWIs. That is the safest, most well-behaved population of people on planet Earth. Name a safer one.
But they say you're 3 times more likely. They're 3 times less likely to commit a crime. Correct?
No, you're twisting that. If you're in a room with one U.S. citizen with a MAGA hat, in another room has one undocumented migrant, you're 3 times more likely to be killed by that MAGA hat guy. You're safer in a room with that one undocumented citizen.
Statistics are large numbers, not one-on-one instances.
Yeah, I know. But that's what statistics shows you.
3 times less likely to commit a violent offense. Correct. Or incorrect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't mean that you're 3 times less likely to be a victim of that, right? Because that's talking about population.
You said there's 13 million illegal immigrants, correct?
Yes, that also adds to it. But I'm talking about your math. You're framing this as wrong. It's not their presence that makes it. It's not their scarcity that makes it 3 times less likely for you to be violently hurt by one. It's one-on-one. Statistically, these people are 3 times less likely.
No, it's large numbers, not one-on-one. It's large
large numbers. Yes, we use large numbers to figure this out. Yes, we use large numbers to figure this out. That's what this means.
Let me get this out. There's 13 million illegal immigrants, correct?
Yes.
Are there more? What is 3 times 13? 39. Is there more than 39 million American citizens?
Yeah.
So disproportionately, they're committing more crime than they should.
No, I just told you. Out of the 17,000 murders that happened last year, they committed 29. Do you think you could multiply 13 million into 350 and get the same number? No.
Goodness.
Sorry, no.
But how can that be true and only 3 times less likely to commit a crime? How does that make that math make sense to me?
Because they're only 3% of our population, so you're already mistaking the fact that you're doing this by per capita. We are doing this 1-to-1. 1-to-1.
1-to-1 crime isn't a thing.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, take a population of 13 million U.S. citizens. How many murders do you think would happen in 1 year?
I don't know.
It would be way more than 29. It would be thousands.
Okay, let's do it. How many people live in like Vermont? Let's see. Google that for me because I don't have a computer in front of me. Population of Vermont.
Okay, population of Vermont, 648,000.
That's it? Oh my God. Okay, well, let's just do the math then. How many murders was there in Vermont?
$23.
Okay, well, it's pretty close.
They outdid the migrants with a population 13 times smaller.
Yeah. That's pretty crazy.
So I rest my case. These people aren't violent, criminal, or anything. They're just trying to work.
Okay, let's say they're not violent. I don't care. They should still be gone because they're draining jobs and they're draining social services, period.
They pay social services. They pay and they don't get to collect anything.
I don't care. Pay more. Yeah, here, this is what I think they should do. You should be able to work a job, and then 90% of your income, because you guys are in favor of 90% income tax, 90% of your income goes to the federal government or the state government, wherever you reside. The 10% you get to keep and have fun with.
You guys want to do slave labor again?
That's not slave labor. That's paying your contributions to this country.
Got it. Well, any more bad takes?
But why do you want it for rich people but not for working people?
Progressive tax rates have been proven to be better than regressive tax rates.
So then progress their tax rates at a faster
I don't think
pace.
you know what that means.
Yeah. So let's say they're making like $7 an hour. You can't really take 90% of their income. But if they're making $20 an hour, you might be able to.
Mm-hmm.
You should be able to. I think we should be able to.
Yeah, there's just studies on that show how economies work better when there's a progressive tax rate.
Yeah.
And when that means that what that means is migrants, the people you hate, they don't get taxed that much.
Oh my God. I don't hate.
You just
migrants.
arbitrarily want to eject them from the country. I still haven't figured out why.
Arbitrarily, no. I want to keep America, and I want to keep our social services. And
They pay into them. We're getting less social services now. They kick them out.
They get them on a state level. They get them on a federal level. They get Social Security. They get everything.
Mm-hmm. And they pay for them.
I don't care. They shouldn't. Because they came here illegally.
See how? Did you see how like bigoted you are? You haven't figured out why you hate them yet?
How is that not? How is that bigoted? Break that down for me.
Because financially they're helpful. They're net positive in every way. And you still hate them.
They're a net positive.
Yeah.
That's just where we disagree, brother.
Okay, can you point to me to like an exact thing that makes them a net net negative?
Yeah. Oh, it's TikTok. I gotta choose my words carefully. They're there's just a risk having them here.
Apparently not, because they don't commit any crime.
Let's look in Europe.
Let's be paranoid.
I mean, ISIS came out of the UK, so. Well, I mean, like the European terrorist organization group that did all the terrorist attacks for like 10 years came out of Britain, and the government refused to do anything about it.
Again, we haven't had a domestic terrorist event from somebody who came here illegally since like 1970. So you're just being paranoid.
Yeah, but what happened on I don't know, date like 9/11, 2001?
That came here legally.
Exactly.
They came here legally.
Yeah, and they were monitored by the CIA the whole time, and they still allowed it to happen. So even if they're highly monitored by the CIA tried to recruit them to get intel.
So it's almost as if illegal immigration isn't that big of a deal, because we're letting people in that are just doing it legally. Trump just let 600,000 people here legally, right?
Yep, Chinese people.
Oh, dang.
Because there's a lot of Chinese people that spy in corporate America.
So now we just let all those people in, and you're chill with that.
Exactly.
So long as
Pickles GG is becoming more far right. We shouldn't have allowed 600,000 students to come into this country. I appreciate the agreement.
So now,
here.
okay, so you're crumbling beneath this whole ideology. So they both are coming here, and Trump is the man for this, but they shouldn't be here, and we should go farther right.
Doing enough. He isn't doing enough on immigration.
So you are further right. What is hurting? What is so like urgent about these immigrants? Why do they need to go?
H-1B visas. Let's take H-1B visas for an example. I think Trump, when he first announced the 100K thing for H-1B visas, he said it's going to be a yearly thing, which would have been such an amazing thing for the tech industry. That's where I work. Probably 50% of my coworkers are H-1B visas. They take high-paying jobs from Americans.
Yeah, I know. The other thing is, though, we don't have enough people graduating from these colleges to fill these H-1B visa jobs, so it's causing we have a shortage.
We absolutely have enough Americans in this country that qualify for entry-level data analysts or entry-level coders or entry-level anything. We absolutely do. And if we don't, we should make them pay $100K a year to make sure we actually don't have enough and pay for an immigrant to come in and take that job.
Mm-hmm.
So we should have H-1B visas, but you should pay $100K every year, not one time, every year for this person to be here.
Cool. So the talent will go elsewhere. We're going to create a brain drain. The really good talent from India, the really good talent from all these other countries, the good engineers, good scientists, good doctors, they're going to be going to like China, and they're going to help them grow faster than us. That's tight.
How is that? We've always taken in like the biggest and the brightest and the smartest. We
Yeah,
took
but
in
you
the
just spoke
Nazis.
out against that, right? Like on
took
both
in the
sides. You
Nazis.
just literally 30 seconds ago were talking about how we shouldn't do that at all.
Not at all. I said if we're going to do it, we should make sure they're paying $100K a year to make sure there is no American in this country that can fill that job. Because it's
Exactly. And
economically
that
unviable
what we're going to see is a brain drain.
to force these $1 trillion companies to pay $100K a year for the labor that they want to subsidize. I don't feel sorry for these companies for a $4 trillion company like Nvidia. I don't. For any
Yeah,
of them,
I know, but the smaller companies are the ones we're talking about, and they're going to suffer disproportionately to the bigger ones. So it's a regressive tax. Once again, we stumble upon this one, but yeah, large companies with huge wallets will be able to
Hold on,
outperform
like
smaller
90%,
companies.
The 90% of like H-1B visas go to big companies. I don't know these. It's like 90-something%. It's not affecting small companies. It's affecting
The
large
10%
companies.
is actually going to absolutely destroy, like 90% for big companies, and then 10% for the small ones.
That's 70,000 people. You're saying we can't find 70,000 qualified people in this country?
I don't know if you guys keep being anti-intellectual and anti-higher education. I'm sure.
Oh my goodness. So we have youth unemployment at 10%. We can't find 70,000 young people. You're right. You're probably right, actually. We can't find 70K people
Probably.
in a land of 300 million. This doesn't make any sense. And I don't care about these big companies. They do it to subsidize themselves. Why was Elon Musk anti the H-1B thing? Because that's how he
Because yeah, that's how these big companies make a lot of profits.
Exactly. We agree. So why
It's not. Oh, it's not black and white though. You're just like, oh, if Elon Musk cries about it, it must be good. There's nuance.
No, he's the richest man in the world, and he has 3 humongous companies: SpaceX, Tesla, and like whatever else.
It will harm U.S. competitiveness. I'm reading some stuff on it right now.
By who? Let me see the source.
American Immigration Council.
Okay, so the left-leaning Immigration Council got it.
Actually, I think this is their right-leaning.
No, they're not.
Resource their impact. Get involved.
There's 740,000 H-1B visas in this country.
Our immigrant system, the way it treats them, is going to often fail to live the highest values. We not only failed in countless ways. Immigration laws discourage innovation. Yeah, they are left-leaning. There's another one though. Fairs, they're far right. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's fair to read from both sides.
We need to revolutionize H-1B and like decrease it by 90%.
10K, those are doctors. Oof. Slim Pickens guest tonight? Yeah.
My chat's broken, so I can't see exactly what all the haters are saying. So some guest saying that we should allow young people to have jobs in this country. That's horrible. That's horrible. Why would you say young people deserve jobs or to own housing, guys?
You're straw manning.
That's so racist to say.
You guys do dance on the line of very racist things, and you can't cry about it, especially when you champion the fact that Trump just speaks his mind, and then sometimes it's fucking so inflammatory, it's bad. And then you point to us and say we have TDS, and then Trump says they're poisoning the blood of the country, and they're vermin, and all these horrible things that Hitler said, and then you go, oh, stop calling us Nazis, and then Steve Miller comes out with a fucking speech mirroring one of the Nazi rhetoric speeches, and then you're like, don't stop calling us Nazis, and I
agree that like 90%, maybe not 90, maybe like 50% of MAGAs is fucking idiots. That's why I think we need to change the GOP again. We need to get rid of Trump after 28 because Gavin Newsom or whoever's going to run in 28 is going to win. Republicans will not win in 28. And I hope and pray that we get our act together and don't run a fucking Ted Cruz. Oh my God, Ted Cruz political career should be over, but like a Ted Cruz or a JD Vance or a Marco Rubio, like any of them, we shouldn't allow that. We should gather guys in our 4 years that we have Gavin Newsom and do something really big and nice and juicy and
all
scare
right.
the.
I've had you up for an hour, bro. You can go back some other time, but it was good talking to you. Thanks for being chill.
All right, peace.
All right, man. Chat, there is a Cash App Venmo in the bio. If you guys are trying to support the stream, that's the best way to do it, or become a subscriber. It's $10 a month, and you get sweet stickers. Hello. I don't think they're going to be here. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Body asking NFL 86 Bad Bunny. Crazy. I don't understand. We've had non-Americans sing at Super Bowl. We've had plenty of non-Americans play at the Super Bowl, but Bad Bunny is American. Boycott Kimmel in the halftime show. Why are y'all boycotting the halftime show? It's the skin color. Yeah. It's because Bad Bunny's music's primarily in Spanish. Yeah. Who played at halftime and was an American? Who played at halftime and was an American? You too? Shakira? Drake? He's not American. Rihanna? She's South African, right? Coldplay? What the heck? All of them? What the fuck? These people are in such a horrible bubble on Facebook. They're out here with pitchforks. She's from Barbados. My bad. Rihanna's from Barbados. Rip chat. Don't kill me for that one. Don't cancel me. We're canceled, chat. It's all right. I think Akon played the halftime show, and he's from Africa. Paul McCartney, Celine Dion, Canadian. Fun fact: I've actually been inside of her old mansion. I did when I did construction. I did some remodeling for that home. Got some sweet pictures. Yellow.
All right, bro. How's Trump suck?
Oh no, fetus. I thought you've been inside of her. Fortunately not. Unfortunately not. No. Guys, secret. You are a fetus. You cannot come up. You have to be 18 to be on TikTok. How was my day? I woke up pretty recently. I woke up and cleaned up a little bit. My place was a fucking mess after slumming it for a full day. I need a fetus sticker. Feedi. We're coining that, guys. We're coining that. Feedi. Try slumming it with kids. What game am I playing right now? Final Fantasy 14 when I finally get fucking unbanned. Until then, I'm playing ZZZ. How are the tattoos? Doing really good. We are fully healed, guys. So we are just patiently waiting for funds to make it possible for more tattoos. You say it's legal to abort me? And I did. You have been aborted. Do I believe in God now? How am I banned from Final Fantasy? I bought a bad game card. I bought a 60-day game card for $17. I should have known better. But it's just hard to read. Like, it's very confusing how to pay for your subscription as a first-time person. And I don't know. I had to resort to a third-party website. I was wondering why there's no gaming streams. Yeah, I know. Let's check and see if I can log in again. Cross your fingers, chat. All right, let's log in. Let's try logging in. Chat, cross your fingers. I'm supposed to be able to log in and then pay. Ugh. Nope. Your Square Enix account was terminated due to a user agreement violation, compromised account, or any or other anonymous reason. Man. Can you play horror games for now? I'm gonna play ZZZ till I get to the story. I have I've been in back and forth with email with him. Hello?
Hey,
What's up?
don't do any of that. Get Ghost Yote. Do the real shit.
Do the what?
Do the real shit. Get Ghost Yote.
Go Ciote?
Yeah.
What is that?
Probably one of the greatest games you'll play of this year.
How do you spell that?
It's Ghost, like Ghost.
Uh-huh. Oh, of Yote.
Yote. Yotei.
Oh, they just released it 4 days ago.
Yeah, do it. Pickles. I promise you, you'll fall in love immediately. Think of feudal Japan, but with more amazing aspects behind it. I guess the story is ridiculous. Just do it. Trust me, bro. Trust me. I love you. Like, I love your content, everything. But, and I know you're a gamer. Play that game.
Okay. All right. We'll
You'll
start
fall
that
in
around
love
on my.
immediately.
I'll start around on my glass.
Yeah, you'll
Start
fall in
around.
love immediately.
All right. Thank you for the recommendation.
Yes, sir.
Love you.
Love you.
Goodbye. The only time I believe it, trust me, bro. Hello, y'all. Is this working now? Ooh, my iPad's working now. I like that. How are you gonna buy the house? Are you gonna buy the game? Why is everybody calling me house? Since that's the next game I'm buying, but I'm getting a hard copy. Does it take 3 million years to download? I can't afford to buy a game right now, but if chat wants to crowdfund it, I'd be down. I'd ask you to kindly not crowdfund it though, and crowdfund dog food or something. $59 on PS5. I don't have PS5. It's $69 on PC. You get it. It's $79 if you want snake armor, some dye, and a digital deluxe horse and saddle, a sword kit, a traveler's map, and a charm. $124 for you. Sheesh. Yeah, I'm not ready for another game right now, y'all. I don't know if I'm ready for it. I'd have to go for the saddle. Do I like MAGA? No, I don't like MAGA. Chat, if you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. I miss Pickles McChicken. Me too, dude. Sissy liberals. Game of the year. You think so? Trump is the dumbest president of all time. I agree. Guys, John Stone is back in the box. It probably gets the Pickles Award. How am I going to get FF back? Will I ever? I will. I will. They just responded to me today. They're like, oh, your number, this is your case number. You have to wait. We have a lot of incidents. Yada, yada, yada. We'll get to your case in the order it was received. Blah, blah, blah. What's in the box? Guys, if you click this right here, this is a request to join the stream to be on the panel, and we can talk. We can have a conversation. Assign you games to play? That sounds like a badass son. There's no request button? Please don't tell me that. I see it? Okay, good, 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 good. Yeah, there's somebody in the box. There's somebody in the box. Guys, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. Otherwise, we got Paranoid in the box. We debate him every day, guys. Thank you, Sheila. What's up, Marty? Play that for me, guys. Can't do it. Can't do it. No request button for PC TikTok. Weird, 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 weird. Benjamin, are you a Trump supporter?
You know I'm a Trump supporter, dude.
I know you're a Trump supporter.
Yeah, I come here like once a day, dude.
My bad. Did you change your name?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I did. It was Grace on before.
Oh. What do you want to talk about, man?
Wait, what the hell is that O, dude? What was that O?
Oh, come on. You were like, dude, it's me, and you've changed everything.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, like, you know, I thought we had something kind of going there, but anyway.
Why do you like Trump?
No, I didn't really come here to debate today. I just wanted to say, hey,
Thank you.
no problem, dude. I love you. I'll talk to you later, dude. Peace.
Do I need to start being mean? Do I need to be a dick? Like, my whole strategy has been to be nice to everybody, and now they don't want to come up to debate me because they like me or something. Maybe a little. I can try. You're a bit too far left. I'm a literal conservative in some other countries. Maybe eat less tacos? Yeah, I can. Yeah. All right. Hello.
What's up, man?
What's up? Trump supporter?
Yeah, I voted Trump.
What do you like about Trump?
I think that mainly what he did with the border and his immigration policy. I just think he's a good president overall, and he did pretty well his first term.
So, what about immigration is making you justify what he's doing right now? What about immigration is so bad?
Well, when you have the high volume of illegal immigration that we have right now, it makes competition for jobs and housing harder for Americans. And another thing that affects that, of course, is corporations like BlackRock buying up houses. So it's like the rich and the immigrants coming in are kind of negatively affecting Americans being able to afford housing.
I don't
And,
think that 2%,
also-
like 2 or 3% of our population is not affecting housing, especially those who can't even buy houses. They're just buying rented houses, or they're just renting
Okay.
houses.
You're estimating that there's only 10 to 15 million people in the country illegally?
Yeah, that's what DHS says.
It's really hard to get an accurate estimate on the people who are here in the country illegally because there's many gotaways. Those are the ones that were apprehended at the border and they have some type of court date set up for their asylum hearing, something like that, right? And
That's
even
not
the
a getaway.
DHS says that.
That's not a
That's
getaway.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's catch and release.
Yeah.
Those are people who are paroled, or basically they have a court date for their asylum hearing. We know about them.
Mhm.
They came and they're looking for asylum. But there's also such a large number of people in the country illegally who evaded Border Patrol and successfully entered the U.S. illegally.
The estimates
Those
for
are
that
called gotaways.
the estimates for that is 1 to 1.4 million.
Again, do you really honestly believe that's 100% accurate and that's it?
I think that that's fine. That's sufficient for me. That's like a whole government facility that's in
It's
charge of the
sufficient
border.
to make
I
your
think that's fine.
point.
Like, you have to elude and doubt government data and exaggerate it to justify the means of what y'all are doing right now. You have
Even
to.
that government data acknowledges that it is apprehendees. It is people that we know about. There's a lot of people in the country illegally that we don't know about. You
Again,
can understand that, right?
what's the big issue? Like 60% of them are visas overstayed. Like, we know who those people are. Not
The
horrible
ones
people.
that we know about, it's actually more like 30%. You're saying 60%. Actually, the Center for Immigration Studies and the DHS, the data that I've seen, it's closer. For what you're referencing, I believe it's closer to 30%.
Even if I give you that, like, we're also just talking about people who came here like on a work visa and never left or never checked back in, or people who came here for day labor and never left, came back, or on tourism.
My counterpoint is why my counterpoint is what's wrong with us enforcing our laws actually and carrying out deportations?
Because it's cost prohibitive. There's a ton of laws on the books, and we can start focusing on any of them when we start seeing that certain parts of our society is hurting more or less. So we could focus on people speeding all day, and it would be prohibitive to us having like an efficient trade, right? So like if you went 1 mile over the speed limit, you are fucking done. You're cooked. Lose your license or something, right? We could spend billions and billions of having just police officers fucking everywhere, and that would probably actually save far more lives. But there's a reason why we don't do that, because it's fucking dumb. It's crazy. We want to live in a free America.
There's different kinds of laws. You're talking about traffic laws. I'm talking about immigration laws.
Yeah, and why are you?
You have to trivialize the issue now?
Yes, I know. Yes, exactly.
And you're not acknowledging that there's different kinds of laws. And
yeah. Okay. And what makes this especially heinous for you is what I'm asking. You're like, it's the law, and we are enforcing it. Well, there's a bajillion laws, right? So why are you enforcing that one?
Because it was one of the biggest issues of the most previous election. It's
because you're a sheep and you look around and everybody else is doing this. That's why.
It's not inconsequential to have such a high volume of people in the country illegally. It's really just not.
Okay, so so here's where you're going to tell me what those consequences are. Here's where you're going to tell me what those consequences are.
I've already given some. They undercut American workers. They increase the demand. Sky high demand for housing, which drives up prices.
Again, we're talking about people who huddle up together. They're 3% of our population, and then we have people that Trump's holding hands with, buying up all the houses. And it's very convenient. You're looking at the migrants, who are 3% of our population. They are not putting that much pressure on the housing market. I'm sorry.
It depends on where you live, honestly. Really
I live in Dallas, Texas, man. I pay $800 a month for rent.
Yeah.
I live in the center, the heart of Dallas. You'd think there'd just be tons of migrants here. It'd just be exploding with rent costs.
Yeah, and that number goes up a lot higher in other places. Yeah, Dallas. Okay, that's in Texas. Yeah, does have a high number of illegal immigrants. Yeah, but it's not just Dallas. See, you're thinking that just because it doesn't affect
we
you,
would see it here for sure. You would have to point to it.
That it's not an American who's trying to work as a day laborer and try to afford housing for him and his family. You're acting like they're not affected at all, like they're not being undercut by illegal immigrants, but they are.
They're very highly represented in a lot of those industries, but it's a lot of industries where just people don't want to work. That's where they've funneled into, and they do fantastic work.
And you just find a way to blame Americans and say, no, we just need to let in more and more people illegally because it doesn't affect you. You see, and you're completely ignoring that it was a big contributing factor to why Trump was elected, because people didn't
he's alluded to
doing, they didn't like it.
The thing is, Trump has alluded to all these bad things, but you can just look on a large scale. Like you can say, oh, it does minusculely affect the pay that you would have to pay for rent. It does have an effect on the market for rent and for the bottom half of the economy, for entry level pay. But it's like this much. When they're here, they come here. There's not a finite amount of jobs. So when they come here, it creates more jobs. It creates more demand. It creates more cash flow in the economy. It does all of these great things, and we have all of the trajectory that shows our GDP is supposed to increase by trillions because of the influx of migration.
Your
the Biden administration
argument is that it's a good thing because we can use them for cheap labor. That's just a bad logic.
That's not true. I'm sorry. And your logic is you're like, I feel so bad for these people. They're being used as cheap labor. We need to go kidnap them and send them to fucking Uganda. Give me a break, dude.
Yeah, enforcing the law isn't always pretty. It's a mess that previous presidents have allowed.
Vince, don't you dare try to evoke some sort of virtue signaling at all. Don't even try.
Yeah, this is
Stop it, dude.
The means.
Yeah, the whole Uganda thing. Okay, yeah, I don't see the point in sending someone all the way to Uganda. But these people, they come all the way. Yeah, they're people, right? They're human beings.
Mm-hmm.
You have a problem with me calling people and humans humans? Are you that sensitive?
No, it's the tone.
Who is this guy? Is he a moderator?
No, I'm the guy that was going to check you on citing the Center for Immigration Studies. But go ahead, finish your point.
My point is, you have to trivialize the issue, and all we're doing is enforcing our laws. You're just being crybabies, and you're in your feelings.
Okay, cool. Do you know what the Center for Immigration Studies is?
It's an independent research group.
Yeah? Who started it?
Enlighten me.
You don't know?
Maybe you do. So if you do,
Maybe you could just say,
it.
I
Maybe
don't
you could
know.
just speak up. Maybe you could just get to
Maybe
your point.
all of those speak up little chest vocals that you're doing right now, you could just say, I don't know. It's really easy. So Center for Immigration Studies, here we go. An American anti-immigration think tank. It favors far lower immigration numbers and produces analyses to further those views. CIS was founded by historian Otis L. Graham alongside eugenicist and white nationalist John Tanton in 1985 as a spinoff of the Federation for American Immigration Reform, also known as FAIR. It is one of a number of anti-immigration organizations founded by Tanton along with FAIR and Numbers USA. CIS has been involved with the creation of Project 2025. It has been designated as a hate group and an American nativist group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. The end.
Can we? Yeah. You want to trivialize the issue more and more, but
no,
again,
I want to
what is your
trivialize your
problem
source
with
because it's a
our
white
country
nationalist source.
enforcing its laws?
Yeah, no, this is you trying to filibuster. I want to trivialize the source that you used.
The racket is that like it's simply enforcing its laws, and I've given you other laws that we could enforce that would save far more lives. It would be much less detrimental to our economy. We could do far more things.
Laws.
I'm sorry.
We do enforce.
No, we
laws.
don't.
But the second it's immigration, you want a virtue signal, and you want
people speed every day, man. People speed every day, and you're a speed. You're
to people who are in the country, to anybody that isn't a conservative or an American. You want to pander to anybody to see more life.
No, I just think this is dumb, right? Like we could give them all amnesty, we give them pathway to citizenship. There's a million things we could do before we like demonize them and go as far as to say that they're like they're vermin and they're poisoning the blood of the country and that they have bad genetics. That's what Trump says. That's what Trump says. This is how he got all of these people motivated that you're pointing at, all these people around you that love Trump and love this movement. These are all people that decided these were good things to hear.
Trump never called them vermin.
Yes, he did.
Cool. Nice. It's going to be very easy to debunk.
So you were saying?
Again, like Biden enforced the laws. We have a budget for everything, right? And for Trump to turn our budget upside down and do this like stochastic terrorism and othering of people
it's law enforcement.
It's not law enforcement. You are minimizing this. You are doing the thing you're accusing us of doing. You guys are blowing so much money on this. You are minimizing this.
Law enforcement. Period. You have to trivialize the issue, but it's real simple.
There's no bad outcomes. There are far more things that we could spend money on, like people speeding, that result in 48,000 deaths every year.
We do enforce those laws.
No, we don't. People speed every day.
Yeah, because all they have to do is press down on the gas pedal, and all the people who
and they don't get caught
country illegally have to do is pay the CTELs to smuggle them. And Trump is putting the resources in Border Patrol and ICE to prevent that. It's not a bad thing.
Sounds like Donald Trump doesn't care
trying
about
to
motor
make it a
vehicle
bad
deaths.
thing.
I think you're just a sympathizer for an apologist for motor vehicle deaths and big auto.
That's your opinion, man.
You're a
48,000 American God Christians die every year because of your carelessness. You evil man.
I think they should go to jail without any sort of due process.
Give me a break.
It's enforcing the law, dude.
The other person didn't break.
It's enforcing the law.
Motor vehicle deaths.
Yeah,
you don't care about people dying. Look at the family who just lost their loved one. The father of children died for no reason because you're just letting this happen. You guys are evil.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever you say, buddy.
To the 800 people in here, do you own a car? Hawk wants you to die.
Wow. Wow.
Now, you asked me why I like Trump's immigration policy. Do you have any? and I do.
You can't really point to anything. You're just saying it's enforcing the law. It's not good enough for me. I don't care. There's a million different laws we could start focusing on, right? And we're not.
Yeah, no one's above the law, right? Including people who are in the country illegally.
All right, but
I don't
they're
think you're
here.
against. I don't think you're against it. You just don't like that. You just see the people actually being detained, and you like.
He's
to cry
making
wolf.
a spectacle of it. He's doing that on purpose. That's gross.
Well, it is a mess that he's cleaning up that previous presidents have allowed to get as bad as it has, and now
Sure.
Trump's coming in, cleaning up the mess. And
Trump stopped
you
us
just
from
don't
passing
like
a border law. Trump stopped us. He said, if it doesn't pass, blame me.
Yeah, that border bill that you were talking about allowed about 5,000 people a day to just show up at our border, and then we can close it. Then we would say no more.
Yeah.
5,000.
It wouldn't let it wouldn't let them come all the way through though,
Codifying
right?
catch and release.
Wouldn't even let them come all the way through. Just encounters.
Yeah, and then what happens after they're apprehended? They're released. That's called catch and release.
50% of them are usually kicked out.
We should not be codifying that.
We should give the president the ability to shut the border. The number is infinite right now.
And so the results so far is what we've seen is that we have as far as the border right now, encounters are down. We have more Border Patrol agents. The Border Patrol has more
We're
resources.
hemorrhaging money. Yeah. More than any country's fucking military. We have these people out there making sure there's no brown people.
But you see,
because it's the law. Hey, Trump made it about race. The Supreme Court just made it about race.
You don't want open borders and unlimited immigration. You're racist.
Nobody wants unlimited or open borders. You guys, straw man, you think we want unlimited
but the second
everything.
we vote for the best interest of those things.
We tried to pass a
racist.
law that made it to like 5,000 encounters a day. That you just said that, right? That's not open borders.
No, that was the border bill that Joe Biden wanted.
That was written by a conservative, James
rejected.
Lankford.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. It
You don't
was.
even know who James Lankford is.
He's a congressman. Anyways.
Yeah,
It's 'cause
I don't
yeah.
know. I don't know which chamber, but somewhere.
Tammy, thank you for the kick. Thank you, chat. It is $40 to kick. If you guys want to kick somebody, it's Cash App or Venmo. Tammy's in the chat for days. We love you, Tammy. Thank you so much. Let's go to the next guest. We do have more in the box chat. Follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. We're going to hit 74K tonight, I promise. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah. Yeah, I am. I wouldn't say like I'm like behind him 100% no matter what he does, but I think this narrative that all the problems the United States is facing is because of him is just not true. I think it's been decades of mismanagement from both sides.
I don't think anybody says it's decades of everything is because of him, but we can actually just see over the course of 250 years, Trump is responsible for like 40% of all of our debt. And part of that being ICE.
Yeah, but you do understand how like it's like interest rates the eighth wonder of the world. So like once you accumulated that debt, he didn't start debt free. And we've been running at a deficit since the Bush administration in his first term. So like government deficits have gone together like
That's a very
apple
vague
pie.
statement and very horrible framing. To be more clear, Republicans fuck up the deficit and drive it into the ground every time they're in office. And as soon as Democrats come in office, every single time in recent history, they've reduced the deficit. Every time. Even Biden.
Yeah, but the deficit you're talking about was coming right out of COVID spending, where all nations were spending and getting that they were at the
Only
highest
half of it.
level of
Trump
GDP.
spent 4.4 trillion non-COVID. So we can just look at that and say it's twice as much as Biden.
But like when you frame the debt situation, that debt will never get paid off. The only way you're going to solve that problem is to grow the economy. There's no way feasible
Yeah.
to pay off the debt.
So do you think that deporting millions of people is growing or shrinking the economy? Or the tariffs are
I
growing or
personally
shrinking the
think-
economy?
I personally think you're hurting technological advances because if you allow access to cheap labor, there's no reason to innovate or develop technology to replace those jobs. So, like for example, if it was let's say free to have someone cut down trees, they wouldn't invent chainsaws. Like if you didn't have to pay to
But
do that.
the
Yeah.
threshold
I mean,
you're
that's
the threshold you're alluding to is insanely low though. So like $7.25 an hour is our minimum wage, and that is so easily undercut by just one machine. Have you watched those smart robots that you can just train by holding it and doing the job you're doing, and then just press play and it does it again? They can do it all.
I get where you're I'm saying the
So
technology
$7.25 versus $5 an hour is not going to change that scenario. So I
I'm
think
just
what you're
like,
saying
so
is
like
unfair.
the biggest argument is like in agriculture, so much of different crops have to be picked by hand.
Daniel.
And do you think that is if there weren't as many people willing to do that, do you think there would be a larger investment into fixing that actual problem?
Not
Well, if
really.
you don't
no.
have
The
Go
tech
ahead,
is gonna
sorry.
come either way, dude.
Yeah.
Do you want to know how I know?
China's
yeah, go ahead.
labor costs this fucking much, and they're fucking the ones doing it. So
Yeah, like in agriculture specifically, do you want to know how I know for a fact the tech will come either way?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, make your stand.
Because your argument was that if labor is cheap, then it suppresses innovation. When was the cotton gin invented?
Probably like I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm guessing late 1800s.
During slavery.
Okay.
We had a literal free 24/7, 365, no laws whatsoever governing them workforce. And yet the cotton gin was invented. Clearly, the idea that or the argument that, well, we have all this extra labor, therefore there's no incentive to create tech. Well, no, that's not. The cotton gin is the single most potent debunk of that.
I guess my question is, how long did it take post-slavery to develop technology to not have to pick cotton by hand?
I know it's really hard to gauge the contributing factors considering the industrialization like era of that time period.
Yeah, like
Plus,
sorry, go ahead.
we're also like we have AI, we have our counterparts across the world doing the same thing, and if we don't do it, we are already we're looking down the barrel of economic collapse, or them beating us at least. There's driving factors all day, every day.
Well, and I guess my point to you would be, going back to that, like I just looked it up, like it was up until the early 1960s, cotton was still picked by hand. So like it was 100 years after slavery was abolished, and like obviously those people were probably still getting paid low wages, but there was no need to innovate if your labor cost is next to zero.
Well, but we are also probably looking at mass production also playing a part in that.
Okay, can you expand on that?
When did we start doing mass production? Was it before or after that?
I would say it would be before that. Like I would say you'd had the roaring 20s.
Wait, I thought you were talking about the 1800s.
I was. What I'm saying, what the point was I was making to you guys is in the 1800s, 1860, like you have free labor essentially in the South to pick cotton with.
Okay, that's the debunkers. So like when we finally did mass production is when we could say that the cotton gin would have eradicated that.
No, I'm saying you didn't. I'm saying the people that had to harvest the actual cotton, like that, they didn't have technology to do that without people handpicking for 100 years until 100 years later.
We're on the threshold of requiring almost none. Like whether we have people doing this right now, we need the seamless transition. We need to be able to continue to do things the way we are until we have those innovations. Otherwise, you're disrupting a market, you're slowing down trade, you're fucking things up. And that is what Trump's doing. He's deporting all these people, slowing down trade, fucking up the job market. He himself has pumped the brakes on doing this to farms for the exact reason that you are wrong.
Okay, so how am I wrong though if the labor supply is cheap? What is the incentive to innovate if your labor is free?
It's not free, first of all. It just costs slightly under what you would be paying otherwise.
I'm confused. Like, what are you're
Well,
saying?
who's
They're
getting
getting
free labor right now besides prisons?
No, I'm saying I shouldn't say free labor. Sorry, that's not the proper way to say it. When your labor cost is such a small percentage of your overall operation, there's no incentive to cut out the labor costs.
There is. It's so easy. Even at minimum wage is what I'm pointing to you. Machines are replacing people. So your fallacy is that if people are making something close to minimum wage or even lower, which would be like what, $5, I don't see anybody making that anymore anyway.
The other thing you have to understand is about the seasonality as well. So it's not like they're getting paid that year round. Like
exactly, and that's why we need a flexible workforce, because no one is trying to work seasonally for fucking low wages, besides migrants.
Know, but if you removed the low wage, you would get it. You would force innovation. It would force people to innovate, develop technology. People would have to.
They're competing with each other anyway. They're already doing this, man. I'm just telling you. You're pressing for us to suffer as an economy so that they can innovate. And I'm saying they're going to innovate anyways. We can do without the suffering. That stuff is coming right now. It's already here. Yeah. We have machines doing this.
Okay. I mean, I don't think you realize the impact of cheap labor has on an economy. Like, it's not a good thing to have a bunch of cheap labor jobs. Like that doesn't really prop up the economy.
We have nothing but economists saying when you eject these people from our economy that it's bad. So I don't know.
What are you saying? Are you saying is it bad because they spend every dollar they have and they don't hoard any of that wealth?
You're another straw man, and I can already just debunk what you're saying.
No, I don't know why you're like getting hostile. I'm asking a general question on why you believe that there would be a significant impact to the U.S. economy if we were to tone down on the amount of illegal migration we're seeing.
Okay, here's the most blatant, glaring problem we have. We have more people leaving the workforce than we have entering. We have a collapsing population. We have social programs that are on the verge of insolvency. They just literally are insolvent, and these migrants are paying into them, providing this labor, creating more jobs by creating demand, creating increase in GDP, and they exist in the shadows. They don't even commit crime. It's crazy, and you're guys like, let's fucking go hunt these down because it's the law. It's crazy.
I mean, so like, I guess my question to you is, what percentage of these people do you think are good people?
Like 99.9999.
So if I gave you a jar with M&Ms in it, and there were
doing the meme.
M&Ms in
oh my god!
And one of them was poisonous, would you eat one?
Yeah. Is this a racist trope?
It's not that. It's the fact that like anywhere else in the world, would you like people just randomly showing up that you don't know?
Again, yes, I live in Texas. We're a huge country, right? I live in Texas. I have fucking toothless fucks coming from Oklahoma into my state all the time. I have no idea who they are. They are inherently more criminal in Oklahoma. They do have the worst education system. They are usually pretty shitty people, but I don't cry about them coming into my state all the time. And where you draw the line is the country, the southern border. When we do sift through these people as the law requires us to. Besides the gotaways, we sift through these people. We know who they are when they get into the country, and after they get in, we see who they are because they just so happen to not commit any crime, almost none. If we could grow our population and help our economy, and also cause as little crime as fucking we could possibly conceive, what's wrong with that?
Our infrastructure systems aren't set up to design to take on.
Then let's fix that. People. We need to fix that because we need to take on millions of people. We are short of people.
How are you going to accomplish that without significantly raising taxes on the middle and lower classes? Because like when you compare us to other European countries, those middle class earners are paying close to double what we pay in taxation.
Not really.
Okay, whatever.
I mean,
they also don't have to pay for medical bills.
I mean, you could do a simple analysis of just Sweden to Dallas, Texas. Like your tax on like $100,000 as a family is going to double. It is going to double if you went to that system. And the truth of the matter is, the Democratic Party wants to preach like we need to tax more aggressively higher earners. But the problem is you can't fund those programs simply just by doing that.
Sure you
Like
can.
you can't. There's not enough. If that
There's
was
not
the
enough.
case, then all these other countries would do that. But no, they have to also
do
tax
that.
heavily the middle class.
Yeah, they tax the middle class. They also tax high earners too.
They tax the absolute fuck out of high earners.
I mean, yeah. But my point being,
Yeah. So what?
My point being is like it's a lie when they say they can do all these things without raising taxes on the middle.
Nobody says that we're not going to raise taxes, though. First of all, the things that you're crying about, like what is it, like Social Security? If we were to just take the cap off right now, if you earn $170,000 or if you earn $200 million a year, you pay the same amount in Social Security taxes. If we lifted the ceiling on that, we would be solvent again for like another 70 years. But you guys can't. You can't fathom. You can't stand thinking about those poor billionaires getting taxed. So we got to do something else. We got to cut people off of it. We got to cut people's fucking Medicare.
I guess my thing is this is like you can do that, but as you increase taxation, you don't get a proportional increase in tax revenue.
I get that.
If you made it 100%, it's not going to be there.
We get that.
But
I know.
My next point is the combined wealth of the wealthiest billionaires in the states. If you seize their wealth, is $7 trillion. What does $7 trillion get the U.S. government through?
That's
1 year.
That's another, like, I don't know, straw man that you can allude to, but what we need to do is continuously, like, tax them, tax them on the wealth that they're hiding. So to talk about all their stocks and living off of using their stocks as collateral, they are gaming the system and pretty much doing an infinite money glitch. And you're like, guys, why even bother? Cut their taxes.
So they should just let's be clear. Majority of Americans are in the stock market.
59%.
Yeah. So
and then what amount of them are actually the owners? It's like 90% of the stocks are owned by like 1%. And then the rest of us own the like 10.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of people rely on that income month over month to retire. Like Social
a lot
Security
being 10%.
Yeah, but I mean, so like you're okay with the thought process of it. So it sounds like you're in favor of a wealth tax. So the only way you would pay a wealth tax is to liquidate your positions, which would bring the market down and hurt people that are already invested in the market.
Wait,
like average Americans.
Why would you have to liquidate?
Because if everything's locked up in wealth and you don't actually have income, the only way to generate income is to liquidate your wealth, to sell shares.
Well, no, they take out loans against those
which they eventually will always have to pay back in the event of a liquidation.
And the interest rate is lower than the tax rate. That's what the billionaires do, by the way, Daniel. Like, I can tell that you're going through a list of talking points. That's what billionaires do. They buy,
but I mean, regardless of what you're saying,
borrow. Hold on.
Go ahead. Sorry, you're right. Sorry.
So they borrow. They get a loan, a low interest loan from a bank that will happily give them a low interest loan, a big fat loan too, because banks like it whenever billionaires bank with them. It looks good, so they will happily give them a really, really competitive loan of, whatever, tens of millions, right? And that interest rate is still substantially lower than the tax rate. That's how they skirt taxes. And they as collateral, they just use their shares in whatever or other assets. I mean, here's another way of looking at a wealth tax. Do you have an issue with property taxes?
Yeah.
Of course you do. A wealth tax is literally property taxes.
I disagree with that, respectively.
Why?
So the wealth tax is all based upon what your book value of your net worth is. But so let's say you text.
What is a property tax based on?
It's off an assessed value of a fixed asset. Stocks aren't fixed assets. So what are you going to do in the event someone's net worth crashes 50%? Are you going to give them a credit back for what they overpaid?
What do we do whenever the worth of a home crashes?
Your property tax adjusts down.
Okay, so then your wealth tax would adjust down. There you go.
Okay.
It's
and
governed
we're
by the same
talking.
rules. Like don't use
I personally think
to help like try and make it click. Instead of property, say asset.
okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything more un-American than doing that. Like
Then taxing
punishing someone
assets?
for being successful. Like, because where does it stop?
Isn't that what we did before income tax? We taxed assets, right? Like I'm pretty sure property taxes existed before income taxes. I could
I
be
mean,
wrong on that.
if you want to say, like, honestly, if you look at all the models that a lot of economists have proposed, the least harmful tax is the value of unimproved land. Like, so if you have someone that hoards a bunch of land, that does nothing with it, does not farm it, doesn't build anything on it, like that is the best way to do it. And I guess I could listen to that argument. But I guess my point, and we can sit here and argue about this. My point is, what you guys want to do and what you want to fund cannot just be off the backs of
Sure.
billionaires. Like, it doesn't solve the problem. So we can sit here and talk about it, and it's not going to get the funding you need.
Yeah, so I'm gonna drop down after this, but Daniel, so you're saying that it wouldn't fix the problem. I promise you, if it didn't just straight up fix it, it would sure as hell help. Like the government's allowed to run deficits. That is a thing. The government's allowed to run deficits. Democrats bad. Do you feel better that I said that now, Daniel?
No, I mean, I'm just saying, like,
Both sides bad. Oh my God, both
sit
sides
here
bad.
and
Both
blame
sides are so
Trump.
bad. Oh my God, Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton. Oh my God, Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi. So anyway, Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, but also Republicans run big fat deficits and
Yes.
rack up the debt. Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton, but also Republicans do that. They demonstrate regularly that they don't care about being fiscal conservatives. So my point is, Daniel, that it's okay if we do a wealth tax because it's literally property taxes for people that have way too much property that isn't considered property.
Yeah, I think that's ignorant. I really
No, it's
think
not.
Yeah.
It's an asset tax, dude.
So
It's
should
taxing people
when-
who are very, 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 very good at skirting taxes. It's
so what are
very
those people
good at
doing
that.
with their excess money? It's all in the
Excess
market.
money? What are we going to do with it? We're going to do all the
No,
things
no,
we
no,
were
no,
talking
no, no,
about
no.
before.
No, no,
Before
no,
you
I'm
turn this
saying-
into we
I'm
shouldn't
saying-
tax billionaires. We're
God.
gonna fund infrastructure. We're going to we're gonna do all sorts of
I'm
cool
saying,
things.
what do you? That's not my question. My question is, what do you think the extremely wealthy do with their money? What do you think their money does?
They hoard it.
They hoard it in what?
Banks.
They don't hoard it in banks. They hoard it in equities.
Okay.
Nobody holds billions of dollars in a bank account.
Equities, as in
Like stock, like company stock, like Elon
cool.
Musk.
So that's
Yeah,
yet
and
another
what-
reason
and what-
to do a
what-
wealth tax.
and what
Thank you.
do-
Yes.
What does the public market do? It raises capital to grow and generate jobs. Like when you buy a stock and the stock gets larger, they're reinvesting back in their own businesses. It's no different. It's no different than if you had a mom and pop ice cream shop and you expand in your franchise. That is the same method.
Are you really trying to draw a comparison between a mom and pop shop and a company that is publicly traded on the stock exchange?
I mean, when it's publicly traded, it benefits all the consumers. I mean,
No, it doesn't.
Everyone has access to it. Who's preventing you from
Everyone has
buying it?
access? What does that even mean?
That means like anyone can buy into the market. And what I'm saying is, if you every dollar you tap, okay, I guess a better question is, do you think the government is better at allocating funds for the maximum amount of value compared to the private sector?
Yes.
I respectfully disagree with that.
Yeah, and you're just wrong.
I feel like the government does things in the most inefficient way. Go to the DMV.
No, that's Reaganism 101. That is just Reagan programming, dude.
Go to a DMV and then go to a
Yeah,
Chick-fil-A.
exactly. Go to a
Which
DMV,
one
go to a
runs
post
better?
office. Oh my God, post office.
No,
Oh,
just-
the most
which one
dangerous
runs
words
better?
you can ever hear is I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Like that's it. This is just Ronald Reagan shit from the 80s, Daniel. I could promise you, the government is really, really, really fucking good at getting shit done when it wants to get shit done. I mean, behold, we can get Taco Bell to any person in uniform overseas in no time flat. Why? Because when we really want to do something, we can do it. The American military, the logistics network that we have is unparalleled. And that's because we dump a ton of money into it. And no private competitor is going to be able to compete with that. I mean, you also want to sit here and like talk about the DMV, and I'm assuming the post office. Dude, the post office, that is a private competitor is not going to beat the post office. They're just not.
I'm confused by what you're saying by beat them. I don't think the post office is there to make money. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I fully understand that. My point being is the effectiveness and the efficiency at which government operates is significantly less than what happens in the private sector.
Okay, here's a very simple debunk. What do you think the approximate overhead cost is for, let's say, Anthem, Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Like, what do you mean by like covering all deductibles, or like what do you like?
Well,
you just run the business.
To run the business.
To run
like
Anthem.
a percentage of their overall, I guess, operating budget.
So are you looking for a dollar amount or a percentage?
Yeah.
I'd probably say
no, I'm sorry. Percentage.
Probably like 10 or 15%.
Okay. And what do you think it is for Medicare?
Probably closer to 3 or 4.
Very good. Now tell me why government's not more efficient if that is true.
What do you mean? Why the costs are less? Because
no, not cost.
Sorry, as a percentage of overhead.
Sure.
Sorry. Yeah. I would argue that there are more plans and there's more smaller groups. So, for example, like Medicare is the biggest group of people collectively on like a single insurance plan. Like there are like 1 million plans that companies can opt into. So there's going to be larger overhead because there's more to manage when you have like a streamlined process. And I'm not saying you can't do that. And I'm not against trying to expand it. What I'm saying is it is not financially feasible to do it simply from a wealth tax. Like there's not enough wealth to seize to make it financially feasible.
Your point was that government is inefficient. You debunked yourself just then, and now you're trying to run back to but wealth taxes are bad.
I mean, I don't think that I think, like, for example, if you want to use an example, I'm going to use an example too. What percentage of U.S. government employees were involved in getting a man on the moon? What percentage of the work was actually done by NASA, and what percentage was actually done by private contractors?
Private contractors who was paying the contract?
NASA was, but the private contractors were private companies. So private companies, 90%.
Private companies is accepting government contracts. Like, come on, man. That's the equivalent of these. Like, that's the equivalent of pointing at the military budget and be like, yeah, but that's private because it's Boeing and Raytheon and Lockheed and Northrop.
Why do we need? So my point is that the government's so great. Why do we need those companies to develop next level technology? Why can't they do that internally and develop themselves?
You're fighting against a system in which we would do the same thing we're doing in this instance. So we're creating a giant fund for, say, health companies to pull from to perform things just like Lockheed and Boeing.
Yeah, I think if you take away a profit motive, you're not going to get.
You're not taking away a profit motive, though. Think about being a doctor, and your usual thing in the private healthcare sector was $5,000 a head for a very rare surgery or a moderately rare surgery, and all of a sudden, instead of 1,000 people a year, you're getting 10,000 people a year. You're going to fucking figure out how to get the most profit out of that. I promise you. You're going to find a balance between overhead and turning people away, and you're going to find the perfect market for pricing for the government to pay you and for you to happily provide these services and also be innovative. I promise you that. There are tons of companies like the roofing company or storm restoration that does the same thing. These people are rich. These people are fucking getting tons of money. because it's paid for. This stuff is paid for. It's guaranteed.
I just don't. I'm just having a hard time understanding that. So, like, if you look at other countries that have a larger control over, like, I don't want. I'm trying to find the correct words, but like, look at like China or Russia. Like, there's not like there's not like so you're saying there's not a profit motive.
There is a profit motive.
There's a profit motive, and it's all driven by the government.
It's not driven by the government.
So I'm just confused. I don't understand how it becomes better for doctors if the government is more involved in healthcare.
When you have when you have a blank check from the government saying, if a person with this problem gets all of the money, find them, help them, you're going to fucking figure out a way to do that the most efficiently. You're going to start doing it better than everybody else is doing it, but you're going to have a blank check to start doing business as a doctor.
I don't see what the difference is.
Daniel, do you know any doctors?
Like, if there's demand for yes, I do know doctors in real life.
Okay. Have you ever talked to them about how they do billing?
No, not in any deep sort of way.
Okay. I encourage you, do this the next time that you're talking to one of your doctor friends. Like, it doesn't matter which one, any of them. Ask them how billing is done, like how they interact with an insurance company. Do they care? Like, does the price change based on that? How much do they keep in those situations? I can assure you, like, a checkup is the same amount. They keep the same amount of money for that checkup regardless. Like, the doctor gets paid. Let's just say that a checkup costs $100, or let's say that a doctor.
You're saying
the cost to the doctor is $100.
You're saying regardless of what insurance someone has, they get paid the same, and then whatever me as the person going to see the doctor pays, whatever the difference between that is what the insurance company is making.
It is that way because there are uninsured and insured payers. So yes, they're gouging insurance companies at the same time charging cash paying customers pennies.
Yeah, I guess my question would be then, like, do you? I'm just sorry. I'm trying to process information as you're saying it because I want to give a correct response to what you're saying. So your feeling is you don't need there's no value in the profit motive of insurance companies. They serve no purpose.
No, their profit motive is to find out ways to deny insurance and to make as much money between you and your medical provider as possible.
Okay.
I literally think their profit motive is violence.
Yeah, but I feel like, if you approved every single claim, would you, like, everyone's premiums and deductibles would have to go up, correct?
Right. So we should be able to, instead of ask what profit motive, like someone with a profit motive, what should be approved, we should be able to vote on it.
So who would regulate? But the problem, I think, with the government, and it's just moving the shoe. So the government would decide whether you should get this surgery or not, or
but the government's not making a profit; they're just simply distributing funds.
I mean, they're still having to.
They're balancing a checkbook, but they don't have a reason to, postpone, deny claims until somebody dies and then fight it in litigation. And, they have an algorithm to find out how many of those claims they can do before it pays off.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying another auxiliary benefit would be if you went straight to a single payer system, you wouldn't have any lawsuits or any inefficiencies set up in that. Because right now an insurance company is going to get sued. But you were saying the federal government couldn't get sued for not allowing for proper medical attention?
I think that's a broad statement. I think that there wouldn't be some evil person in the government trying to decide how to save the government money based on a $3 million bonus they get that year. I think that is that kind of stuff wouldn't come into play.
Well,
unless maybe we hire billionaires into those seats like Trump did.
I don't think I necessarily agree with that, because, like, you're saying, like, people won't try to cut funding, like, reduce the amount the government has to spend. They're just gonna say yes to everything.
It would be very cut and dry. Yeah, it'd be much more cut and dry. It wouldn't vary insurance company to insurance provider to hospital. It would be a much more freer market, and it'd probably drive more competition. A lot more people would be able to come in and start performing these procedures for people, preventative care that nobody's even thought of having in their life. It would be a whole new market, a whole new huge burst of people joining the workforce for that.
But also, small businesses wouldn't have to then hire someone. I don't know what the official term for that person is, but like a benefits person, like a liaison that has to talk to these insurance companies or whoever the hell whenever they're putting together a benefits package for employees. Because health insurance is an expectation for a job most of the time. And now you as a small business, whenever you get to that point where you offer benefits, don't have to worry about that.
That's nice.
And you as an employee don't have to worry about becoming an expert in health insurance whenever you get a new job. Like, you don't have to navigate that bullshit.
And you're not held hostage to a job because you're sitting there with health benefits it's either your child gets treatment or you and you fucking take it in the rear from your boss, or whatever. Like, you're no longer, that power dynamic would be gone too.
I just feel like there's unforeseen consequences of that, because the government's going to dictate what surgeries are or are not important. And then they're going to be the only inputter into the marketplace.
I think
they're the only ones.
I think that their morale and ethics are much different than something like a CEO. I think it's much less dangerous.
I guess the problem is, like, for me, and like, there's not, like, I'll be honest, there's not a perfect candidate to represent me. I just feel like the government is better when there's less of it, in my personal opinion. Because, I mean, I feel like if you make people reliant on the government, like there should be a certain level, like, and I totally get where you guys are coming from, because I think in an idealistic world where, like, people act as normal people, right? Like for me, if, let's say there was only 500 people in the world, that system would work flawlessly, because you as a person want to help benefit the system. But when
the system works more. I'm not going to say flawlessly, because no system is flawless, but this system works demonstrably better by so
and every
many
other developed
metrics
country
all over the world.
Every other developed country besides us.
Well, but I think you could also. But what I'm saying is, you would have to dramatically change how we tax everyone. Like, this thought of just taxing billionaires to get there. Like, people would have to be willing to.
This would not be on top of your current healthcare costs. This would be in place of them. So yes, it would be tricky to tax, but for most people, you would be saving money.
How much do you pay? Just ballpark it, Daniel. How much do you pay every year for health insurance?
Probably, if just in premiums.
Well, and also let's assume that you use it, and not like an extraordinary situation.
Yeah. So I had a daughter this year, so I met my out-of-pocket maximum or max deductible. So we're gonna be out like $4,500, and that's it.
$4,500, and that is your annual expectation to cover you and your daughter?
Yeah.
And
that's
I'm
for everybody.
Is your wife also on insurance with you? Or
yeah.
no?
So if you look at a monthly premium, like a month by month, when you take it out of the paycheck, it's like $120 every 2 weeks. So call it $2,400. Well, 200. So $240. Call it about $3,000 a year in premiums.
So $7,500.
What's your deductible?
It's like $4,500.
So you paid $7,500 this year.
Yeah.
$7,500. Okay. All right. So, and let's just assume that you're making $100,000, just to keep the math simple.
Yeah.
So that's 7.5%, and we'll just we'll cut it at 7%. The way that Bernie's plan did it was a 4% tax on. I think it was all brackets, just a flat 4% tax, and then I think there was an additional 1 or 2% that kicked in after 10 million or something like that. And that was just it. That's how you fund it. Now take away your 7,500. Now that money comes back to you, right? It's not going to Fucksticks Incorporated, right?
Yeah.
Now you got to pay that 4% tax to the government. Okay, well now you're only paying 4%. So that would be 4,000.
Yeah,
and
I guess
that is 100% coverage. That means that your prescriptions don't cost anything. That means that your doctor's visits don't cost anything. That means that operations do not cost anything. That means vision, hearing aids, and I think that in the case of Bernie, I think he also included dental because he's a saint. All of that covered.
Yeah, and I guess like my thing is like, I think for me, and I'm not like trying to be selfish, like when I look at the math equation on that, I'm not going to be better off because I have really good insurance. So like for me, I understand what you're saying. For the entire country, it probably on a whole is better. But like then again, like for me, like if you're someone with really good insurance and then you go to a government system, it is not going to be as good.
I
There's gonna
promise
be
you,
edge
there's
cases
still going to
where-
be, it'd still be better. Like you would get free preventative, you wouldn't have copays, you would probably be at the doctor
But
far
that's what
more
I'm saying.
often with your brand new baby.
All the things you guys are talking about is I don't pay $1 when I go to the doctor. I don't. I
Okay,
don't.
but you pay $7,500 a year.
Yeah, well, I had to do that because I had a baby, and that's expensive. Like if I didn't have a baby, I'd be paying $3,000 a year out of pocket.
Okay, but okay,
But then-
even if it was just you, then you're saying you'd be paying $3,000 out of pocket.
No, if it was me, it'd be less because it's only $75 a paycheck for one person every
Okay,
2
then
weeks.
why did you say $3,000?
Because my family, they're all under that policy.
Okay,
So me, my wife,
what
and
I'm
my-
saying to you, dude, is that it's 4% per person, and obviously your kid's not going to be paying that, so you don't have to worry about that. The point is, you can absolutely manufacture these edge cases where, oh yeah, somebody's on like a ball-in plan, and they're going to inevitably end up paying more. But for the most part, most people, I can assure you, are not in that position that you are in with their health insurance, because just by luck of the draw, their employer did not get a cushy deal, or whatever it is. I can tell you, like, I worked at a hellhole of a job, and it had amazing insurance. And then I went to a heavenly job, and they had dog shit insurance. The point is, I would much rather work at the heavenly job with the dog shit insurance because my quality of life was better.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm very fortunate. Like my company's amazing, and they're a publicly traded company, and they take care of us. Like I had 16 weeks of parental leave in the U.S. Like that's unheard of. Like, so it's like, I mean, I feel like the good companies that treat people right are the ones that are going to be successful. So like,
Yeah, but we
I
know
guess,
that's
like,
not true.
What?
We know that's not true.
I don't know. I feel like if
Amazon exists.
Yeah, I mean, so you think everyone at Amazon is being manipulated then, or like?
I think that people that work at Amazon, like the Amazon warehouses, their piss breaks are timed to the point that they have to piss in bottles, and they are actively manipulated by any means necessary to not unionize. I know that. I know Amazon is one example. I know Walmart is another example. I know that Google, Facebook, let me think for a minute. Tesla, Microsoft. Well, Microsoft's actually kind of based sometimes. Let me think. Hold on. Who else? Meta. Probably. Oh, OpenAI. 1,000%. Holy God. Target? Yes, definitely Target. I'm trying to think of like household names.
Google's okay now, great. I remember Google being like one of the first people to kick off, like being a super company that provides all sorts of awesome things. I'm sorry, I just got a text message. Like the shit, like the kitchens and like the awesome, like having scooters and slides and shit in the workplace. GameStop. Yeah. Best Buy.
Google, Google removed their famous line of "Don't be evil." They removed that years ago. But there are so many examples of the most successful businesses. It's not because they're benevolent. It's because they're the most competitive. I mean, shit. Bill Gates was fucking ruthless. Whenever he was CEO of Microsoft, whenever he was running the ship, he was ruthless. Doesn't matter how much of a philanthropist he is. Dude was fucking ruthless when he was running Microsoft. and he bumped up against the government countless times. Antitrust shit. And I mean, I guess he was just ahead of his time or something, because damn, nowadays it seems like they're just willing to accept whatever the business wants to do.
Yeah, I guess.
Hey,
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Go
sorry,
ahead,
no, you're good. I've
Artemis.
been wanting to come up here. So, like, not only does this personally affect me, the fact that I'm recently disabled, trying to get back into full able-bodiness, and the fact that I have to find insurance that's over $400 a month that my husband helps pay for. But my mother is trying to get a kidney transplant, and the amount of ridiculousness that she and my father, who is the donor, have had to jump through with insurance is insane. It is ridiculous. She's in stage 5 renal failure. She needs a kidney. My dad can give the kidney, but the negotiations between the insurance companies and then them working with the doctors and stuff. I mean, this is just so freaking stupid. Why are we so against helping people? When you have healthy people in your country, guess what? They can do jobs. They can work more. They can work longer. They can be happier when you're healthy, and you don't have to worry about the fact that if you lose your job, which, Daniel, a lot of people in the comments have told this to you. What happens if you lose your job? What happens to that in insurance?
We both have to lose our job because we both work for two great companies. So we'd both have to lose our job.
So which one of you is dealing with the insurance, though?
I am, but my company, both are, sorry, the insurance is through her company, but let's say my wife lost her job. I could get an open enrollment period with my own employer outside of like the typical October to get on health insurance. If, let's say, something happened to my spouse and I'm getting insurance through them to join their plan.
That's very
Okay, so
fortunate. That's not.
Doesn't matter which one
Yeah.
of you loses your job, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, no, it really wouldn't have that huge of an impact.
And how much
We
was
also-
the bill for your child at the hospital? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so like the sticker price was like 53,000, but then after all the insurance stuff, it was like $4,000.
Yeah, that's also insane. I just want you to know, paying $4,000 to have a baby is insane. There are
Insane
people
high
in the
or insane
comments.
low?
There are people in the comments in other countries that paid nothing, zero, nothing. They went and had great care at the hospital, had their baby, paid nothing.
Some of them even get care baskets on the way home.
Yeah,
I had a hip replacement done in the UK. Guess how much it cost?
I've got to go with 0.
Well, I had to pay for parking.
Okay.
not the parking.
Was that a joke or did you mean that?
No, I'm serious. I literally just had to pay for
Yeah.
Sorry,
parking.
if that was a joke, that was pretty funny.
Yeah. I got to stay in the hospital for 3 days afterwards. And then I had a nurse make a house call to change the bandages. And then I had a therapy, like physical therapy for a few weeks.
The one thing
fully
that's
covered.
fascinating to me, right? And Pickles and Evo, you probably know about this too. There are literal shows, like medical shows. Like if we look at shows like Grey's Anatomy, The Resident, there's one show I really like. Oh gosh, it's on Netflix. I'm forgetting which one that one is. There's medical shows that we watch. Even the new one that just won an Emmy with Noah in it. He's from ER. Gosh, what was that one? They talk about like the fact that insurance companies are fucking people over and that they want to administer the best care, but they can't because insurance says no. The Pit, yes, The Pit talks about this too, which is a phenomenal show, by the way, which shows how absolutely messed up our entire healthcare system is. And honestly, Noah Wiley does a phenomenal job. His mother's a nurse. He has consistently always like advocated for the healthcare system be better, not only for doctors and nurses and all of the people that work in it, but for the people who utilize it. Like when you have like television shows talking about the atrocities that the American healthcare system does to its people, not necessarily due to malpractice, but due to the fact that insurance companies refuse to actually cover what their patients need because doctors are saying, hey, my patient needs this. That's a big wake-up call. When media is commenting on it, that's a problem. It's a huge problem. Because
It's
other
normal-
people watch these shows in other countries in confusion. They're like, what do you mean she can't get that surgery? Oh, well, her insurance won't cover it. Okay, well, then how would she pay for it? She can't. So she just unalives. Like, people in other countries look at us like we're like 50 years behind them. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, one of the most common reasons for bankruptcy in this country is medical bills, and GoFundMe's oftentimes are open because of medical bills.
By the way,
And
I just went to the ER, had an
There you
infected
go.
tattoo, sent me a bill, $2,200.
Yeah, the fact that I've had to sit with my mother who's in her 60s and my father who's in his 60s, and we've had to have a discussion of, well, if we start a GoFundMe, what is the goal that we need to get to for the money that's going to be paying for this surgery? And I'm like sitting here and I'm like, my mother can't even freaking retire right now. Like, that's how bad this is.
Yep.
Yeah,
Anyway-
no, that's sorry that you're in that situation.
If apologies could fix things, then I think we'd all be living a better life. But when people when people act like for-profit care is the better of the many options, I just don't know how. We could literally have a German healthcare system, which is literally that there is a universal healthcare available for everyone, and then if you, the individual, want to pay more for privatized healthcare, you can. Like, why is that wrong? Why would that be bad to have?
I don't think anything is wrong or bad. I just don't think I don't think people realize what the actual cost to the average person is going to be.
We do know that you just went through this.
I mean, compare our tax rates to other like top nations that have the healthcare you're talking about. On the average middle class family, you're going to be doubling the taxation they are going.
We don't even have a middle class anymore, if you want to be honest with you, Daniel. The wealth gap and disparities is so extreme at this point from the hoarding of the wealth, and none of it's being trickled down anymore. The middle class is practically destroyed. So you're just looking at poor people and the wealthy now.
I also question the double metric because
Mhm.
it
I mean,
would literally be
it's-
4%. Like increasing 4% is not doubling.
That's what I'm saying is like on paper, his plan might say everyone pays 4% and that pays for healthcare. And that is just not true. Because if that was the case.
That's not true.
Why
Why is it that's been demonstrated by right-wing think tanks? It's not Cato. It's the Mercator or Mercatus Institute. They did a study on this. Single-payer healthcare saves us money in the long run because the cost right now to Americans for private insurance is, I think, somewhere like 40 trillion over 10 years, so about 4 trillion a year. And the cost for single payer would be 30 trillion. So that's 3 trillion a year. That sounds like a big scary number because it's got trillion afterwards. This is also a nation of 330 million people, and we're already paying way over that amount. So
Yeah, so
we
you're
would be
talking about-
saving money.
So you're saying you would have to spend 3 trillion more than you do right now?
No.
Are you saying
I'm saying you would spend 1 trillion less than you do right now.
But I'm saying how much would it cost you to have universal health care annually in the United States for everyone? What would that cost?
Less. 3 trillion less than what we're doing now.
That's not less. I'm asking.
Yes, no, it is less because you're paying 4 trillion for private. The private goes away.
So the government's going to have $2.5 trillion more in tax revenue to be able to fund that. So if you're going to fund the healthcare program, you're going to have to increase tax revenue by $2.5 trillion.
We would save money that you give to the for-profit that would go towards the universal health care for all. Like, that's the issue, is that you're not taking out how much an average individual spends on healthcare in America.
Mm-hmm.
It would cost less.
Okay, so we're admitting that people would, instead of paying to an insurer, you would just pay whatever you're paying now to the federal government, and your care would improve.
You would pay less.
You would probably pay less. You would
And
probably
your
pay less
quality-
than you are right now, and your coverage would improve.
And your cover, so you would be able to access doctor and surgeries easier. Is your argument.
Yes.
So you wouldn't have to do this. You would already have the surgery would be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Wait, what are you
yeah,
talking
You
about?
don't have to go around the middleman. I mean, why are doctors having to call up? This is what blows my mind. Is a doctor will prescribe a test or a medication or treatment, and insurance goes, no, we don't feel like it. And the doctor goes, great, now I have to call you and spend hours on the fucking phone with insurance companies demanding that they cover the prescription, the treatment, or the care that the person needs. Why is this a thing? It's stupid. It's a waste of the doctor's time. It's a waste of my fucking time. It's stupid.
Yeah. I mean, but then you're relying on the government to.
You
It's
rely on
not
the government
relying.
already, Daniel.
It's not relying. It's working with the government.
What
The
do
government
you
is
do if the
supposed is
government
us.
says? What if the government like says, "All right, there's this optional there's this surgery you want," and they're like, "Well, we don't think it's practical to do." So
That's not how
they
it
can deny
works.
too.
That's an insurance company. That's not how it works under a universal healthcare system.
Yeah, like this talking point that you're doing, Daniel, this is the death panels thing from back in 2009 when the Affordable Care Act was first being put together. Everybody was like, oh, there's going to be death panels. Barack Obama is going to come out in a tan suit and he's going to say, Allahu Akbar, let me be clear, you are denied. And then you won't be able to get your life-saving insulin. It's true. That I saw it on the chain email that my brother sent me. Except that's how private insurance companies do it. It's a process called rescission. That's
And
what they
saying
do.
we wouldn't have that in the government. You're saying everyone would.
Yeah,
just
you would not
be
have that
approved
in the
for
government.
whatever procedure
You would not
they
have
want.
that in the government. You already, currently, right now, at this exact moment, your insurance, your super amazing baller insurance that your daughter, your own fucking flesh and blood is on, is subject to the whims of a bunch of jackasses that you don't know who will say no. So they can get a bonus.
Okay, so when the U.S. government doesn't have money to pay for these things because they
The
continue to
U.S.
run
government always has money.
and then they default, how does that
Yeah,
work?
no, the U.S. government has never defaulted. The U.S. government always has money. You are now fear-mongering because you've lost this fucking argument. You have lost so resoundingly in this argument because, number one, you're bad at debating this. And number two, this is not debatable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our lives would be so much better if this just happened. I mean, why?
Yeah,
when,
and now,
why
now
can't-
you're trying
why
to
doesn't
like
it get
what
done then?
minimize. You're trying to. I want to get your daughter 100% coverage for everything.
Okay, that's great. I can take care of my own daughter, and I can cover her because I can take care of myself, and I don't need the government to be relying on.
Yes, no,
you know
you
what?
do.
This
You
is what's
absolutely
so-
do.
This is what's so fucking sad is there is going to come a time in your life in the next 18 fucking years where an insurance company tells you no for a treatment your daughter needs. And you are going to sit there and you're going to think about this shit because everyone else in this goddamn room, all 982 people in here, have been there. I have been there. I'm watching my parents go through it. My parents have been there for me. Everybody in the freaking comments has been telling you it will happen. And I want to fight to make sure that never happens to your daughter.
I will
We're
be able
entering
to
a
take
recession,
care of her. I'll
Daniel.
be financially secure to do that.
Okay, cool. You're gonna be financially secure until your employer changes insurers. Until
Okay.
open enrollment rolls around and they change insurers. What
And
happens
I'll still
then?
be fine because I
You'll
live
still be fine. You're gonna be able to afford
I
it
live
all out
under
of
my
pocket.
means. Yeah.
You live
I'll
within
be
your
fine.
means, or you're implying that we're not.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
Yes,
like,
all we gotta do, guys, is not spend money on avocado toast, and then we can afford a fucking a hip replacement. Okay, all we gotta do, stop buying artisanal chocolate, and at that point, you will be able to afford a triple bypass. Like, dude, what?
I mean, I just just because I don't want to be dependent on the government doesn't
Daniel,
mean
you keep
not
saying
what
that
that
as if you
means.
currently are not already dependent upon the government, Dan. You right this second you are.
for what? For my protection against foreign and domestic enemies.
No, dumbass, against fire, against sickness, because EMS, that is government, against any type of crime whatsoever if somebody invades your home. Police, fire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I never said I was against those services.
Oh, but that's government. You're
You're
dependent
relying
upon
on them. Why
I'm
don't
not
you have your
relying-
own fire
Yeah, no,
department
you are
at
relying
home?
upon
Day to day. So
You don't-
at what point in human history have people like so the argument is people are forced to work and they're slaves because if you don't work you're not gonna be able to survive in society,
capitalism
right?
works.
When in any point in history have people not been able to contribute to something and reap benefits from that?
Wait, why are you running away from this conversation?
What do you mean? What conversation?
You're trying to pivot away from the fact that you are admittedly dependent upon the government.
Yes. I'm not dependent on the government for me to wake up and pay my bills.
Yeah, are you going to send your daughter to public school?
Probably.
Oh, nice.
Oh no.
I mean,
even
I don't
better.
have to. I mean, I could go
even
private route.
better.
Yeah, go the private route. Sure, go for it.
Yeah, it is
Especially
what it
if
is.
that's Bucky's in your picture, you're definitely going to want to go the private route with the way education's looking in Texas lately with all the school voucher programs. It's going to demolish our entire education system. So if you're in Texas, yeah, get your kid into private school because public school is about to be completely eviscerated.
Mm-hmm.
So if you and your wife, y'all's employers, change insurance providers, which is highly likely because remember, we are entering a recession as we speak. So, assuming both of you don't get laid off.
How are we entering a recession if GDP growth is positive over the last quarter?
Because we've barely created any jobs, and prices on everything across the board is rising at an insane clip.
Mm-hmm.
And consumption is dropping.
Yeah, so why do you think all the money is pushing the market higher then? Like if we're going in for a recession, why are people
what money?
pushing the market to all-time highs if we're on the edge of GDP
The
growth
market to
going
all-time
negative?
highs as in what, the stock market?
Yeah, well, GDP
The stock market's
growth,
not indicative of recession.
It isn't. So in a recession, if GDP goes down, how is it possible for earnings to
GDP
project
and the stock
forward?
market are not the same thing.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, in general, what drives the stock market up?
Did you think that we were having a hard time under Joe Biden?
What, do I think we were having a hard time under Joe Biden?
Yes.
I think people were struggling.
Oh, cool. The stock market was at all-time highs the whole fucking time.
Yeah, I'm not saying.
Okay, cool.
I'm
So then,
saying-
like, my point is that people can absolutely be experiencing effectively recession-style shit,
but that doesn't
without
mean there's
the
a
stock
recession.
market reflecting it.
There
But I can
isn't a
tell you
recession.
that since the last year, IT has been laying off people at an insane clip. The entire IT sector has been laying off people in the tens of thousands in this country.
Yeah. I mean, I think I would disagree with you because most economists are
You would
saying
disagree with me?
that there's
On
not
what?
much that on the fact that you think massive amounts of people are getting laid off, like a large amount.
100,000 people. 100,000 people were just forced to resign from federal jobs.
And that's great. It's fantastic.
Wait.
We can't
You're
afford to
okay with
pay them.
Americans being told that they don't have a job anymore. You're okay with us making Americans jobless. That's what
Yes,
I'm hearing.
because I know plenty of people who work for the federal government, and they do not work nearly as hard, on the whole, as people in the private sector.
What are they doing, Daniel?
That's a very good question. Why?
It
has the
seems like you
government-
don't know a lot. Seems like you got a lot of friends, but you can't tell us what they do. You have friends that are doctors, but you can't tell us what they do or how much they make money. You have friends in the government, but you can't tell us what they do or how they make money. So are we just listening? Like, hey, I have a friend who her
I have a
sister
friend in-
owns a Shiba Inu. Wow,
No,
amazing!
I
I
have a
know
friend
everything
in the
about
FAA.
dogs now.
I don't know. I have a friend in the FAA, and he doesn't get up before 10 a.m. and logs off at 3 p.m. every day, and he's still a government employee.
Right.
Trump
One
golfs
person.
200 times each
Biden
presidency.
took a bunch of vacations too, so I don't know. why
Not even
you're using that
close.
point.
Not even close.
Okay.
Yeah, 157,818 people have been laid off in 2025 so far.
Okay.
By
In
the way,
IT.
does
In
anybody
IT.
remember that the Doge recommended to lay off a bunch of workers that were actually in charge of like taking care of like a nuclear facility, if I'm not mistaken? Does anybody remember that the first couple of months? And then they were like, "Hey, can you guys come back? We didn't realize this was dangerous," because they're not like thinking about
Yeah,
it.
and I can be critical of that. Like,
No, you can't.
yeah, I can. I
You
mean,
didn't.
What do you mean?
We
Like,
were talking
you
about
said-
Doge. You didn't bring it up.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't come out with. I can agree that you can.
Do
be
you think that
critical.
veterans should be allowed to work?
What?
Do you think that
What do you-
veterans should be not allowed, should be prioritized in the ability to work?
In the private sector?
Yes.
So are you saying so? Like, you're
Wow,
gonna have to.
you were
ask that
overcomplicating
specific-
this question.
No,
Dude,
it's not.
Do you
Like,
want
so-
veterans to be able to work?
Yeah.
You want veterans to have a job?
Yeah, I want
Oh,
everyone to
cool.
be
All
able
right.
to
Donald
have
Trump
that.
doesn't.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Trump's bad. The advice I could give to you guys is just never talk about him.
Daniel, like you don't even know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, because you're already done. Because
Yeah, I'm just
you're giving up.
making
You're
a
like you're
joking
just
that-
doing the
that you're
defeatist
gonna
thing now,
say
trying to
the
be a victim.
problems
Donald
today-
Trump has laid off at the VA. I believe it is, was it 70,000 were laid off, and let's just assume, just best case scenario, I believe that 1/3 of all people that work at the VA are veterans. Ah, there we go, Sharon. It was 80,000. 80,000 and 1/3 that work at the VA are veterans. So let's just assume 1-to-1 here that 1/3 of 80,000 were veterans. Donald Trump fired 28,000. Donald Trump fired 20, what is it, 23? Yeah, 23, maybe, something, thousand veterans.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Economist, that's talking a lot about here. Inflation is up, consumer sentiment is down, GDP has only arisen. It was at 3% in the second quarter after shrinking 0.5% in the first. And now it's up to 2.7, I think. Hold on.
Mrs.
So
C
what's-
in the
so
chat
what's the
said
definition
CBS
of a
just reported that
recession then?
foreclosures are skyrocketing.
They're not at 2008 levels yet. People have already argued
They're
we
not
still-
at. Okay,
That's
guys,
not
I
a good
know that
benchmark, man.
like
They're
people
not
are
like
losing
what-
their jobs, but it's not at the Great Depression level yet. Okay, so we got nothing to worry about, everyone.
If you look at any housing studies, people are still suggesting we have a 5 million shortage of houses in the future. Like we still do
You think
not
we
have
didn't have a
enough
shortage
housing.
in 2008?
What?
Do you
No,
think,
we didn't,
Do you think we
because-
didn't have a shortage in housing in 2008?
No, we had ample. Builders were building more homes in 2008 than they were 2 years ago. That's
we have
what created
excess
a lot
supply?
of the issues. Yeah, there's not excess supply right now.
That's
The
what I'm
reason-
talking about.
The reason there's low transactions because of interest rates and affordability. Like people still want to buy houses. They're just on the
Homes aren't
sideline.
affordable. What the hell are you talking about?
What?
Homes are not affordable.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. People are on the sidelines hoping interest rates go down.
Well, interest rates have gone down. I can assure you, dude, even with low interest rates, homes are not affordable, dude. Like the price of a home since from 2020 to now, I think has almost doubled. And
So if you had a larger supply of homes, what would that do to affordability?
will reduce the cost.
Yeah. So that's my point. Like,
what Kamala wanted to do.
So then you support the government investing in what? Infrastructure?
No, I support the government in trying to avoid like any unnecessary regulation. I mean, a lot of it's not even the federal government's fault.
That
It's
doesn't make
local
any
mu-
sense.
It's local municipalities and how they do it and how they do their town planning. That
Okay, so
doesn't
then why
allow
are you
for affordable
okay, so
housing?
then don't lay that at the feet of the federal government then.
I mean, you guys are saying like people are foreclosing on their house at like record rates. And that's
I'm
just
not saying
true.
that. CBS is saying
How can people be foreclosing on their house when home equity has never been higher?
I don't know, man. Ask the people that CBS is looking at that are foreclosing on their homes. Perhaps
this
it's
is
because the
all
cost
an
of everything
anecdotal
has gone
argument. You're
through
not
the
giving me
roof.
facts.
Perhaps it's that
Like,
they
look
lost
at
their job.
foreclosure
Perhaps
rates
it's
over
that
time.
there is
They're
an
not
excess.
dramatically
Okay, I
in-
can tell you're not listening, Daniel. I'm sorry. Keep on going.
Sorry, I'm just saying. Look, you're like saying there's this big housing crisis, but the foreclosure rates don't back what you're saying. They're not historically way higher than they have been over the last 5 years.
I just want to state that in 25 years, housing prices have increased nearly 160%.
And
But
what-
we
what
don't
is-
see increases in payment prices for people working.
And what I mean, honestly, what's the largest portion of probably the average American's net worth is tied into their house. So bringing up house prices is good for everyone that owns a house.
Except you can't
Like, it's the-
afford it.
I mean, you can't afford to live where you want to live. There are
Dude,
plenty
I live
of
in
low-cost-
Texas. Try again.
What you can't afford a house?
No.
Oh, where do you live at?
I just told you I was recently disabled.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that is an unforeseen circumstance, so I understand that. But like, I don't think at any point in time someone that was disabled would be able to buy a house if they didn't already have one. Like
You,
when
then
it,
Single-family
you
homeowners
don't
with
know
a
how
mortgage.
expensive it is.
so
Single-
so you're saying 20
Single
years
family
ago,
homeowners with a mortgage today pay an average of $2,370 a year for property coverage, up nearly 70% from 5 years ago, according to data from ICE Mortgage Technology.
I guess my point to you is if you went back 20 years ago and you took someone that is disabled and got a social security check or whatever, however they got their funds, they still wouldn't be able to afford the median house in this country.
Yeah,
Like
you
that's
can't
not a crazy thing.
live off of government assistance. That's why it's hilarious to me when people act like people can. You can't. You can't even afford rent on government assistance.
Mhm.
SSI in Texas, which I'm having to appeal again because they deny you several times until you get a lawyer involved. The maximum amount of money that SSI will give you in Texas is $990.
Mhm.
So Pickles here pays $800 a month for his house, his apartment, right? That would
Mhm.
leave Pickles for the rest of the month $190 if he got the max to pay for water, gas, electricity, food. No one can live off of that.
Okay. So we need to take more money from people who have more to be able to prop up people who can't.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All
yes,
right.
that's called a social contract. Do you know what that is, Daniel?
I think I have a just idea, but I'm going to be honest. I've heard of that, but I don't have a perfect
Okay.
definition. Do you want to give me your?
You ever hear about the French Revolution? Let them eat cake.
Yeah.
When the rich have too much, and the poor don't have enough for a long enough time, whenever it gets properly desperate, properly dire, bad things happen.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of bad things, guillotines, that type of shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the point is that yes, the rich, it is incumbent upon them to share more of their wealth because they have succeeded and they also have an excess outsized amount of wealth while the rest of us are scraping by with damn near nothing.
Okay. Yeah. No, and I understand what you're saying. I guess my point is we're talking about how people who are disabled can't afford to live on their own, and I'm saying that's never been the case.
It has been the case actually for an extended period of time. Do you know where they put disabled people before the government was forced to actually help them?
Probably in like insane asylums.
Yeah, Daniel, and we were unalived because we were considered a net negative and our net drain on society, when if you actually just help out a vast majority of disabled people afford the care that they need, guess what? They can work in society. Imagine that, when people are not having debilitating illnesses that keep them in bed all day because they can't afford the treatment and they can't afford to get better. They can't work in society. But when they do get the treatment and they can't afford it and they're taken care of, they can fucking work. It's amazing how that happens.
Well, why don't? So I guess I don't understand the Medicaid system well enough. Isn't that based upon income? Like, don't you get access to
I
that?
didn't
if
say
you're-
Medicare or Medicaid. I was saying SSI, which would be.
Yeah, but you're saying that people that are disabled need to get help. Are you saying Medicaid wouldn't cover people with disabilities to be able to
It
get
depends
back?
on the state, and it depends on the coverage.
Okay,
And that's if you even get it or not, because we're making cuts.
but the government ultimately decided beforehand who gets on Medicaid.
Right.
And then the government again is deciding who gets treated and who doesn't get treated.
When you make cuts to how much goes into Medicare and Medicaid, you have to be even more strict with who gets it. So if it's not as disabling condition as the government sees that it is, or that they are looking at now, then they'll go, yeah, we know you're disabled, but you're not like someone who's quadriplegic. So we're going to pass over you, which, by the way, that's fine with me, by the way. People who are even more disabled than me, I would rather the help go to them at this moment in time. But it doesn't mean that I should be left out in the fucking like road and forgotten about because I'm going through an issue in my life where my health is bad.
Well, yeah, but I guess that goes back to my point. Is you're saying the problem is Medicaid is underfunded and it should be expanded so then they can seek that. But couldn't the government always reject? They always have the ability, if it's a single payer system, to decide.
I don't think we should have private insurance. I think it should be a universal healthcare system.
And if the government still tells you no after you switch to that,
they wouldn't.
What is your other
go
option?
Universal healthcare system, because it wouldn't be about people who are disabled or people who are not disabled needing access to healthcare. It would be everybody getting access to healthcare.
Yeah, but the government would ultimately decide whether you get the health care or not.
How are they deciding if universal health care applies to all 330 million Americans? What are you talking
So they're just
about?
going to approve everything. If I go in there and I say my shoulder hurts, I need an MRI, and I do that every week, they're going to
You
do
don't
that?
dictate the treatment. Your doctor does.
Okay. What if I just go in there and my doctor says I need an MRI
Then
every
you get
time?
an MRI.
Then you would get an MRI.
Okay. So what if the doctor dictates that and says you don't need that?
Then
you don't get an
you
MRI.
don't get
I
it.
don't understand.
So the doctors are still going to get paid out from the government. So the government is still going to be able
How
to
do you
reject
think
people's
doctors are
claims.
paid? I'm quite curious at this point.
So they're
Do you
going
think they're
to
getting paid per treatment, like per test they run? Do you think that if they if I hit my MRI minimum quantity this month, I get an extra $300 in my paycheck?
They do have cases with that with select insurers.
With insurers, not with a universal healthcare system.
Okay, but the government isn't going to just allow everyone to get everything. Like, the government is still going to act as the insurer to dictate who gets what and prioritize that, because we don't have unlimited
I'm so
resources.
sorry. Did I switch to French in the middle of this conversation? Am I speaking a different language? What's
No,
happening?
Daniel's just a dumbass. Like, because we had this discussion 15 minutes ago, and we explained
and
this
I
to
guess,
Daniel.
like, respectfully, I have not.
I don't care, Daniel, about
insulted
your
your
respect,
intelligence.
dude. Like, yes, I'm the bad guy. I'm the douchebag. I'm the asshole. Okay, go
Okay.
ahead. I'm the bad guy. To the
Yeah, man,
1,000 people watching, I'm the bad guy. I called him a
we're
bad
just
name.
having a dialogue.
Oh, okay, we're
I
having a
don't
dialogue,
understand
and
why
I
you have
called
to
him
be
a bad name.
hostile.
Ad hom.
I haven't
Anyway,
raised
Daniel,
my
listen,
voice
listen,
one
Daniel.
time.
We explained this to you, and you're acting as if this is the first time that you are hearing it, because you're asking the same questions that you asked us 15 minutes ago.
Yeah. No, it's not the same question. It's the truth. Like, the government's going to dictate.
It's not the same question.
what
It's the
health
truth.
you're
You
gonna
admit
get.
that you're asking the same question?
What? I'm not asking the same question. I'm simply stating that if you have
You weren't
a
asking questions
single-payer
since then?
system, what? You got me lost because you're just being very hostile, and it makes me uncomfortable.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and I need to hop down anyway. Daniel needs a hug box. So
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll hop down. Appreciate you having me.
I hope you have a good
Much love,
evening.
Nemo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's hard to have a conversation with someone like if something that I don't want or I think isn't good ends up happening, or like I don't think is a net huge benefit. Like, let's say my policies don't go through. I'm not going to sit there and just like lose my shit. Like, I understand that's why we have a democracy, and I very much can be wrong. And that is part of this equation. And it's relying upon the people to go out and vote for what they want. And I think, for me, as an outsider, I think it hurts the movement to just continuously bring up Trump. Like, talk about what you actually want to do and don't use his name, because it's just not worked. Like you look at the last election, why was voter turnout lower? Like, do you think it was just COVID was just like people had more time to go and vote, and that's why sorry
I
to ask
think
another
Trump was
question.
so atrocious and so fresh on people's minds that people were motivated to vote. And I think Trump got the best of 3 years campaigning for presidency and crying about how the government is corrupt. That was very motivating for people. He went around lying about how tariffs worked. He said they're eating the cats and the dogs. He's saying that people are coming out here and raping and killing everybody. And he said that we're becoming a third world country. That's the nation that he wanted you to picture yourself in as he was running.
So I guess my
and Kamala was calmly proposing ideas how to build more houses.
I just like to
Go
point
ahead,
out one thing really quickly. I know.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Go
because
ahead.
I'm going to have to drop down soon. Daniel, when is the last time that the American people got to vote on a potentially universal healthcare system?
We never have.
Why not?
I don't know. We've had multiple different Congresses and no one's ever proposed it. But I think you're going to argue that insurance lobbyists have probably
I actually
slammed
wasn't going to
against
argue
the
that at all.
idea.
Because you made a comment that says we live in a democracy and that's what we vote on. When have the American people been able to vote on these things?
I mean, we have a democratic republic, so we elect officials to dictate the will of the people.
It's a representative democracy.
Yeah. So basically, we vote on those people. Those people are going to say, we want universal health care, so we vote for those people. And there haven't been a large enough body of those people to get elected to make the system change.
So it almost sounds like that our system has a prerogative in things to not help the American people.
Yeah, and I would say it's on both parties. I didn't say like one side is superior to the other.
Did I say anything against that?
No, I'm just saying like I don't know how you like. My thing is the only way it works is if you elect people and people go out there and vote in people that are going to deliver on that promise, because we've had people try to deliver on that promise, and when it comes time, it never happens.
My issue is that our government system is very fractured in a multitude of different ways. One side is making it way fucking worse than the other at this point. When you've got a 29% approval rating, you gotta wonder what you're doing wrong. When your approval rating is so fucking low. Like Pickles has mentioned before, people are embarrassed to come up here and talk about Trump because it's fucking embarrassing.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to sit here and be like everything he does is great, everything he says is great. I don't want to defend that rhetoric, but like I think something that's deep at its core with the entire election was like you have to save democracy by voting for this person. You know, like you have to save this
He's violated the
person.
Constitution many times, so that wasn't even something that was incorrect. But more to the point, all that y'all proved, all that America proved this last election is a simple, very simple thing, which is y'all hate women and y'all hate BIPOC people more than you do a misogynist who has raped people.
Okay. I guess my
pedophile, right?
I guess I mean. So do you think what percentage of people that voted in the last election do you think are independents that would have voted either way?
Independents typically lean right.
Oh, that's not always the case. Independents are the ones who decide elections.
But they're the ones. Hey, Daniel, they're the ones that are really dragging Trump's numbers and the GOP's numbers down. I mean, one of the reasons we have all of this military on our streets right now is to try to prevent that blue wave, which is coming in 2026. Without a doubt, they will lose the House, and potentially now the Senate is in play.
They're not going to lose the Senate.
So
the maps are not drawn that way to do that. Not maps, but like
sure.
They're not going to lose the Senate.
Daniel, what did you just say when people, and what Pickles has been trying to say, people are getting very angry, and even independents are beginning to not like the military and ICE on the streets. We have an American Gestapo. We have an American brutality on our streets. In my 26,000 person town, where, by the way, Daniel, you don't live anywhere near here, I guess, but the starter houses are now $1 million. That's for a small, maybe 1,600 square foot house.
And not everyone can afford to live there. That's
well,
okay.
Guess what? New Yorkers are moving into this and buying the houses. Our houses on the market are sold within a week.
Yeah, I guess you can't afford
so while you're
people
so
can't afford to live there.
privileged, no, I didn't buy here. I'm one of the older people. I came here before the housing market went insane. You don't have college loans, do you?
I paid them off.
Oh, you paid them off. How old are you? I'm curious.
29.
Oh, and always lived in Texas?
No, I'm not even from Texas.
Oh, where are you from?
The state of Indiana.
Oh, so no real difference in thought process there, right?
I mean, I don't think you need to be attacking my thought process. I mean, I think
well,
that was
I've listened to you for the last hour, and your thought process is a bit whack.
Okay, yeah. Feel free to
I just have never seen someone so self-absorbed without realizing. Oh, wait a minute. Let me ask you another question. Are you a Christian? Do you go to church every Sunday?
Yeah. I don't go to church
tell
every
me
Sunday.
about Christ's teaching about how we treat the poor. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, so does the government have to help poor people, or am I able to do that?
Oh, and how much have you donated?
I'm
I'm just curious. How much have you donated this year?
To what? The church?
To charities. You just told me that the government doesn't have to take care.
I don't feel comfortable disclosing that information with you.
So that would be zero, except for when you do your tax returns, right?
No, it wouldn't be zero.
Oh, and tithes to your ultra-nationalist white church.
I don't tithe.
Oh, so how much do you put in the
I don't go to church on Sunday. I'm a follower of Christ, but I don't belong.
Oh, so you don't follow any organized religion?
I mean, I believe in Jesus Christ.
Oh, but you don't believe in anything he said about how we treat immigrants because he was one.
Okay. How many hours have you volunteered at your local food shelter? I would wager I've done more than you.
That's great for you. How do you know I'm not a customer there?
I don't know. I'm just asking. You're attacking me and saying I don't care
I'm not
about poor
attacking
people.
you. I'm
And I
asking you
donate my time
questions.
and my resources to
Daniel,
help people
I'm
less
asking
fortunate than
you
me.
questions. I'm sorry if you're uncomfortable with that, but we do live in a democracy. We do have the right of free speech, right?
I mean, yeah.
And I'm
you
not being
do.
mean. I might be a little condescending because
mean,
I
you're
think your
definitely condescending.
position is incredibly selfish.
I
And
don't
what
think
you
I don't think it's
represent is
selfish
the
to think that
worst.
I should be able to.
You're so young, you don't even know what you don't know. And you're so entitled thinking just because you work for a publicly held company in fucking Texas,
It's
where they
not
give
in
tax
Texas.
breaks
You're not
until
even
you
listening to a single
don't.
word I'm saying.
So
You literally
you
keep
work
saying
from
I'm from
home.
Texas.
You don't go in the
You
office.
literally.
I'm asking you a question you
Pickles, can you
can't
help me
seem
here?
to
She's not
answer. Can
listening to
you
a single word she
focus?
said. I told her where
Focus.
I'm from, and she's
So
not
you're
listening to
from
a single word.
Indiana. You moved to Texas.
No,
Do
I
you
didn't
go
move to
to an
Texas. You're not.
office?
Can you kick her? She's not even listening to what
Wait,
I'm
hold on.
saying.
I was the one that made a guess because he has Bucky, like Bucky's in his profile picture. I didn't know.
I'm just
Personally, I don't want to
asking,
continue on the
artists. I
conversation
swear to
if
God,
you're
I'm
not
so
even going
sorry
to
for what
listen
you're
to what
going
I'm
through.
saying when I'm saying it.
I
You're
am
making up all
listening
this
to
stuff that
you.
I have never said. I've never lived in Texas. I am not moving to Texas, and you keep saying this
So
stuff.
what state do you live in now?
I gotta go. Bye, Pickles. Love you.
Love you,
Smooches.
Artemis. You're amazing.
Bye.
Ali J. Rose, thank you so much for
respectfully-
becoming a super fan.
Respectfully, I live in New Jersey. Does that make you feel better? I'm from New York. I lived in Jersey. I've lived overseas. I've lived in Washington, D.C. I've worked for the government. I worked at SCOTUS. Now, Daniel, tell me a little bit about you. You're from Indiana. You have a new baby girl. You're 29 years old. You and your wife work for publicly held companies. And do you own your home yet?
Yeah, we own a house.
Oh, did your mom and dad help with it?
No,
Oh, so what state do you live in?
I don't really like. You're being very aggressive. I'm worried.
I'm not. I just told you a whole
I
bunch
live
of
in
stuff.
Indiana.
Oh, so you still live in Indiana?
Yeah.
So you haven't moved away from where you grew up?
I mean, I moved away, but I've come back.
Uh-huh. Because it's comfortable there, right?
I mean, I think people want to be around their family. Are you going to attack me because I want to be around my family?
No. If you noticed, I took my tone down. I just think you live in an incredibly privileged life that you are unaware of. No, seriously. I have paid 6 figures in taxes before. My husband and I were in the top 1% for many, many years until a stupid accident disabled him. And thankfully, he had amazing coverage through his job that he paid for and gets disability until he's 72 years old. He is incredibly lucky. But after COVID, I stopped working. And for reasons I don't really need to discuss with you, I stopped working from hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And now finding a job after this many years out of the job market, even though my skills are still strong, it's different because I'm older. And it's different because it just is. And at 29 years old, you should have more compassion for others. And so I think it's great if you do the work in a food market. And I think it's great if you're able to help others and see your family. But not everybody is lucky enough to have that.
Well, and I think that's respectfully, I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm not going to argue that it's not fortunate for me to have family. Because even if I didn't, like some people just don't have family because they're not there. Like I can fully respect that. Like whether they've passed, whether they're just not close with them. Like I'm truly fortunate to have that relationship. But I would ultimately argue that luck has very little to do with my success.
Oh, of course, because luck is when you have opportunity meets hard work, right?
And I would say
That's what you're going to say?
I think I made my opportunities. I mean,
of course you did.
I came
in
from a very
Indiana.
much lower class family.
That I believe.
and worked really, really hard. I graduated with an engineering degree in 3 years because I wanted to save that money because I was the one paying for my college. Like I
Uh-huh.
grinded and I
So,
did those
yeah.
things.
You
And
weren't
like,
smart enough yet, though, to get a full ride like I got. But that
I
was
mean,
DEIA, right?
I mean, you know, and like if we want to have that conversation, I totally understand why that's necessary because I think progress is a pendulum, and for such a long period of time, women and
Progress is a
people of color were
pendulum.
not given those opportunities, and
Not
I have
just
no problem with that. I have no problem with that. It doesn't bother me because just because someone else gets opportunities doesn't take opportunities away from me.
Well,
Like,
that's probably the nicest thing I've heard you say. You're still unaware of your white privilege. For some reason, I think the GOP and Republicans, and specifically MAGA, feel like they don't realize this whole world was set up. Well, I would say the world after 1492, when white became a thing.
mhm.
Other than that, people were Germans and Poles and Hungarians and
But wouldn't you say like everything
Bulgarians.
is on a scale of progress? I know
No,
it's easy to say that we don't have things that could be fixed, but to sit here and say that we haven't made tremendous progress in the last
we
100
are the
years.
richest country. We made progress after World War II, and then Reagan hit us, and then trickle down, which has been a fallacy for over 40 years, and it's not working. And you cannot deny what we did post World War II versus now. We just took, as someone said in the comments, 50 years back of progress. And now we need a new Civil Rights 2.0 just to claw back our civil rights. I'm not even talking about medical care anymore.
Okay, so I guess like can you give me examples of how you feel like we're 60 years back? Like 60
Dude,
years back
Roe v. Wade
puts
was
us
50 years
you know,
precedent.
yeah, but that
seriously,
I mean we could go I mean see that's another talking point. Roe v. Wade
I
should have
can't
been
do,
codified.
I just think that you've lived in your own bubble
Mhm.
and you have no awareness yet of what the world is like. I lived in Saudi Arabia. I understand women's rights.
Mhm.
There weren't any, none.
Mhm.
At the time I lived there, you could not drive. The only women we ever saw uncovered, including myself, by the way,
Mhm.
was when I saw women from the US Army riding around in their Jeeps, which irritated the Saudis to no end.
Mhm.
I've managed global teams and traveled all over the world with my career. I'm telling you, you do not understand the world with these such strong opinions you have. It just shows an American centric view. And trust me, Daniel, the shit we have done over this world is a reckoning still to come.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
I think you
mean
need some more. I think it's great you're an engineer. I'm sad you didn't take any political science classes, and I'm sad you didn't take any history classes. My encouragement to you, and then I'll do what I need to do, is start reading your news. Read the Wall Street Journal, read the New York Times, read the Washington Times, read the Washington Post, read the AP, read Reuters. But for the love of God, get out of that white male privilege bubble that you are in and you continue to support. I just ask you for that daughter you are raising right now. She will have to grow up in this world. And I just pray to God the world is a lot nicer right now to her than it is to the kids that were zip tied in the building in Chicago. So you voted for a fascist and he told you he was one. Project 2025 is real and you're still in denial. So stop your bullshit at this point. Okay, kiddo? I'm
Okay.
asking
I mean,
you
I can
to
counter
read
some of those
your
points if you want me
news.
to. I
No,
mean,
you don't have a response
women,
to any of that
single women have a higher percentage of home ownership than single men.
because they're more
Women go
educated.
to, yeah, exactly. So
And my daughter
how is the
doesn't
male
want to get
privilege
married.
system,
My daughter
like
looks
when
at
the
white
education is a
men
key
as
to
if
moving
they are
forward?
now a disease, Daniel,
Then that's
because
you.
of the
Like,
words coming out of your mouth.
I mean, if you feel like I am a disease, like
No,
I don't,
I
like
said
I
the
can
words.
disagree with you, and I
Listen,
can
there
not
are
hold
enough
angst
women,
against you.
kiddo, there are enough women right now who are single and not getting married. That's a choice. You just said single women are homeowners. Yes. And Black women are some of the most educated people with master's degrees still
Yeah.
saving to own a house because they earn sometimes 80 cents on the dollar still. My boss, who was English, gave me a $50,000 raise. Forget my bonuses. The raise, when he looked at the position, I was at the same level of 3 men, and he realized that it was an HR nightmare about to come, and literally overnight gave me a $50,000 raise and $30,000 more in stock options.
Hey,
So I'm trying to explain to you, and I'll leave it, that, oh, Pickles, I'm sorry, the numbers went down and no one's punting him.
it's okay.
I just think, Daniel, you got to get out of your own head.
Yeah, I've also had you up here for about an hour and a half,
Yeah,
Daniel. Is there
I'm
one more
sorry.
thing you want to say?
No, like thank you for having me on. Like I just wanted to have a discussion. Like I don't think you are bad or I am absolutely right. Like I don't think I have a perfect
I don't think you're a
worldview.
bad kid.
And
I don't
okay,
think you're a bad kid. I just think you're a kid. And now you
mean-
have a kid.
I
and I
mean-
pray to God, just listen to me a second. As someone that has been through a whole lot of world, I'm asking you just to read your news.
Yeah,
That's it.
and I feel like I got that pretty well covered. Like all those things you were talking about, that is where I get my news from.
Okay.
And it's like
Then that's
I'm
even
going back to
worse.
my point. Like Pickles, like I appreciate you having this live and you having this ability to talk to a base. Like I want the most amount of people to be met wherever they can be met, because a lot of people won't go to traditional media. And like honestly, like it's good that you're an activist, because I think more people should be involved, because the more people we get involved, the better outcome we get for everyone. So like just because I see a different way of how I think the country should function, it doesn't mean I think you people are bad people. It just means I see it differently, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Like my job is to go vote on what I think is the best for me and the future of this country, and that doesn't mean I'm absolutely right. But let's say that the people I vote for don't win. I want to be supportive and I want it to work out. So like if I hope I'm wrong. I hope if we have a universal
Voted for a
healthcare system,
pedophile.
I hope I'm wrong, and I hope it's a net positive, and I'll eat my crow. I just think from my position and my stance, I don't think it dramatically changes too much, and I could be wrong, and that's what I'm saying.
Say
Like,
a prayer for your daughter, because she's
okay,
going
I
to
mean,
need it.
I think
God
that's like
bless you, Daniel. I think
okay.
it's sad. I think we both should
I
disconnect
mean,
and let him
Pickles,
get on
do you care to
getting
comment
his
on this?
numbers
Like,
for his tacos.
has anything that I said
just
made me seem like I'm openly trying to say here that you can have different views on how you want the future of this country to function from multiple standpoints? From me, I have a perspective of less government involvement, but I am not going to sit here and like say like you guys are bad people because you want something different.
No. I just think that I think where the harm is here is that it's what you guys want is now kind of incoherent, because like you just said, less government involvement. We're not seeing that. We're seeing them more than ever. We have military and the police, but I mean police in the streets. But
yeah, I'll get off. I'm so sorry for
Yeah.
taking so long on the live. I'll let you get someone up. Thank you for giving me a voice. Thank you for talking to me. I appreciate the discussion. You guys have also honestly given me a lot to think about and digest. So I appreciate that platform, and I hope you keep doing this, because I think more people doing this and having these conversations is what's going to really help fix a lot of the issues we have in this country, is just talking and like being willing like to be educated and learned by other people. So
For sure.
I appreciate that.
Thanks, Daniel.
All right, I'll jump off.
All right. Chat, thank you guys for getting me to 200K. Guys, be sure to follow Fee and give Fee, I'm sorry, Fee or Fi? I always forget.
It's Fee.
Fee.
It's Fee. I struggle with these kids. I really do. Thank you for letting me up. I really appreciate it. I'll drop down. I appreciate all the gifts. That was very kind. It was not necessary. Please, I'd rather you gift pickles, and I'll talk to you soon. Thanks, kiddo.
Thank you. Thank you. Much love. All right. Chat, we are looking for Trump supporters to debate. If you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Hello?
Yeah, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'll hop off. I wanted to talk to that kid to try to shed some light on the idea that political differences are fine. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about human rights differences, people's basic rights being infringed upon, and things of that nature. But I won't hold it up. I'll let somebody that wants to debate you come up, but I appreciate it.
Appreciate you, man. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Yellow.
Hello?
Hi, are you over 18?
No.
Okay. Charlie's main base. Charlie's main demographic. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I cracked myself up. Chat, we're looking for Trump supporters. Why aren't we talking to the kids? TikTok won't allow us. We can't. We can't. I can't groom kids on this channel. It's not right. Sorry. It's all also weird and gross. Yeah. Please educate your kids when time permits. Yeah. If you want to go groom kids, we go that over to the right. We that's how you get elected over there. That's how you get you get yourself appointed to AG. That kind of record. That kind of you're a straight shooter. You're going places. Nobody supports Trump anymore? I don't know. MAGA, request up. I'm here to debate. I'm a beta boy. I'm 5'6", and I listen to Spice Girls. And I wear a furry tail. Guys, by the way, I do have soy boy hats for sale. You said I was 6'4" now. 5'6", guys. We're 5'6" over here. You forgot to say trans rights or human rights. That'll get them in. Trans rights, human rights, trans women or women. I missed the nightly prayer. I still waiting on baby pickle shirts. I'm strength, but I think I fell in love with a twink at Starbucks today. Love that for you, Frankie. I don't know, just became a super fan. Chat, I love you forever if you become a super fan. That is no small thing. Thank you so much. TikTok raised the prices, so it's a big deal. Thank you. Short Lefty King. I'm banned till the 13th, Tic Tac. No. Erica Kirk continuing the MAGA life by running. Woof. I haven't looked at my Apple statement yet. If you're like, some of y'all are grandfathered in. Am I debating Trump supporters? I am. Yeah, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Five six, the new 5'5", 6'5". Oh yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Are you a Trump
How are you?
supporter?
No, actually. But I want to debate with you because there's some things that I don't really understand. Sorry for my accent. I'm actually a Canadian, French Canadian, and I'm looking at everything on the news, and I'm looking at a lot of content creator with the same thing. Debate me, Trump sucks, or and I wanted to know, why do you think people voted for Trump? Because there's million of Americans voted for him.
Mhm.
Why do you think so?
I think that Trump's politics are very fascist and very inflammatory. And I think that he says things that gets him it gets him in the news a lot. Over and over again, it's things that come through our social media all the time, things that we have to digest as a society. He says things that are very problematic. So I feel like no matter what the opposite side is doing in politics, I feel like what he is doing and saying creates so much noise that you can't run an effective campaign against him.
Okay, I understand the point, but my talk is, the first thing that come to my mind is most American. I don't understand how most American could have come like first thing that they want has prioritized immigrants or things like this. I think that most people, their number one concern is economy, and they want to be sure that they have enough money to make it to the month. And I think most of Americans, I think there's big Trump's followers who like the policy about the immigrant and everything. Well, I said the policy. I didn't mean the policy. I just mean the talk shit about immigrant, and they think that Trump. Yeah, but I think most of them love. But no, not most of them. Not the diehard right, but I think that I think a lot of economic perspective American voted for Trump because 2016 and 2020 were good years, not because of Trump, but were good years economically because I think Obama left Trump in a good chair.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, so they look at the time before the pandemic hit and they say, "Oh, look how great the economy was," and they attribute that to Trump. And then I asked them, "What did Trump do to create such a great economy?" And they don't know. And it's just a lot of rhetoric, and it's a lot of tricky messaging that he did, like with tariffs and with, talking about, I just totally lost my train of thought, but he did absolutely mislead them with what he was going to do, talking about energy independent, all this stuff. A lot of the things that he said were absolutely not true, very misleading, and were very vague ideas. No actual policy was proposed by him to fix the economy. And when we found out that what he's really doing with the economy, it's so controversial. We know that Congress would never pass any of this. So but anyway, I have someone else in the box that looks like an actual debate, but I appreciate you coming up and kind of
Can I ask you just one last question?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to bring the points to this place because I think with all the debates that start with Charlie Kirk, who kind of bring the mood of debate me, and Dean and Parker and everyone started to do the same thing. I think it tried to, at some point, put Republican and Democrats far away that they were at first. Basically, I think there's more common ground between the two sides, and I think that since Trump presidency to now, I think it's gone way further than it was at first. So do you think you're helping? I know that most of you think that it's a way of educating people, but the way I see it, it's putting people way further than they were before.
So I don't attribute at all what I do as divisive. I think that I've even managed to become friendly with a lot of conservatives that watch my channel. I even have conservative supporters. I think when we talk about like in a channel like mine or Dean or Parker, they have like a few million followers. Trump gets 70 times that just anytime he picks up a microphone, and it starts at the top. So I think the division is much more easily seen when you just see what Trump says. Like they're having abortions 2 weeks after birth. So that paints one side as complete dynamic, like infanticide, murdering people, and the other side, we just look at them and say, well, they're liars. We're not doing that. So that is a complete division of the population. You have to take one side or the other. There's no middle ground. Trump has a million of stances just like that. And he makes us face those decisions every day. For me, what I'm trying to do is I talk to people and I try to deconstruct these ideas that Trump has built in people's head, that migrants are not rapists or criminals or violent people or murderers. And I try to show them with data. I think that is something that causes less violence, is de-radicalizing people.
Then it's a good thing. Because like I said, that was my first concern, and that's why I step in. And I'm not like I say, I don't like Trump. I'm in Canada, and everything that I see impact us, and in a way that starting to scare us, not because of you owning us in economically. I think it's more in a way that, well, if you watch the speech at the ONU, I think it was the scariest thing I've seen in politics, and the fact that Macron did, UK, France, nobody is able to say Trump is a liar when he's talk 1 hour and is threatening everybody. So I think that the only country that could put Trump away of threatening everybody else in the world is the United States.
Yeah.
And right now, the way I see it going is he's able to dividing way further than it was before, and I think that everybody is picking on the same thing, that Republicans are idiot, and for supporting him. So by acting this way, I think it doesn't really help to the point that they need to set a common ground to have to stop seeing the two sides, and well, you understand my point.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I appreciate you coming up, David, and I appreciate your point of view, and much love to our neighbor above us.
No problem.
And
Have
we're
a good
sorry.
night.
We're sorry for about Trump.
No problem. No, we have a good life here, so keep supporting you, and good luck.
Thanks, man. All right. Chat, we're going to get to the next guest. But before we do, I do have a Cash App and Venmo in the bio. I also have merch. And I have an Amazon wish list. If you guys are trying to spoil me or buy me a cup of coffee, it's the best way to do it. Let's get on to the next guest, y'all. Canada's not going to save us. I mean, I hear they have good snipers. Hello.
Yo.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Nah, brother. I'm more of a middle ground supporter, if I would say so myself. I don't support either side. I believe that what's the chances that the most powerful country in the world would transfer power over every 4 years? It don't seem possible, just from a logical standpoint, if I'm being real with you.
So you're just saying it's only a matter of time before somebody took it?
I believe it's just a deep state. I believe that I believe that this whole thing is what's the right word? A play, just for us to be entertained. It's like keeping the peasants entertained with Rome. Like, you don't really
I think there's too many people working on the inside that have not been seem to be disrupted until something like Trump came along. So like RFK, like the whole HHS, people just like getting up and leaving their jobs, or people just like leaving their jobs in the federal government, or just getting fired. I feel like this is the first time this has ever happened. And I think that I just have trust in the process of these types of people coming together and being like, working together every day. If something were to happen that you think there was like some sort of deep state, I could easily see someone like blowing a whistle long before now, and we haven't seen anything like that. This is just a long conspiracy that's useful.
Didn't JFK blow a whistle?
Right, with like Israel?
Yeah, as far as like, not touching the wall again, his head blew off a short time later. And I believe in the speech he said he believed it is a deep state.
Like I can see that there being pockets of like bad
Like
actors. I can see. I don't think the CIA is all bad either. They're the reason, we don't have, I don't know, like child traffic rings to the level of other people do.
But they're the reason that the black community was destroyed by crack cocaine during the Nicaraguan war.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so I don't see how we could just call these people good. The community.
I mean, it's got the same name and stuff. The United States still has the same name. We still have black slaves. Are we all bad still?
Yes, but that was in 1865, I believe, when the slaves was freed. I believe the crack era. The crack era was what, 40 years ago, 30 years ago.
Yeah, and it's still enslaving people, disproportionately black people.
Yes, it's due to the prison system. That's what I'm saying. This whole system seems to be already running. It don't seem like, I don't believe that one person could come in and throw off the whole system.
Which side is all for the prison system? Is the left or the right? Which side got funded a ton by the prison system?
The left, correct?
No, it's the right.
But the left is so. I'm from a democratic city. My whole city. It seemed pretty prison orientated. The schools seemed like
prison orientated. Trump had two huge private prison donors, both three-letter names I forget, but he has two, and Joe Biden did not have any.
Yeah, but Joe Biden, he introduced the crime bill. I had plenty of uncles locked up from the crime bill.
They did not know what they were doing when they did that.
I believe that was a calculated attack on the black community, coming off of the Black Panther and the Nation of Islam and the uprising.
This was This was also backed by the Black Caucus, and was also co-signed by the NAACP.
What was the crime bill?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not the just because it's the NAACP and it's supposed to represent us. Isn't that run by is Al Sharp? Is that Al Sharpton, I believe? Or Jesse Jackson? I believe Al Sharpton is a big player in that. And he was outed by the feds for being an informant to the Nation of Islam and black activist parties.
Okay. I don't know where he went. I think he got a phone call. The Nation of Islam. Is that what he said? I'm not awake enough for this. Yeah. Pickle's looking roguishly handsome right now. Duh. Coffee and gaming time? Guys, I'm banned from Final Fantasy. I don't know what to do. Y'all, we need to do more debates, honestly. We need to keep these popping. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. How did I get banned? They felt my aura, like something happened in the server when I joined, and they just couldn't afford to keep the data centers running, so they banned me. They knew. Oh, and Sue Barney, thank you so much for the $50, by the way. Sue, I love you so much. Hold on. Sue says, treats for pickles. Thank you so much, Sue. I can give pickles a treat right now, actually. Pickles. 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 All right, here we go. Hello.
What's up?
So are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
What do you like about Trump?
He's doing a good job.
With what?
Like he said, he's doing a lot of things.
Can you name one?
He said he's getting rid of all the criminals out the country. He's getting rid of drugs.
Wow. How's he doing that?
He's doing a lot.
You're getting rid of all the criminals? Like 60% of the people he's arresting are not criminals.
Yeah, he's deporting criminals, and he's getting rid of drugs.
60% of the people he's arresting have no criminal background.
What about the drugs? He said he's gonna attack drugs.
It sounds scary, man. It sounds so brave of him.
So why do you say he sucks?
Because he's pretty much caused a white supremacist movement in the country and is deporting people and demonizing immigrants and chasing around these people with a camera with Dr. Phil and putting them in places like Alligator Alcatraz. You think that's
I
true?
don't know. On the news, it says that he's doing a lot of good stuff.
What news channel are you watching, Bug Guy?
CNN.
I'm sure that's exactly what CNN's saying. Guys, I need another one of those. One of these. CNN's been pretty sus lately. They are owned by Republicans, right? It's so weird. Is anybody else seeing it like hard to get a debate on Debate Talk these days? Unless you're Parker Dean. Hello.
Do you want to know why you can't get a debate?
Why?
Because you're mentally ill when people are getting fatigued.
I'm
They're
mentally
just
ill?
like- the whole lib movement is becoming mentally ill.
How so?
And it's like, because you are. And people are like, I'm just going to let them do their thing over there. And I'm just going to nod and smile because if I really try and debate them, it's dangerous. Because the crap that they say, it's crazy.
Like science-based. It's crazy.
Science-based, where you call people racists and Yahtzees every other word, and uneducated and everything else under the sun, and white supremacist, which just came out of your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Every other word is what you'll hit that with. You'll be like, oh, that's a white supremacist. Oh, he voted Republican. He's a white supremacist. Oh, that person voted for Trump. He's a white supremacist. That's a racist. That's a homophobe. All that shit, that's a Yahtzee. He's Hitler. People are just like, okay, I'm just going to nod and smile.
Which side comes up here and says the N-word and the F slur and all sorts of slurs all the time?
Really,
Which side is
because I
it?
listen to you a lot, and I don't really, get that.
You what? You haven't
I
seen
don't-
that?
Oh, okay. So racist. We're all racist. We're all Yahtzees.
You're all racist?
Oh yeah. We're all racist. We're all Yahtzees. We're all white supremacists. We're all,
I feel like that's one way to
We're
make
all
it seem like we're
fascist.
wrong,
We're all
but no,
fascist.
a lot of y'all are.
We're all fascist. Yeah, we're all fascist.
You just feeling sorry
Well,
for
yeah.
yourself?
Now, I'm going to nod and smile at you because there's really no point in debating you because that's all you have. That's
When
it.
we discuss your ideas
Uneducated.
and they sound like very racist ideas, I have to call you racist.
What's racist? Securing the border, is that racist?
No?
Oh, well.
Is that
how's
simply what you're
how's that
doing?
not
Just
racist?
securing the border? That's all you're doing?
How is that? Why would you secure a border?
You're saying that all you're doing is securing the border?
Oh,
That's all you're
okay.
doing?
Deporting undocumented migrants. Is
Mhm.
that racist? Is that racist?
And documented.
Is that racist?
And documented.
Okay, and documented. Sure.
Mhm. What?
Millions
Yeah.
of-
And then what
millions
kind of people are you
documented.
shipping in? What kind of people is
Millions of
Trump shipping in? He's shipping in
No,
Africans.
Pickles. It is racist to deport, right?
It's not just deporting, right?
Come again. It's racist.
It's not
to
just
deport.
deporting.
Obama deports way more than Trump's ever
It's
going to.
getting people.
Biden
It's
deports
getting people
way more.
motivated, and racist. Like the racist remarks will get you. Like if the president says racist things and then continues to do things that could be determined to be racist, you might get racist allegations for voting for it.
Oh, okay. So you mean like going to put you all back in chains? That kind of racist rhetoric?
No, like
Well,
I don't know
Do you remember who said that?
who.
Joe Biden. They're going to
Woof.
put you all in chains. They're going to put you back in chains.
That's
was Joe
so.
Biden.
That's. Did that hurt your feelings? That struck a chord. You should hear some of Trump's bangers.
that sound
You should hear some
racist
Trump's
to you?
bangers,
Does that
talking
sound
about how
racist to
Kamala
you?
turned black.
Is that so? Is she Jamaican and Indian?
She's Jamaican or Jamaican black?
Yes. Is her mother from India?
Yes.
Are those people black?
No.
Are you sure?
Well, they could be. You could be black and Indian.
It's just ridiculous.
Do we have to teach you guys all
Here's
of
the
these
thing.
things? You have
Here's
to
the
learn
thing,
nationality
Pickles.
and you have to learn all of these things,
wait.
race, how it's social
Should
construct.
we have voted based
We have to
on
help
her
you
race?
guys all day.
Did we have voted for her based on her gender and her race? Was that what we were supposed to do?
No, but
well,
we
are
do
you
have
sure?
feedback on how you
Well,
guys
am I
didn't vote
racist
for her
for
because
not-
of her
wait,
gender
wait,
and her
wait.
race.
Am I racist for not voting for her because she was a woman and was a person of color? Does that make me racist? Or was I
No,
supposed
she
to
was
base-
she was easily far
supposed
more
to-
qualified.
Are you sure it's not?
And she wasn't criminal. She was not criminal, and she was far more qualified.
Was more qualified.
Far
She
more.
was. Far more. Way more. Way more.
And she
What
wasn't
did
criminal.
She do in the Senate?
In the what?
In the Senate. What
She
did
voted. She voted. She did things in the
She
Senate just like
voted.
everybody else.
She voted. What else did
Mhm.
she do? What else?
I don't know. What did Trump do while he was?
Trump has never been in politics.
Yeah. What did
So
he do
Kamala's
before
been-
that? Besides
Kamala's been in
fucking over
politics forever.
everybody he's ever worked with. Besides that, what did he do? Besides
from the
inherit
private
money
s-
from his daddy.
Pickles. Trump came from the private sector. Kamala's all public.
Mm-hmm. And she
She's not-
voted.
she's
She
not
got
hiring
voted to
people.
every position
Is
she went to.
That's fantastic. Is she actually employing people? Is she got a payroll?
I'm sure she's managed a payroll before, yeah.
Whose money is she using?
The people's.
Right.
Like
Trump's not
she has to do now. Like Trump has to do now. That's the job she's auditioning
Yeah,
for.
now
To
he's
do that
moved into
again on a
government.
larger scale. She has a lot of experience in doing that. Yes.
Mhm. Has she run a business?
Yeah, this is not a business, right? So Trump has been
Has
able to run
she-
around and
has
fire
she
everybody
signed
that
the
doesn't agree with
front of
him.
a paycheck?
You can't
Has she signed
run
the
this like
front of a paycheck.
she could have,
Has she
yeah. I'm
signed-
sure she has. Yes.
Doing what? How did she? when
Being
did
a
she do that?
campaign manager at least, or being in charge of the front of a campaign. I'm sure she has signed plenty of checks. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that's employing people, I guess. Now, when she decided to spend $1.2 billion in how fast did she do it?
Mm-hmm.
How
A year?
fast?
Yeah, she had to do it in
No, it
109
wasn't a
days.
year.
109 days.
Was it a year?
Yeah, she had to fast track it. There's a lot of money that comes with fast tracking.
One-
1.2
$1.2 billion.
Yeah,
and
in
you
100 days,
lost.
she ran a presidential campaign.
It was a great campaign,
It was.
and I don't know how she lost.
I don't
than
either.
Other than the country must be racist and uneducated.
It's.
And
I
white
mean,
supremacy.
I've proven it. You should watch my channel, David.
That would be all your reasons.
You should watch my channel.
I've heard your channel. It's all the same thing. You just said it like 10 minutes ago. It's all white supremacy. I mean, good God. That's why you can't get a debate. People are just tired.
Nobody can debunk that. It's too exhausting
Nobody
to come
can
up and
it.
debunk.
You're right. Nobody can debunk it, Pickles. No. That's what you think. You think,
Yeah.
oh, she didn't do anything wrong. She's brilliant. She's a great campaign. And the reason they didn't vote for her because they're all racist. How stupid do you think people are? You
Stupid enough
think
to vote for Trump.
Well, that's why I'm saying the libs are mentally ill on this. They need
Mentally
to
ill.
fix this. They need to figure this out because this message is not a winning message.
You're right. We are dumb. We are insane for not liking a man who paints his face orange and
you know what?
talks shit and stokes
just keep doing
division and spends money like a fucking insane person while he's in charge and says hateful things for us to fight about every day. Says
He's a
shit about
Yahtzee.
Tylenol,
And he's a
questions
Yahtzee,
everything.
And he's a Yahtzee and he's Hitler and he's a white supremacist.
There's your straw mans. I can see how you and your wife fight. I can literally probably just give you an
Seriously.
exact dialogue.
Seriously.
You
People
say
don't
that
talk
every
like
time your wife fights with you in an argument, you probably dive into that, right? You're like, I'm always wrong. You're always right. Do you say that all the time?
We're not educated, Pickles.
Is that what you say to your wife?
We're not educated.
Is that what you do too when she points out your hypocrisy?
We're not
you
educated.
say inflammatory things.
We got to vote for Kamala to save democracy. What does that mean?
Is this how you fought before you got divorced?
Can you explain to me what that means? We have to vote for Kamala to save democracy.
Yes,
What does
so
mean?
that Trump doesn't come after our federal, like our state institutions, like he's doing right now, and
Like what?
and pretty much holding them hostage and not giving them federal funds unless they change voter laws,
Like what?
state ID laws.
Is it a bad thing to ask for an ID to
Listen,
vote?
now you want to talk about whether it's good or not, but Trump is doing this now, right?
Is it a bad thing?
Yes, inherently it is bad. Yes.
Why? Why?
Because it will disenfranchise hundreds of thousands of
Are
voters.
you saying that African Americans cannot get an ID?
Did I say race? But yes, I am saying there mostly yes, people that won't vote for
What-
Trump will lose
what-
the ability to
Can
vote.
you rent your basement without an ID?
No.
Okay. What can you do without
You can't vote without an ID either, right? So you
What-
have to
what can
register
you do?
with your ID.
Can you go?
You register with your ID, right?
Can you go buy a beer?
Here's the
without an
facts.
ID?
Here's why it's problematic, David. If you want the
Can you
whole
do
story,
without an ID.
I know you've got these nice little quips in your head where
You
you
know
can
who doesn't
frame
have an
this.
ID?
David,
Seriously,
I want to
tell
help you.
me.
I want to help you.
Can
They've
you
done the
tell
math.
me who does not have an ID?
David, I want to
Tell me who
help you
doesn't
out.
have one.
I want to help you out. They've done the math, and when they pass these
Who
laws,
doesn't have
hundreds of thousands of people lose their opportunity to vote, and it's mostly people who would vote for Democrats. That's why they want these laws so bad. It's
Those
not
are the
because
educated
people. It's not because these people are
the Democrats are the educated people.
are cheating in
How would
elections.
they
It's
not
because
have an
they.
ID?
It's because they.
They're educated. That's higher education people.
It's
How would those
actually
people
you're
not have an ID?
70%. You're 70% likely to be liberal if you do graduate college. But yes, the sentiment largely now is that you guys
Well, then
hate
those people have
education.
IDs. Don't those people have IDs?
I'm sorry.
Don't those people have IDs?
Those people do have IDs.
So what people are we talking about?
We're talking about lower class people.
Like what?
The people you don't want to vote. The 90% of the male black people who vote for Kamala.
Oh, so it's just black people.
Mostly those. That's one group. Also
So you're saying that
Hispanic.
the black people. So you're being bold enough to say that black people cannot.
I'm literally
get an
just
ID.
saying. I'm literally saying this
You're
is the
actually
data.
saying
This
that.
is what they've looked
You're
at,
actually saying
and this is why they want this so bad. Yes, this is why they want this so bad.
Or Pickles, what would another reason be that you don't?
Because
want
voter
ID?
suppression makes Republicans win every time. That's what the math
What
says
would
every time.
Another reason be Pickles.
Maybe because
Six
there's been
big
like
hearts.
6 people that fraudulently tried to vote in an election.
Six
That's worth
people.
it. Whole six
Six
whole people.
people?
Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't happen.
So 6 people is where it's worth it for hundreds of thousands of people to lose their vote.
Hundreds
Right?
of thousands of people.
It's worth
live in
it.
this-
David, is that
Pickles?
worth it?
Pickles.
It's not. Are you
Where
an
can they
adult,
live with-
David? Can you do
where can
math?
Are you crashing?
I'm crashing because you're crashing.
Keep it on the level.
Do you see how that feels,
Come on.
David?
Don't you have the $40 yet? What the hell?
I don't
Just 'cause
know.
You can't get anybody. I just can't get anybody up here.
I've got 3 people in the box. I'm gonna get to them.
People are tired.
All right, chat. Let's go. Hello.
Pickles, why you drop him down, man? He's hey, he was stupid, man. He was
I'm
just trying to troll. That's
I'm
all
sorry
it
y'all
was.
had to go through that.
No, he was listening to him. I was just in the comments just talking crap. He was a coward. That's how I feel.
Thank you,
But that's
Walla.
enough,
And I'm sorry for what I said if that was upsetting.
No.
All right.
No, you was right on point, man.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Much love.
Yep.
Thank you, Meredith, for the $5 Venmo. Regularly scheduled donation to Taco Fund in David's name. Amen. Thank you, Meredith. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you a Trump supporter?
I voted for Trump, yeah.
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
Well, I will say to start off, I didn't love either candidates. I picked Trump ultimately. Honestly, the biggest reason was mainly abortion and mainly had to do with like immigration and that type of stuff. Those two were kind of the two that made me ultimately choose Trump. But I am interested to hear what you have to say, and like if you could possibly change my mind on that.
Sure. So I usually don't debate abortion without like a woman coming up, but I can try to start. This is what this is the big alarming thing when I think about abortion. First of all, every time you guys have passed, or the right has passed abortion laws, it has made abortion go up. So we've seen more abortions happen because when you impose these laws, people tend to jump on them, and they see pregnancy as more of a risky opportunity. And it's also creating healthcare deserts. It's creating problems economically. None of these things are actually stopping abortion. It just stops safe abortion. The other thing is we have, I think, close to 20,000 to 30,000 people in Texas alone that have rape-related pregnancies that can't get abortion. And I don't know. I think it's also just a severe slap in the face to get this from a fake Christian Trump, who's like flagrantly like heathenistic and has cheated on all his wives, and he's going to come tell us what to do with our bodies. It's just wildly insane.
Sure, that's fair. Yeah, and I will say with abortion, I believe there are exceptions to the rule. I believe there's 99% of abortions shouldn't happen, but I do think rape, life of the mother, incest. I believe those
are things we can't legislate, though. So we've seen where we try to draw lines, and all of a sudden we have people having to prove that they were raped in the court of law before they give birth. That's not realistic. The other thing is putting the red tape around, what would save a woman's life? What is that? And then you have a group of people that get to decide whether or not you are doing malpractice or that you've committed a felony, and then doctors don't want to deal with any of that, so they're just leaving they're leaving the state. So in every instance where you're just like, here's where I'm giving concessions, it's just ruined everything. None of it works. We have
Jace,
dead people.
If you had to,
Go ahead.
if you were in a life-threatening situation and you had to decide whether to pursue an intervention that's potentially risky, would you rather a doctor or your congressman be the person that make that decision for you?
I would say a doctor. I would say, in a perfect world, right? The legislature and the law should say it is up to the discretion of a doctor. I think there's a lot of discretion that should be given to our medical professionals.
Well,
when it
that's
comes
how it
to-
stands. That's the default, right? The default would be that it's up to the doctor and to the person who is carrying that pregnancy. When you start adding legislation into the mix, it takes away from the doctor's ability and autonomy.
And real
to help
quick,
make that decision.
Haley, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. This is for the last guest. I want to say this before it's still fresh in our minds, but she said, I'll keep that last guest on the top of my passive aggressive prayer list. Thank you, Haley.
Amen. There you go, Jace. So I think maybe, I don't know what it was you think you were doing. Well, especially when you're voting for Trump, I really don't, I'm not sure what you think you're doing. Granted, he did put in regressive Supreme Court justices who have rolled back Roe v. Wade. But, he himself, he's not some paragon of morality or Christian ethics. Are you a Christian?
I am not. And I will say this about Trump. I have been very disappointed with how he's ran the country since he got in office. And I do not think he is a perfect man. I think he is far from it. Like I said, I didn't love either candidates. I think he's a pretty big piece of garbage. But
Do you think Kamala Harris was a piece of garbage? That would seem like strong language. I think Trump has earned it. I think that's not terribly unfair because he's done it through his actions. But I that to me seems like that would be harsh.
yeah, no, I don't necessarily think Kamala Harris is to quote myself, a piece of garbage. But I will say, when it comes to our country and how it's being run, I care a little bit less about the actual person, like what I would consider the person to be, I guess, how do I put this correctly? I think Trump, part of his issue is the way he portrays himself, the way he thinks about things. Like, he is almost like, how do I explain this?
Incoherent?
I don't know what I would say incoherent. I would say his ego is really, really big, and that has led him to do some really stupid things, and things that he should not do, and things that, are quite frankly just wrong. But I will say, I think there was a lot that Kamala and the left stand for that I don't agree with, I don't want happening. And so it was basically like, for me, it was like pick between
What do
two
we
evils.
stand for that's worse than that?
Yeah, I don't love transgender principles being taught in schools.
Who legislated that?
Sorry?
No, we're not doing that. Who's doing that?
No legislature was passed, but it was kind of being pushed. That was a kind of an idea that was being pushed from the
Where
left.
can
I
can you
think
give
that's
us
just
some
a
specifics?
it's just a lie that they brought up to. This is like that. It's not 1930s kind of stuff, right? Sound familiar? They're just fetishizing gay people and trans people. We've literally done nothing, and they're out here screaming how we're so bad and we want these people everywhere.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with gay people. I have a lot of great gay friends. I've got a lot of family.
10 years ago, you would be saying something totally different. If you were a Republican, you'd be saying, "Well, what are you going to do next? You're going to be marrying your dogs." This is what they did like 10 years ago, and now it's just trans people.
But Jace, I want to call. I mean, this is concerning to me because you said, "Oh, I don't have a problem with gay people," but are you saying there is a problem with transgender people, that you couldn't be friends with a transgender individual?
No, absolutely not. No, what I don't love is children being affected or influenced by really anything. Like this includes religion. Like I don't love the idea of baptism at a young age. I also don't love the idea
But
of being
the right is
introduced-
actually legislating this into schools.
Mm-hmm. The 10 commandments needing to be displayed prominently. I believe that's in Texas, right, Pickles, in your home state?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're
Right.
not having transgender baptisms, my friend. I'm in the schools
Right.
all the time in California, in the bluest of blue.
We care about like
regions.
protecting them, and we're like when you guys talk shit about them, we have to protect them and like defend them. But that's about it.
Hold on, you said when you guys talk shit. I would like to say I don't talk shit on transgender or gay people. Like I said, I have nothing against them.
You literally just brought them up, and you're as if it's like a political view to like treat them fairly, which is all we've done.
I've not talked anything about treating them fairly. I've talked about the influence on young kids.
Well, it really is transphobia, the implication that there's some transgender agenda that's being forced, and it's malignant, and it's being forced upon people, is transphobia. It's this hysteria, and it's just it's not happening. And
Yeah, you would be able to prove this if there was if they uncovered like an underground meeting where people were like, this is how we're going to teach about trans people, and then there would be like a clear motive of like more trans people equals more money somehow. I don't know. There's none of that.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember reading articles, seeing things online a lot about that type of stuff happening. I remember in school, I'm only 19, so I graduated about a year ago. I remember in school seeing the books that were being put in. And
These books are everywhere online. They're everywhere.
Right. For sure. I don't think they should be in schools.
I don't think anybody's trying to put them in schools like in a political party. I think some people are maybe independently putting them in schools. But I don't think this is a left versus right thing. We can all decide what's appropriate for children without making fun of them, raising $217 million to have ads against them, and baselessly saying how we want them in their bathrooms or in their sports teams. They found out how much traction that got, and they repeated that over and over again. And you know how damaging that is to the trans community? It does damage. It's gross. It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah. And it's spooky stories playing to, again, transphobia. Jason, I know you said you're not a Christian, you're not a fan of religion being in schools, but plenty of schools and school libraries and people have pushed for the Bible to be available in public schools. Have you read the Bible? Have you read the story of Lot and his daughters? It's revolting, my friend. So if you're concerned about the sexualization of children, you need to look no further than the women, how women are dressed and are advertised and sexualized for cisgender heterosexual men, but that reaches children as well. Like girls and women are sexualized. So God, do you remember? I mean, you were probably pretty young when Trump, his famous quote about grab him by the, you know what? Do you remember that quote?
I don't quite remember it, but I do. I have seen it pop up in social media.
Okay. Yeah, because you were pretty young, but if you listen to some of what he says, it's revolting. So if your concern is the sexualization of children, objectification of women, I mean, again, I think take you at your word that you hold these values that you're talking about, but my friend, you have voted for the wrong person. It's just directly contradictory to what you're
Yeah, this is
professing
this
to
is
believe.
this is like a Project 2025 Heritage Foundation thing to fight against these things. So even though you're not Christian or whatever, this is what you're fighting for. You've kind of got like the watered down sauce that they're serving non-religious people, and to hate trans people or whatever, and this has brought a countless amount of people belligerently or baselessly against trans people all together into my life, and this is the damage that it does to society, in the fact that a party could actually condone this type of rhetoric and messaging just to get voted in, so that they could complete their agenda to get like tax cuts to rich people. I think it's fucking gross, and yeah, it's not too controversial to be against that.
Okay, yeah. You guys do bring up some really good points. I will say you bring up great points. I would like to circle back around to something that you had brought up about transgender people being in women's sports. I believe that's what, did you bring that up?
Mhm.
Was that okay? Yeah, that is another thing that I personally don't agree with. Like male to female competing in women's sports, or female to male competing in male sports.
I think that we should let the leagues figure it out themselves, and the way that Trump has put this is like the least graceful way I could possibly think of doing it, is just like by slandering trans people and be like, they don't belong next to our women, when we could just look at the science. And I've had to convince everybody I've talked to about this that this is the truth. But after 3 years of hormone replacement theory, usually like trans women have the same physical levels athletically than cis women. So we've been handling this with a little bit of monitoring in science up until now, where Trump is just saying, absolutely not. These are men and women's sports. Like that's harmful rhetoric in itself. That triggers people with gender dysphoria when you misgender them. It causes horrible things for them.
As a parent of girls, I am much more concerned about the exclusion of transgender girls in sports than I am about my daughters competing against with transgender girls or against transgender girls. That's just not a concern to me. It just doesn't even register.
That, and there's only 10 people. Like the head of the NCAA came out and said there were a total of 10 trans people in the entire league of 510,000 people. 10, half of which were gender fluid. So for us to be have a national movement over it was also just kind of crazy.
Sure. Yep. I will say, the more we let happen, like there's only 10 right now, but if it's something that we don't jump on, and I like what you said about like the 3-year thing, right? Maybe there's a waiting period of 4 or 5 years. I don't love, somebody identifying as a woman and just being able to play in, women's professional sports or at a competitive level, because I don't think it's fair to our women. I mean,
trans people.
Are you a woman playing in sports, or you have some particular interest in women's pro sports? Because otherwise, if you're concerned for the women, I don't think you need to speak for the women when we're largely in great numbers. We're telling you that we're not concerned about it.
All the people that I talk with it's quite the opposite. I was friends with a lot of competitive sports players through high school. A lot of my friends went on to play D1. A lot of girls lacrosse, soccer, that stuff, and they all very much disliked the idea of somebody transitioning to and being able to play sports with them. They believe that, yeah, I mean,
I don't think that people are doing this to play in sports too, and that's kind of gross. Like, if that's a thing, you're worried about cis men, not an actual trans person. You're worried about cis men coming into women's sports, and that is a horrible thing. I wouldn't suggest we do that. But if somebody wakes up one day and says, you know what, it's worth it to get a chance for a golden medal and hate from everybody surrounding me, even people on my own team, I'm going to go play this sport. Nobody's doing that.
Right, and I said too, and then I corrected myself and said, and because I don't think people are transitioning simply to, play sports, but I think like a great example is like Leah Thomas. She swam.
She hasn't won anything since.
That's great. She still won something.
Yeah. So wouldn't you, if trans people were just these dominating people in sports, wouldn't they represent 1% of all the medals when they absolutely do not? They haven't had any Olympic medals at all. And they're also not good enough to be in the military, by the way.
Sorry,
which is
military.
horrific, by the way. Some incredible, brave servicemen and women, transgender individuals that were kicked out of the military. Some of them were on track to get their retirement benefits, and it was all rescinded from them. And to me, and just on a human level, that just makes me ill.
Oh, and yeah, Leah Thomas placed 5th. She tied with Riley Gaines for 5th. Like, it's not the greatest feat in the world.
Yeah, sure. Not the greatest feat, but I want to say when I looked into this, it looked like she was coming in last every single time when she was swimming in the men's league. So it goes from last in the men's league to,
I think,
middle of the pack, as well as winning some competitions in the women's league.
I think Artemis knows this a little more intimately than me, but
yeah.
Hey. No, so that's actually not what was happening. I do have the sources in my link tree on this. So you can actually look at usswimming.org and see that when she was swimming on the men's team in her freshman and sophomore year, that she was actually within the top 10 her freshman year on the men's team in several different rankings, and then as well as in the top 5 in her sophomore year. It was only when she started HRT that we saw this decrease.
Okay.
Which is always conveniently left out.
Yeah, it is convenient left out. You were correct. Yeah.
Again, this should not have formed a national movement that made all trans people othered, handled with just such disgrace, to where I have to literally teach the right about what transgender people are, what gender dysphoria is, what the best treatment for it is for the best outcomes, why misgendering people leads to horrible outcomes like killing themselves. It's literally science-based, and the fact that we have to do this before we worry about women tying in 5th for a fucking medal in swimming is crazy.
Yeah, it's cruel, and Jace, they're distracting you with this. That's the shiny thing that they're...
It's called a social wedge issue. They made this up, dude.
Yep. They're distracting you from what they're really wanting to do, and which, like you said, you're seeing it. You're seeing it now in real time. You're seeing it unfold. Not good people, not truthful people. So it worked, but it's not too late for you. You're young, you can wake up.
And as someone who's been openly out as bisexual and only recently out as genderqueer and non-binary, which is under the trans umbrella, we just want to be left alone. We're literally just trying to live our lives. And it is like I can't even just hang out in pickle space, mod, do my thing. I'm always like in here, and it's like, I don't like queer people. And I'm like, well, okay, let me just stop what I'm doing and let me talk to this individual, because that's the biggest issue that people seem to have.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I will say, like I said, like I have no issue with, anybody. Like queer, gay, anything at all. Like I guess when I saw the media and things like that, I with Leah Thomas specifically, that was something that always coming up. I guess just kind of rubbed me wrong, but but you guys had some pretty good sources, and
And I know you brought up books, and I plug this content creator all the time because not only is she one of my mutuals, but it really showcases what like people are having to deal with banned books. So her name is Reads with Rachel, and she is a parent in Florida in one of the I think it's the second like no, like placed second in like most banned books in the country is in her county, and she's a public school mom, and she's constantly at the public school boards. She actually like puts the videos up and everything. You should see what people are writing in for these books to be banned, because I'm going to tell you it's not for what they're telling you it's for. A lot of times a lot of times they'll say that a book has pornography in it. And what is in it? A girl has two dads. That's it.
And again, it's like they haven't read the Bible. Boy, the Song of Songs gets real steamy. I'm just saying.
So I would definitely, Jace, if you really want to see what the actual problem is, which is you have Moms for Liberty, which is a fascist organization operating within the United States that is pushing their Christian nationalist agenda. You should look into what they're doing. They're trying to get librarians arrested. Who arrests a librarian for having books?
Yeah. Yeah. No, again, you bring up some good points. Let's talk about like deportation and the all of the illegal immigration. That was another reason that I voted for Trump. Was I'm against illegal immigration.
Why specifically are you focused on illegal immigration? What are the bad outcomes of illegal immigration?
Well, undocumented people coming in. There's no paper trail.
It's not really true. 60% of undocumented people are here from overstayed visas, so like we know exactly who they are and their criminal background.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely are portions of that, but having open borders and having like when we don't have policy against,
we don't have open borders. When's the last time we had an open border?
Yeah,
Biden's
nobody's
presidency,
actually advocating.
he had all of the same border policy as Trump did his first 3 years. It was not an open border.
I mean, it's not very hard to get through the border right now.
I mean,
I have a buddy.
We're spending. What is making that worth it? What were the bad things that happen when a bunch of immigrants come here?
It's not necessarily the immigrants. It's the people that can slip through with the immigrants.
Okay, and what happens? Who are those people? Where do we see those people?
Drug traffickers, violent cartels. I mean, there's a huge drug epidemic in the United States.
83% of those people bringing drugs are U.S. citizens.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the case, but even still, having the borders where we have them right now it's making it harder. It's making it worse. I mean,
making the economy really bad.
I mean, the economy is pretty bad right now. Yeah.
Mass deportations are definitely worse for the economy. Also, I don't know if you knew this, Jace, that we are like starting to trend toward depopulation in the United States. We're not having children, U.S. born children at the rates that we're going to need to be able to continue to subsist. And so we need people in this country. So there's no economic reason. And from my vantage point, it's also culturally advantageous to have people coming into this country. It always has been. That's one of our great strengths historically. So there's no downside. And like you said, or like Pickle said, nobody's advocating for open borders. It's never like it was open borders versus closed borders. I agree. I think from a security standpoint that we should, as much as possible, be getting information. Oh, nice. Did you kill that bag? That we should be trying to get people's information when they come to the border instead of having them sneak across. We should be getting their information and then, treating people humanely and bringing them in. And then if, there's a concern about security, that's one thing. But in most cases, that's not who's coming across the border. We're benefiting from them. We always have benefited from them.
Yeah, sure. I will say another thing, though, like currently, if we look at the job market, there is not enough jobs for the amount of citizens that we have in the United States. bringing in immigrants is not going to help that at all.
That's not true. Immigrants create jobs, and there's not a finite amount of jobs. So when more people move someplace, that creates jobs.
Okay, then why are we currently going through what we're going through? Because
Tariffs.
A lot of the tariffs haven't taken place or have only been in place for a short amount of time.
Should scare you. We have unemployment numbers so bad that Trump fired the person had in charge of making them, right?
Yeah, the threat of tariffs has created a lot of instability. So companies have been enacting layoffs proactively.
Yes, tariffs are more of a long-term benefit, not a short-term benefit. So yeah, in the short term, it's going to be harder. But also, our country is in such bad shape financially. Like, we should be in a recession. We have so much debt that we need to get rid of. We need to find a way to.
Trump isn't coming in, creating 10 times more debt, and then giving you a solution that's this big. He is the reason we are in debt. He's 40%.
Exactly.
He's 25% of this whole country's debt. Trump. He's going to fix it.
I don't necessarily know that he is going to fix it, but these tariffs are something that if they go right and they play out the way that we're hoping they play out, it is possible that they could help, help us go the other direction, right, which is the goal. Again,
Historically,
it's not
they do
short-term.
not. They're not gonna grow the pie. They're not gonna grow industries. I mean, in some very select cases, if you do want to protect, and that's why it's called protectivism, if you want to protect certain key industries, there may be a place for it, but you have to be really surgical with tariffs. If you just blanket them because you have a big ego and someone insulted you, which is exactly what's going on, it's you being used as retribution, political retribution. It's going to be inflationary. It's going to cause inflation. And it's also going to make it so that industries that are existing and thriving here can't get the materials they need at a low enough cost in order to keep thriving. So, I mean, it's pretty universal, honestly, Jace, that most economists, almost all of them, except for the ones that are basically, lapdogs for Trump, would tell you that they're going to be a big net negative, and that we're already seeing some of that.
Yeah, the long-term thing is like nobody's been able to tell me the story of how tariffs end up being good. Like, do the prices never go down? Trade is always going to be slower. We'll have this incestuous domestic market.
You could see that prices didn't even go down after COVID.
Yeah, prices going down that's a fairy tale. Like, prices will never go down ever. Things will never get less expensive. I personally don't believe that.
And yet, what did Trump promise? He knew that too, and he lied. He lied and said he was going to get your grocery prices down. That was like his big thing.
And then he put taxes on all of them.
Yeah, that was a lie. 100%.
And then he lied to you that they were taxes that we paid. He said the other nations pay them. Still maintains that lie. How can we trust a president who makes us fight over the things he's doing all the time? Can't do it.
Yeah, he is not a great president. Like I said, I chose him because of the options. I didn't like the other option. If there was a third option, if I thought RFK could have won, I would have voted for.
Oh man, no, dude. What?
Do you still feel that way, Jace, after seeing what he's done?
No, not anymore.
Okay.
But
Okay.
at the time,
So looking ahead, because midterms are coming up, and after that, another presidential election is going to be gearing up. What are you thinking? Are you going to reconsider maybe like some of the demonization and the lies about the Democratic Party? Because really, unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, it probably does come down to two choices. Are you going to stay open-minded about the Democratic Party, given what's gone down?
yeah. No, I'm never opposed to. I think, yeah. No, I'm not opposed to either side. I mean, I don't know who the candidates are going to be. I haven't followed politics as much in the past, I don't know, 6 to 8 months. But I do remember hearing something about like, is JD Vance kind of looking like he's going to be the one that's running?
Too soon to know.
I mean, I guess maybe the guy who called Trump Hitler.
What's that?
The guy who called Trump Hitler.
Yeah, I didn't say I would vote for him. I just said, is that one of the people that?
I'm sure he's somewhere in line. Yeah.
So that's pretty abysmal.
Yeah. No, like I said, I'm not opposed to either side. We'll just see who the candidates end up being and who I think I align with more.
Fuck yeah, Jace. I like to hear that. That's fine with me. We'll take that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just try not to fall for spooky stories. There's a lot of them out there, and it's not on both sides. And people will say, "Oh, it's both sides." It's far more on one versus the other. So that's my best sage advice I've got for you. Also, we started off by talking about abortion, things like that. Like you were probably, I'm just guessing, raised in a household where you were told that this is wrong, but it sounds like you do believe that women and doctors should be able to make informed decisions about some really, really difficult situations. We definitely don't need your congressman in that room. I've known people that have been there. And so just asking you to consider that as well.
What do you mean, Gemini? I love having Greg Abbott personally in my doctor's office, staring at me from the corner.
Just lurking. Just menacingly.
You're not giving her too many rights, are you?
Tylenol.
Is that the full menu of medical or of healthcare you were showing that woman?
Can't help myself.
Yeah, no, like I said, like I think there is a place for abortion in the medical field. I think abortion, when it is done just simply as a form of birth control or because it is inconvenient, I think that is wrong. I will always stand by that. But I do think, I think giving the discretion to the doctors to decide, if the mother's life is truly in danger. I believe, I think this one's tricky, like what you brought up, with.
Hold on. I get that. And we've already we've talked about why that's not okay and how that doesn't work. But I think that as a human being, you should be able to decide that whether or not your own body is helping another whole person grow. And then whether or not you have to shove that person out of your vagina in a few months. If I knew something was growing inside of me and it was the smartest person ever to ever live, it was going to cure cancer, but I eventually had to shove it out of my ass, I still wouldn't want to do it. I would not want to do it. It's not as easy as it's a human life. It deserves it. These things are not rare. My seed is not rare. Women's eggs are not rare. We can decide when to have children.
Right. And even the question about it's inconvenient. I mean, by whose standard? It's never just an inconvenience. It's a huge freaking commitment to carry the child, let alone then to keep them and raise them, which is something separate. But I've used this analogy before, Jace, that this is just such a double standard, right? Because men aren't forced to, for instance, you don't have to donate a kidney to somebody in need, even if it's a life-threatening situation and you're a perfect match. The government doesn't say, well, you have to give your tissues to sustain another person's life.
I think that is a little different because when you have a kid, you have to have sex. It's not like a kid just randomly happens.
That's not, wait, that's not entirely true. I was made through artificial insemination. It was not sexy times. It was my mother picked some sperm out.
That's how you got your mutant special powers, Artemis. That's why you're such a crazy genius. I love it.
So apparently the sperm donor was a doctor. That's all I know.
Yeah, well, there you go. So this is how we end up with super smart babies.
I don't know.
By choice, by the way.
Thank you. And there's IVF as well. Not sexy, not, there's no music played. They don't turn down the lights.
People have sex for fun. I've never ever had sex to try to make a child, and I've had sex a lot.
Here's what I'll say is when you have sex, you run that risk, and you need to be fully aware of that risk, and you need to be prepared for the consequences.
I am. I have $50 saved up for plan B, and if that doesn't work, I get an abortion.
Yeah. And when you say you need to be prepared for that, by you mean women, not you. But Jace, I've also said I'm a big advocate for legislation that, men like you who are pro-life, great, will have a registry of you so that if there's a woman in your state who can't get an abortion, they'll just give that baby to you. I mean, up to like 12 kids or something like that seems reasonable. So you ready for that?
Enjoying a basic human life experience doesn't mean that you can lose the lottery for an 18-year-old, like an 18-year commitment in financial disaster. I just think that this is a thing you have to consent to the whole time, not just while you're having sex, but while you're having a child. Every moment, every second of the day that you're carrying and feeding two instead of one, you're carrying extra weight, your body's doing extra stuff that's harmful. That is a day that you can choose whether or not you still want to be pregnant. And I think you should be able to opt out anytime.
Yeah, I think the responsible thing to do would be having sex within relationships.
Okay, and I've been in relationships and I've never still wanted to have a kid.
And most abortions happen.
Go ahead, Gemini.
I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead.
No, most abortions happen in I think marriages,
in
right?
wedlock,
but certainly in like committed relationships. So it's not just happening because of one night stands. That's another falsehood you've probably been told.
No, I'm not even saying what I should have said when I said relationships was relationships where you are both committed enough and you are ready to have, like, personally, I don't have sex with anybody that I would not be okay with raising a child with. That's my personal.
That is a thing that you yourself can go around doing, but you can't legislate that on to the whole nation. That's kind of wild. People just like to have sex.
Personally, I just also think that if you're a pro-life individual, you shouldn't be sleeping with people that are pro-choice. It just seems like a very confusing situation.
Yeah, I agree.
You should only be with people
I've
that
never
disagree
slept
with you on that aspect.
I agree. I've only ever slept with people that are pro-life, and it's always something that I mean, if I get into a relationship with someone and like that, the topic of sex gets brought up, I do always bring it up because I say, if we were to have a kid, I would want to keep it, and if you don't, then that's your choice, but we won't work because of that, and I think,
and that's why there's a male loneliness epidemic on the right.
I mean, I'm definitely not lonely. I'm good, but
also people can change their minds. So you sleep with somebody, she gets pregnant, and for any number of reasons, health related or other, doesn't matter, she changes her mind. It's horrifying to think she's locked into that and that she can't make that choice. So that's why we're pro-choice. Really, the only other option is being pro-forced birth. It's not pro-life. It's being,
like, guess
in
what? I have
favor
a
of
certain set of
forcing
beliefs
someone
that
to
if you
carry-
have
carry
sex
that.
with me, you're gonna have to raise a child for 18 years. What's up? Like, no one wants to do that, man. If you want to get laid, tell people you have a vasectomy.
There you go.
So again, like, if I were in a relationship with someone and they got pregnant and they were insistent on having an abortion, I mean, I would not absolutely keep them from having an abortion. It would absolutely break my heart, and I would probably, I don't know that I could talk to the person ever again, but I would probably not keep them from having it because I just think it's wrong. I don't necessarily think that.
Go do babies with someone else. Your seed is not that rare, right? You like make millions of those things when it's not rare.
It's still a unique human being that is created.
Yeah, so is a teratoma, but you don't see me screaming for teratoma rights over here.
Yeah, like I killed an ant. I'm sure its DNA was 1,000% unique.
You
I don't
took
give
from
a
his
fuck.
family. You took from that entire, you know, that ant was the queen's favorite, Pickles. You know that, right?
Ants are not comparable to humans.
It's alive.
It is not a human.
What's the difference?
Human life is intelligent.
So what about that human life that you're talking about? The most of the abortions that happened, it's not intelligent human life. It's just goo. It's just goo in a petri dish, bub.
The most an ant will ever become is an ant. Like there's nothing an ant can become. A human.
Dolphins are smart.
Ants are way stronger by body weight, and oh my god, have you seen the colonies they make? They're incredibly sophisticated. Really, by all accounts, they don't
They
wage
can lift like
wars. They're
15
probably
times their own body
superior.
weight. Like they're amazing animals. You should cherish ants, and I think that you're a disgusting person, and I think that we should send people who step on ants to prison.
So an ant is not like a human, and a human body and a human brain is way more unique and way more special than an ant.
And maybe a developed human brain at 23 weeks that has sentient thought. That's when I start valuing things. But before that, it's nothing. It's worth less than an ant. Ants have a purpose. They're moving. They're grooving. They have a family. This goo inside of someone's belly. It's just sometimes a byproduct of too many vodkas.
Well,
Two
and I will say
legs
we're-
good, six legs better. Am I right? So you know what? We're gonna pass legislation, Jace, because it really doesn't matter. It's just all opinion. So you can no longer step on ants. If we find a can of Raid in your possession, straight to jail.
I was just gonna say, like, also, like, I know we're not going into the philosophical debate, but it is kind of a logical fallacy for you to special plead that humans are special because they're special. Like, if you're gonna hold like sentient life to be important, then you would also be saying it's wrong to unalive like mammals to eat, or birds or fish, things like that, because they're sentient. In fact, pigs are actually, I think it's compared to 2 to 3 years old, to a 2 to 3 year old human toddler when it comes to their awareness and their use of intelligence. I mean, we can look at like orangutans. We can look at the fact that they've taught themselves how to spearfish. I mean, if we want to start like measuring, like, and then I guess it comes into this is a really disgusting area. How sentient does someone need to be in order to get human rights?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think any type of human life, you say how sentient does one have to be? I think any type of human life. I think humans are special and different, not just because they're special or different, but because of the
How though?
potential.
Please, I'm curious.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no,
this is
no,
interesting to me.
You're good. I'm going into that right now. Because of the potential that they have, and because they are us, like they are, a human is special because of the potential it has.
The potential to do what? To live and then unalive? To just get married? Are you referencing this into being species inclusive, or are you going worldwide?
Potential to
Humans do
wreck
some
people's
pretty-
lives, the potential to financially destroy people. What
There you
potential?
go. I was gonna say humans do some pretty abominable esh that other species don't do. So
Yeah, Jace, did you ever see Age of Ultron, Jace?
I did, yes.
You did. Did you understand the message of that movie?
That humanity was not fit to run themselves, or
No,
it's been a while
no.
since I've seen that.
Yeah, so Jarvis, or the AI program that Tony Stark has,
Yep.
literally, he says it to protect the world from its greatest threat, and it analyzes our entire our entire library that we have on the internet, and it goes, oh, it's you. Humans are the threat to the earth. Therefore, humans should be wiped from existence because they are the biggest threat to the earth. We are the most destructive species that this planet has ever seen.
We are destructive because of how technologically advanced we are. Like,
Not at all. We destroyed more before than before we got to technology. Look at how much we go around unaliving each other. Do you see other species doing it to this extreme?
not to our extreme, but again, it has to do with our intelligence level. I don't think it has to do with
Right. So the potential's both good and bad. Like I feel like that kind of cancels itself out, and I just don't think that potential's a good leg to stand on. because everything has potential. My jizz has potential just as much. If you really value potential, every woman that walked past me is to sin for me to not impregnate them. Like, we can go to that far of an extreme. You just have a certain flavor of it that you really like.
And it's fine to agree to disagree. This is the point of pro-choice, right? So like we could start telling you what to believe, and you know, with regard to like ants, and that you can't step on an ant and it should be made illegal, and you can tell us that you can't terminate a pregnancy, or we can agree to disagree and make our own decisions in line with our own morals and ethics. And that's called being pro-choice. And if you're potentially, you know, you kind of seems like you're teetering on the line, you're saying you wouldn't absolutely stop somebody, okay, so then you're pro-choice, you know.
Yeah. And
welcome to the left,
someone
brother.
said something very good too. What about the frozen embryos? Like, what about all those frozen embryos in the IVF clinics? Do we allow IVF to continue, which allows people to have children that used to not be able to, at the cost of throwing away some of those embryos and killing what you consider human life, a baby? Or do we not do that? Do we make all of those people murderers?
Remind me, it's been a while since I've taken biology. These embryos, are they
They're fertilized. If
fertilized?
they're for IVF, they are fertilized. Yes.
What I would say is, so they're fertilized and then frozen, so that at a later date they would hopefully be able to have a child. Is that
Sometimes they just use a handful and they have way too many and they just have to throw them away.
Yeah, they have to do several because it can be difficult for implantation. This is also why you see many like women in uterus owners who go in for IVF specifically. They'll have like twins or triplets or quadruplets, because a lot of times several of the embryos are already fertilized in the implant.
Yeah,
So,
that's a fair point.
yeah.
That is a good point to bring up. It's because, yeah, by my logic, you would have to get rid of a lot of people that are having happy pregnancies and happy families at the expense of
virtue signaling towards fertilized eggs.
Correct.
You're smart, Jace. I like you. You're
you.
capable of critical thought and human decency. Welcome to the left.
I don't know that I would consider myself left, but I've always considered myself try to be in the middle. I think the middle's the best. But yeah, I mean, you guys have definitely helped me to see a lot of see things definitely differently. Yeah, I think I am pro-choice. I think I still personally would try to not have an abortion, but yeah, I guess the choice to have it.
You never will have to personally have an abortion, so that's good. It actually really doesn't concern you.
Yeah, no, you are right. I hope that I never have to be with someone who gets an abortion, because I hope to one day have a family. Like I said, I don't have sex without fully being committed to that person and having a like being willing to have a family with them. And so I think part of the reason why it's so hard for me is that would be like a pregnancy would be something that is like happy to me. Like, I would be happy to have the pregnancy, and then them getting rid of it would be like they wouldn't be happy for it, right? Does that make sense where I'm trying to go?
There, but for the grace of God go I is one of my favorite. And you don't have to take it literally and religiously, but I sincerely hope you're never in a situation, Jace, where you are with a partner in the future and you have a pregnancy that becomes difficult for any number of reasons, and you may need the option to consider termination. I hope you do have that option if that happens, but it's not always a happy and smooth thing. And I think that's, if anything, just living life and seeing other people and couples go through that and go through some of those difficult decisions have you heard the phrase radicalized by human decency?
No, I have not.
That's what made me more of a radical defender of individual rights, was just seeing other people go through all of these situations. It happens. It's not always just a happy and easy thing. And a lot of people aren't in the financial situation or the personal situation to just be like, great, hooray, we're having a baby. It's just, it isn't always picture perfect, unfortunately. So we need to leave the range of options open to all individuals at all times. That's the decent thing to do, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I want to go back on something I said because I think I explained it wrong. I think the reason that it goes back to my view on abortion and the person, like if they decided they wanted to get an abortion, is for me, like I said, the only time I'm having sexual relations with someone is if I am, with them and like would be willing to have a kid, which as I'm saying this and I'm thinking through the logic, there is things that contradict this. So, this is good to talk about things and think through them. It's been a while since I've done this, but I was about to say, I would feel, like maybe a little bit of like, they aren't as in this for me, or they aren't as in this as I am. But then I thought about, that's not necessarily true because, there are other circumstances that, could be playing a part, or it's hard to explain, but yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Good talk. Thank you for being cool, Jace. Thanks, Pickles, for hosting. I'm going to drop down. It's bedtime for me. It's almost 10 o'clock. It's past my bedtime. But thanks for the talk. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Gemini.
I will also hop down because my partner is home. Also, by the way, committing a full-on war crime, eating dumplings and a burrito. So I get to. I think.
Are you preggers?
No. No, they're not. All right, love you, Pickles.
All right.
Oh, not them coming in here. All right, bye.
Bye. All right, I'll catch you later, Jace. Thanks for coming up, dude.
Absolutely. Thank you much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Whoop. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 300K. Guys, are we doing a movie night tonight? Are we doing movie night? Also, are we doing a movie night? Not a war crime. What movie? I don't know. That's Sue in the box.
Some of my requests.
Ah!
Hello?
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 Hi, are
Hello?
y'all
What's
Trump
up?
supporters?
Yeah, I like Trump. Why don't you like Trump?
Are you over 18?
Yeah,
It's your birthday.
March 10th. What's
Oh,
yours?
what's your birth year?
What's your?
All right. No, you do. Those are feed eye, chat. Those are real life feed eye. Oh. Guys, we've been live for 5.5 hours. I'm proud of us. What a good little day. You dropped me. I'm sorry, Sue, come back up. I can't send you a multi-guest. Did we get all the MAGA? Hello?
I think so, but can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Hello? Okay. I listen to you all the time, and I'm very supportive, and I just got finished boxing to my Oculus like I do every day, and I was listening to Jace, and there are 3 things that my mom told me. I'm going to be 65, I've had a good life, all that stuff. One, I was raised LDS, not so much anymore. But she told me if I wanted to marry an LDS person and get married in the temple, then that's who I should date, right? If I want to be rich, then maybe I should only date rich men. if I want to do this, then maybe I should only do that. So, I didn't necessarily follow her advice on the rich part or the married in the temple part, but she did tell me that. She also told me that, as everybody has said, my body is my body, right? If I don't want to get pregnant, I have to protect myself. And I taught my daughter the same thing. If you don't want to get pregnant, you protect yourself. And I told her boyfriend, they were in the same room. I looked at him and I said, if you don't want to get a girl pregnant, you protect yourself. You're responsible for your own body. So if you don't take responsibility, if you're the guy and you don't take responsibility, then you certainly don't have any damn say in what I do. Right? We're both responsible. It goes both ways. And the one other thing my mom said, I'm sorry to rant, your glass is always half full, damn it, but sometimes it's half full of vodka.
I like that. Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks for letting me spew for a minute.
Anytime, Sue.
Good
Much
night.
love. One of my favorite artists, Foxy Shazam, says, life's a bitch, but she's totally doable. Hello?
Hello?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
How are you? Yeah, I mean, I just think he's a really good president. I mean, shit. What do you feel wrong with him? Why do you not like him, buddy?
He's got military invading cities, man.
Man, so what, man? You got to get rid of those stupid ass coons.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Okay. BMAC, you already said you love him. You already said you love him. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm 50. Oh, no, definitely not. I can't support a person that talks about grabbing women like he does, or objectifying his own daughter. I cannot get behind him. I can't get behind somebody that has so many felonies, so many bankruptcies, who is supposedly a successful businessman and claims that he is. I can't believe that so many people are buying all of his lies and the dribble that comes out of his mouth, and that we choose him over somebody like Kamala Harris that actually had plans to help the average person. Trump is only helping himself. He's only helping the billionaires and others like him. He's only putting forward his agenda that does not suit the average American person. We've talked about a lot about abortion today. I don't get where the government needs to be involved in something that's medically necessary at all. I mean, it's not always medically necessary, but I don't see where they need to be in my bedroom, my vagina, my life, in those respects. I just don't understand how somebody can support someone like that instead of someone like Kamala that actually put small businesses out there. She had a plan to help small businesses, which would help grow our economy on the ground for the average person. She had plans to help education. She had plans to help many different avenues. Why would we vote that down and bring Trump in, who's not doing a damn thing for the average person except for cut them down more? Homelessness in America is rising by the thousands and millions, and that is not being addressed at all either. People cannot sustain these large households anymore, and they're just one accident away from being homeless themselves. Why are we not addressing things like that? But instead we're addressing DEI, and we're addressing education in ways that doesn't need to be addressed, and mental health in the same manner by cutting it.
I agree.
mean, I think that more money needs to be spent, and maybe it needs to be better spent in those respects.
I agree.
So,
I agree.
you know,
I
it's just we're ignoring all the things the American people need for billionaires. They don't need our help.
I appreciate you coming up. I have 2 more guests in the box, so I'm going to see if they're debates. I appreciate you coming up, Zach. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Zap.
no problem.
Have a good night.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Anytime.
Good night.
Anytime.
Hello? Shut up, bro.
Hello.
What's good?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I was just gonna say I like what you're doing, but I'm gonna leave.
Appreciate you, dude. It's baller. It's a baller.
I'm no Obama
profile
guy, you know.
picture, dude.
That's who I am. Yeah, you know.
Sure.
But I hope the country recovers from the dark state it's in right now. But I love what you're doing, and I like what you stand for.
Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. Take it
Yeah.
easy.
All right, see you around.
Profile picture W for days, dude. Hello.
Hello. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm actually a big hater. I'm kind of nervous to say this, but if you could hear me, because my stuff is like lagging very bad. I don't know if you're answering my question because you look like you're freezing, but to the point, Trump kind of sucks, and I will never support him. And I'm proud of what you're doing, and I hope Jesus protects you. Bye.
Fuck my life, chat. Full moon tonight. Guys, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. If you're over 18, please. Pickles fights crime at night. With Britain. Should have copped Cycle of Werewolf and it was $5. I'm gonna start calling you TikTok Saber Man. I'll take that. All right, y'all. Is it movie night time? I think it's movie night time. Guys, if you want to join my Discord server, it is right here. Right here. My link tree. You click that, and then it's the very first thing. It's the very first thing. Right below it is my merch, my Cash App, my Venmo, my PayPal, Amazon wishlist, all my other stuff, my YouTube. Follow me on YouTube. But if after you join my Discord server, you go here and you go to the rules and you accept the rules. And once you're inside, once you've accepted the rules, you can go to my movie theater. It's right here. You join the movie theater, I play movies. We watch all sorts of fun stuff. Is this the waiting room? We have waiting room music. My gift goals are so expensive. Why are my gift goals? Is it still that crazy one? Oh my god. It's my birthday? Why is it that? Gross. Recommended for my goal. Why? Let's do Caterpillar Chaos. I want to do 20 caterpillars. Happy tariffs. There we go. Anytime, Zap. Do I believe in compulsory voting? I have to Google that. It sounds like... Is a system where eligible citizens are legally required? Yeah, I think that'd be good. Yeah, you get fined like $30 if you don't. I think that'd be good. We have in Australia. Yeah, that's what I've heard about that. I hear it works good. Yeah, make people fucking vote. Stop disenfranchising people. Republicans will never win an election ever again. The Democrats will, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying, yeah. I don't believe in taking choice away from anybody. You could still have a choice not to. Yeah, I think that like with some good caveats, I think it's totally fine. You just have to pay a fine. It's like $30. Just go vote. Can I get a link to the Discord? It's in my thing. It's in my link tree, y'all. Can I come up? Yeah, sure, Zero. Guys, Ziara is 20-something followers away from 10K. You should follow her while she's up.
Stop it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I requested earlier because you had a guest up who was hating on universal healthcare, which was hilarious. I'm sorry. The whole time I was laughing in Australian because his arguments were ridiculous. But actually, not what I came up for. I wanted to talk about the compulsory voting. Some would argue compulsory voting flies in the face of the purpose of a democratic society. However, when voting comes up for Americans, how long is that window of opportunity to vote for you guys?
Couple weeks, like in federal elections, right?
Yeah, we've got the same thing. Like, so whether it's federal, state, or local, we have generally 2, sometimes 3-ish weeks to vote in. But we have voting centers everywhere based on your division, absolutely everywhere. Because my uncle lives in Memphis, and he was saying that he had to line up for like 4 hours.
Ooh.
To vote, which is
that's what it is like here. So like in Republican states like Texas, they've shut down all polling centers like near colleges where people vote blue, in cities where people vote blue, and then they make it to where you can't hand out water and the line is like 8, 10, 12 hours long. But if you're in a red district, you're in and out in 5 seconds.
Which is we can argue the specifics of that quite easily. Yeah, right. Okay, no, I was just curious because I personally love mandatory voting. It literally takes, you can even postal vote, which I know that you guys have too. Voting literally takes about half an hour of my time, if that. And you can actually mark people off as like absentee voters as well, like on someone's behalf, which is great. You just have to have ID and everything. But yeah, I want to come up and just tell people a little bit about what living in a country with compulsory voting is like. However, we also have extremely you like, you know, because of that, the best part is that our outcomes in elections are extremely accurate.
Oh yeah.
Because everyone has to vote, right? Like, and you just have, sometimes though the fine isn't $30, sometimes it's like $200. I've heard. Like, I've never been fined for not voting, I've always voted. But yeah, it is really, really good because it's quite accurate and represents where our country is sort of moving, because I'd kind of argue Australia's becoming more left leaning over the past 15 years. But
Love that.
anyway, I'll see you for a movie.
Okay. All right. Do you have any ideas for movies?
Well, it is spooky month, so I don't know. Do you like do you like scary movies?
Yeah, I'm down. What are the top scariest movies of all time?
That reminds me to pull out the ghost face mask later.
The Exorcist, Hereditary, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Shining, The Babadook, Sinister, Don't Look Now. I can't do old ones. Old movies are not scary at all. Scariest movies often cited.
Excuse you?
You don't think you think that scary old movies are still scary?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say scary, probably because I've watched them like 1,000 times. It's hard to be scared by something you can predict.
I just think the effects back then just weren't good enough. Like, we're not sold on it easily anymore.
Oh, but they're classics. It's like, it's that point where these movies like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, they're like warm blankets for me now. You know what I mean? They're cozy, they're comforting.
Blair Witch Project, I actually am down for that.
The first one is good.
Let's do it. Blair Witch, I'm down. Hereditary is good too.
Yeah. You know what I just finished watching? My husband and I just finished the Monsters Ed Gein story on Netflix. Oh my God. Like, it was actually really, really good.
Yeah, I'm halfway through it, I think.
You have to let me know what you think when you finish it.
Okay.
I'm very interested.
All right. I think we're gonna be doing Blair Witch. Blair Witch sounds like a good movie. Let's do it, chat. I'll see you guys in Discord.
Amazing. Bye, guys.
All right, y'all. Good night, chat. Smoochies.